Rebirth, my daily life cultivating immortality. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251, Gift of Jade and Surprise. Jiang Ning returned to the bungalow and told Zhu Yuantong, "We will have a picnic at the dam later. Prepare the tools, oil, seasoning, and other things." Zhu Yuantong, "Yeah, do I need you to remind me? You'd better fulfill your promise last night, otherwise I won't forgive you tonight." She deliberately went hungry this morning, just to get what Jiang Ning said last night, which was better than lamb. Jiang Ning returned to the rented house, cast a spell, and hid his body. Then he drove the spirit boat and flew towards Yuki Mountain. Rabbits are still better when they are freshly slaughtered. Zhu Yuantang packed up his things and Zhu Chuchu followed him to work. She helped silently, but she was thinking about what happened just now. She was worried that the other party would fight at the door of her rented house and something would happen and she didn't go up to stop the fight, and finally she would be resented, even retaliated. The more Zhu Chuchu thought about this, the more worried she became. Maybe she lacked a sense of security when she was young, so she always liked to think too much. At this moment, all kinds of terrifying scenes were connected into slides in her mind. "Chuchu, you brought coke, that's great." Zhu Yuantang lifted the iron pot with force. Zhu Chuchu was instantly brought back to reality. She looked at Tang Tang's bright smile, and the haze was suppressed in her heart. She nodded. "Yeah, let's drink together." Okay. Zhu Yuantang was in a great mood. However, Chuchu sighed in her heart. Zhu Yuantang was halfway through packing when she suddenly returned to the house. She rummaged through the drawer and took out a white jade pendant with a red line attached to it. She grabbed the jade pendant, brought it to Chuchu, and showed it to her. "Chuchu, look, this jade pendant carved by Jiang Ning, isn't it beautiful?" Zhu Chuchu's eyes moved to the jade pendant, which was a white jade pendant slightly larger than a coin, with a small cloud carved on the lower right corner. "Well, it's pretty good," Zhu Chuchu praised. Not only was it exquisite and beautiful, but it was also carved by Jiang Ning himself, which made it more valuable than the jade pendant she bought. It's just a pity that Zhu Chuchu has never worn any jewelry, except the small silver bracelet on her wrist, when she was born. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but envy Tang Tang, and she also hoped from the bottom of her heart that Tang Tang would always be happy like this. Zhu Yuantang heard this and took Chuchu's hand. What a cold hand. Zhu Yuantang was surprised that Chuchu's hand was super cold and soft. She slapped the jade pendant on Chuchu's palm. "Here you go." "Huh? No, I can't take it." Zhu Chuchu refused hurriedly. The jade pendant looked very delicate and beautiful, and it must be expensive. She came to Tang Tang's house to eat and drink for free, which was already very excessive. How could she accept such a valuable thing? Absolutely not. Zhu Yuantang was stunned when she saw Chuchu's reaction and seemed to think of something. She said seriously, "Chuchu, the jade pendant was given to me by Jiang Ning. He told me to give it to the closest person. I gave the jade bracelet to my mother, and now there is also the jade pendant. You are my best friend. Of course I gave it to you." Zhu Yuantang's expression was particularly solemn. "I have one myself, look." As she spoke, she pulled the string around her neck and pulled a jade pendant up from her chest. Zhu Chuchu looked at the jade pendant, which was light blue and more delicately crafted than the white jade pendant. Jiang Ning said that his jade pendant can bring good luck and make people happier and happier. He can tell fortunes, so what he said must make sense. Zhu Yuantang urged, "So take it quickly. Your hands are so cold, so let the jade pendant warm them for you." Zhu Chuchu struggled internally. She looked at Tang Tang again and saw her eyes that could not be refused. "Well, thank you Tang Tang." She finally took the white jade pendant. "That's good." Zhu Yuantang felt better. Zhu Chuchu put on the jade pendant, and a warm jade pendant slid into her collar and warmed her heart. However, she suddenly remembered that Tang Tang had said just now that this was a jade pendant carved by Jiang Ning himself. She couldn't help feeling a little shy again. The next second, she suppressed her distracting thoughts and asked, Tong Tong, you and Jiang Ning. Zhu Chuchu really wanted to ask what the relationship between Tong Tong and Jiang Ning was. Tong Tong always talked about Jiang Ning. Today, when hanging clothes, Jiang Ning hugged her. In Zhu Chuchu's opinion, the act of hugging is already a very intimate act, and only lovers can do this. But Tong Tong is not in love with Jiang Ning, and Jiang Ning gave her so many things and lived with her. What's wrong? Zhu Yuantang heard her say halfway and suddenly stopped talking. Zhu Chuchu looked at Tong Tong's innocent appearance, and suddenly an idea popped up in her mind. Is there a possibility that Tong Tong is more naive and does not realize that it is ambiguous? Zhu Chuchu was sharp-minded, and she changed the subject. Are you and Jiang Ning together at school every day? Zhu Yuantang seemed to have endless things to say when she heard this. Of course, he and I are very good friends. He used to bring me lunch every day. He also broke apples for me. He broke it in 2 halves at once. No, he broke it in 4 halves. Is it amazing? Huki Mountain. On the mountain forest, Jiang Ning drove the flying boat and followed the spiritual mark to find the rabbit. His ability to lock the target was much stronger than radar, and he found the rabbit in a bush without any effort. However, to his surprise, there was not only one rabbit, but also a rabbit nest here. I didn't expect to have an unexpected harvest. However, Jiang Ning was not a person who would kill all the rabbits, so he only caught one rabbit. This rabbit was fat and strong, weighing 12 or 13 pounds. Moreover, it was different from ordinary rabbits, and there was a big difference in the quality of its meat. In order to make it delicious, Jiang Ning specially cultivated some spiritual herbs and fed it 2 baskets of spiritual herbs before, so that it could enjoy the peak of its life. There is no love without reason in this world. Now, it's time for it to repay Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning urged his spiritual power, turned it into a big hand, reached down and instantly pulled it out of the forest and into the sky. Jiang Ning moved his spiritual consciousness, forming a spiritual sword, which cut off its soul in one go, so that from the surface, the rabbit's body was still intact. He marked the rabbit nest below, intending to take it later. Then, he drove the spirit boat again and flew towards the Hukishan villa. Thanks to the speed of the spirit boat, Jiang Ning had returned to the river dam in less than a minute. He jumped off the spirit boat, waved his hand, and shrank the spirit boat, storing it in the storage ring. Jiang Ning carried a large bag of fruit in his left hand and the rabbit in his right hand, and entered the house next door. Zhu Yuantang was tidying up the sundries, and she noticed a conspicuous white ball in Jiang Ning's hand. She shouted, "What a big rabbit!" Compared with the rabbits she had raised before, this rabbit was obviously a circle bigger. Even Zhu Chuchu next to her looked over here, with surprise in her eyes. Did Jiang Ning buy this? Zhu Chuchu had never eaten rabbit meat before, and she couldn't help thinking, is rabbit meat delicious? Immediately, she abandoned this idea again. When did she become as fond of eating as Tong Tong? No, she had to live a simple life, and couldn't indulge her desires. Because it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Jiang Ning lifted the rabbit. Are you satisfied with the lunch appetizer? Zhu Yuantang circled around Jiang Ning twice, looking at the rabbit. She touched the rabbit critically, and her little face showed a sad expression. Woo, so pitiful. Jiang Ning glanced at her. Don't feel sorry for it, it's dead. Although Jiang Ning's spiritual knife could not destroy the soul of an ordinary person, the soul of a rabbit was still unusually relaxed. Ah, dead. Zhu Yuantang was shocked. Its body is still warm. Dead. Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang's sadness disappeared in an instant, and she grinned. It's dead, so it can't be wasted. Let's eat it while it's hot. Zhu Chuchu, I'll help you. She often cooked at home, and Zhu Chuchu was able to kill chickens and fish easily. Okay. The 2 girls went to deal with the rabbit. Zhu Yuantang did not forget to remind her, Jiang Ning, the task of packing is up to you. Even though they had a rabbit, they still had a picnic. Jiang Ning found a big box and packed the utensils for the departure. The phone suddenly vibrated a few times. The next moment, the phone flew out of her pocket by itself. Zheng Lu sent a message. Picture. The scenery in the picture was very familiar. It was the small plain of the river dam, and the bank of the Hushu River was also captured in it. Jiang Ning, hahaha, is that a surprise? I'm having a picnic with my junior high school classmates. It's so lively. Do you want to come? I brought 2 snacks. Jiang Ning smiled and said, what a coincidence. I'm going to have a picnic with Zhu Yuantang and the others later. The small plain of the river dam. Zheng Lu sat with her knees together on the neat cloth mat. Today she wore a white hooded sweatshirt and slightly wider straight jeans on her legs. She carefully selected them so that they would not be too protruding or bulky. Okay, do you mind if I eat some of your food? She sent a message to Jiang Ning, jokingly. At this time, her good friend He King Tang shouted, Lulu, come and play some games. Chapter 252 What must be said. The rabbit transformed into rabbit meat. It's all ready. Zhu Yuantang was holding a large basin filled with rabbit meat. Several kilograms. Definitely enough for them. Jiang Ning, are we going to cook now? She swallowed her saliva. She didn't have breakfast, and she was so hungry that she wanted to light the fire and cook a dish at the speed of light. Jiang Ning said, didn't we agree to have a picnic? We'll cook at the river dam. Zhu Yuantang was stunned. She thought that after dinner, they would go to the river dam for a picnic. Oh, then we have to carry the gas tank over? Jiang Ning said calmly, let's light a fire directly by the river and try a real picnic. Zhu Chuchu, who rarely spoke next to her, said, I think it's great. I've never done this before. Zhu Yuantang thought about it and found it very novel. She enthusiastically directed, Jiang Ning, have you got your things ready? Let's go. Jiang Ning had already finished preparing. The big box was full of things, including pots and bowls, oil drums, flour bags, vegetables, fruits, etc. There was also a large bottle of Coke that Zhu Chuchu brought, which was also placed inside. The things prepared for the picnic described on the internet were not quite the same and were very down to earth. There was some empty space in the box, so Jiang Ning took the large basin from Zhu Yuantang's hand and put it in, fitting perfectly. There were several kilograms of rabbit meat in the basin, and Zhu Yuantang's fingers were slightly whitened from holding the basin. Zhu Chuchu asked, Tang Tang, do you have gloves at home? The kind of white gloves used for work? Of course, I have a very complete set of things at home. Zhu Yuantang's house had a small utility room filled with tools. Please help me find a pair. Zhu Chuchu said as she looked at the large box on the ground. The box was very heavy. Although it could be placed on her electric car and pushed to the dam, someone would still need to hold it on the way. She didn't want to eat and drink for free, so she simply helped hold the box. She felt more at ease if she could help a little. Jiang Ning knew what she meant, and he said, no need to look for gloves, leave the box to me. Zhu Chuchu looked at the box. Wearing gloves will save effort. Yeah, Chuchu is right. I should prepare a pair of gloves for Jiang Ning. Zhu Yuantang ran into the house like the wind and ran back quickly. She slapped the gloves on Jiang Ning's palm, put them on quickly, it's safer. Zhu Yuantang, is not an unscrupulous boss. She really considers Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning put on the gloves neatly. Zhu Chuchu, it's obviously me who wants to wear them. Why don't the two of them consider her? Jiang Ning grabbed the gloves and leaned over to move the box. Zhu Chuchu was about to step forward to help. The box was full of things and must be very heavy. It would take 2 people to work together to lift it. As a result, the next moment, she saw Jiang Ning lifting the box effortless. It seemed that he was not moving a box, but cotton. Is he so strong? Zhu Chuchu's eyes were surprised, and this thought suddenly came to her mind. Jiang Ning held up the box. Lock the door. Let's go. Okay. Zhu Yuantang was quite obedient. Jiang Ning left with the box, and Zhu Chuchu followed him all the time to prevent him from being unable to hold on, and was always ready to help. Jiang Ning turned and went into the next house. Zhu Chuchu found that Tang Tang was locking the door, so she simply didn't follow him in, but said, Tang Tang, why did you lock my electric bike in the yard? I will need it later. Zhu Yuantang hesitated for a moment and said, Jiang Ning is moving the box. If we ride the electric bike, isn't it too cruel for him? I think we should accompany him to the river. Zhu Chuchu didn't think about it at all. She seemed to be misunderstood by Tang Tang. She explained, I mean, put the box on the electric bike and transport it to the river. If the box is carried to the river, it will be too heavy. The bungalow is hundreds of meters away from the river dam and the small plain. The arms will definitely be sore. Zhu Yuantang didn't think as much as Chachu did. She said, Jiang Ning is very strong, let him do it. She wanted to show off that Jiang Ning could lift her up with 2 fingers, but she felt that it would affect her prestige. How strong is he? Zhu Chachu wondered. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Jiang Ning holding the box with one hand and holding a standard pure water bucket full of water in the other hand. Moreover, Jiang Ning's body was very stable, walking as usual, as if he was not affected by anything. Help me lock the door and let's go, Jiang Ning instructed. The weight of these things was effortless for him. He practiced magic, body and soul. If the 3 were combined, it would be easy for him to lift a small car, let alone these things. Zhu Chachu stared at Jiang Ning, and her eyes finally changed. She knew the weight of the pure water bucket very well. It was 38 kilograms, and it was very difficult to lift. Although it is a civilized society now, personal bravery is not very useful, and money and power are everything, but this primitive sense of power still has a great impact on people. Especially since Jiang Ning was not strong, there was a sense of contrast. If he was a middle-aged fat man, Zhu Chachu would not be surprised at all to move these things. Before, when they were renting a house, someone beat a dog outside. Zhu Chachu was afraid and did not dare to open the door. At that time, Jiang Ning asked her to open the door. Fortunately, she was still worried about danger. It turned out that Jiang Ning had already relied on him. Zhu Yuantang locked the door for him and then ran to Jiang Ning. Thank you for your hard work. Let me help you get some. Then she took out a large coke from it and held it in her hand. Zhu Chachu said, help me get one. So Zhu Chachu got the oil barrel with only half a barrel of oil left. Jiang Ning held the box and the purified water bucket. The 2 girls followed behind, chatting in private, and looked at Jiang Ning's back from time to time. Soon, they climbed onto the river dam. Zhu Chachu often came to the river dam, but every time she rode a battery car, she flashed by in a hurry. She had never stood on the river dam like now, looking at the sparkling river below. The spring breeze was warm, the sun was just right, and the fresh air was filled with the fragrance of flowers and plants. The river dam was quiet, without the hustle and bustle of the old city. The natural world made people feel clear and relaxed. Zhu Chachu's cold face had smoother lines, and her steps became lighter. The half barrel of oil she was carrying made her feel more real. Jiang Ning continued to move forward along the dam. A few hundred meters ahead, there was an open flat land under the river dam, covered with green grass. Small tents were set up on the grass. Adults and children, men and women, stood or sat in groups. Wow, so many people. Zhu Yuantang pointed at the grass and cheered. The 3 of them headed towards the small grassland. The closer they were to the small grassland, the more vehicles were parked on the dam. Jiang Ning was carrying a bunch of things, which naturally attracted the attention of the people around him. They looked at her a few more times, but then they didn't pay much attention. Jiang Ning's consciousness swept across the entire small plain, and instantly found Zheng Lu's position. She was playing poker with several classmates, and she seemed very involved, and didn't notice this side. Jiang Ning withdrew his consciousness. He was not a proactive person, so he naturally did not say hello to Zheng Lu. Let's go over there. Zhu Yuantang pointed to the place near the river. The grass there was sparse, but not lush in the center. It was secluded, so there was no need to squeeze with others. The scenery was also nice. Zhu Chachu looked at it for a few seconds and said, I think that place is good. Like Tong Tong, she came to the city from the countryside to go to school. Her family was not well off, so she didn't like to mix with others. Okay. Jiang Ning walked to the river and put down the box and bucket. Zhu Yuantang said, leave the rest to us. She took out a mat from the box, spread it on the grass, and smoothed it out. Then she took out a small stool from the box. This was the only small stool for this picnic. Zhu Yuantang held the stool and brought it to Jiang Ning, saying solemnly, Jiang Ning, this is my throne. I will give it to you officially. You should treat it well in the future. Jiang Ning glanced at her and said in a flat tone, put it down. Zhu Yuantang thought that his attitude was slightly disrespectful to her. Then, she thought of the rabbit meat that Jiang Ning brought and didn't bother with him. When Zhu Yuantang was sorting out the sundries, she looked up at the grass not far away. she suddenly said in surprise. Jiang Ning, look, she is flying a kite with a fishing rod. Jiang Ning had already noticed it. In the middle of the grass, there was a little girl holding a fishing rod, and the sky was connected to a kite. He said, sometimes when I can't catch any fish, I will play like this. Zhu Yuantang smiled, and suddenly recalled the experience of not catching any fish last time. The smile on her little face disappeared, and she maintained her face, and pretended to be relaxed. Yes, it's pitiful not to catch any fish. She no longer entangled in the topic of fishing, but looked at the riverside instead. Zhu Yuantang ran over, moving back and forth, and moved a few large stones. She found a small shovel. I've prepared it. She picked up the shovel, dug a small hole in the ground, then pushed the large stones to the edge, piled them tightly, and then set up the iron pot. Zhu Chachu had experience in cooking, and she quickly discovered Tang Tang's plan: light a fire and cook. Yes, let's make braised rabbit today. Zhu Yuantang clenched her fists. She was very hungry now, and full of energy, because she would be able to eat delicious food soon. Chachu, you watch over here, I'll collect firewood. Zhu Yuantang was about to set off. Jiang Ning got up from the stool. Let me do it, you stay and wait. If Zhu Yuantang really let him collect firewood, I don't know how long it would take to collect it all. Zhu Chachu said, I'll go with you. Let Tang Tang watch here. There is strength in numbers. We will collect and cook as soon as possible. After hearing the reasons of the two, Zhu Yuantang was a little self-aware and did not insist. She said, okay, I'll wash the vegetables and arrange the fruits. Then, Jiang Ning and Zhu Chachu walked towards the grove. Winter had just passed, and there were many tree roots in the woods. Jiang Ning picked them up from time to time, and soon found a pile. Zhu Chachu didn't like to talk on weekdays. She and Tang Tang had different personalities, and she tended to be indifferent. Therefore, the woods were quite quiet, with only the noise of feet stepping on fallen leaves and the occasional bird calls. The two of them didn't say anything, but Zhu Chachu didn't feel awkward abnormally. Jiang Ning made people feel very comfortable. Even if they didn't talk, the atmosphere was relaxed and natural. The quiet environment and repetitive actions made people think too much, and Zhu Chachu couldn't help but think of Tang Tang. There were many things she couldn't ask Tang Tang, but she could tell Jiang Ning, because she felt that Jiang Ning understood a lot of things. Zhu Chachu took advantage of this rare opportunity and planned to ask about the situation. It might seem like she was meddling, but as Tang Tang's best friend, she had to talk about it. Jiang Ning. Zhu Chachu suddenly said. Well, is there something wrong? Jiang Ning's consciousness just observed that Zhu Chachu's heartbeat was faster than usual, so something must have happened. Zhu Chachu sorted out her thoughts and said, Tang Tang is very happy recently. I haven't seen her like this for a long time. You may not know that Tang Tang rarely smiled before, and she was not as happy as she is now. She knew Tang Tang very well. Although she could only see him occasionally before, she was very clear about Tang Tang's condition. Obviously, Tang Tang's change was related to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning said, maybe she has been eating better recently. Zhu Chachu didn't expect him to answer like this, but it seemed to make some sense. But she didn't mean to say this. You probably don't know that Tang Tang often mentions you when she chats with me, very frequently. She decided to point it out. Yeah. Jiang Ning nodded. Zhu Chachu pursed her lips. Jiang Ning, can you promise me one thing? Don't hurt Tang Tang in the future, okay? Her tone suddenly became lower. Tang Tang had a very bad life before. She always gave me an indescribable feeling. I don't know if you can understand that I never thought about Tang Tang's future before. I couldn't imagine what kind of person she would become in the future, what kind of life she would live. I really couldn't imagine it. It's different now. I can imagine her future. It seems that I can see that she will smile and wave at me in the future and will always be happy. At this moment, the beautiful picture flashed through Zhu Chachu's mind, and her pretty face rarely showed a smile. Jiang Ning looked at her and just said casually, well, don't worry. Although he didn't make any promises, he gave Zhu Chachu a sense of absolute confidence, and she felt much more at ease. Then she stopped talking, and the two of them piled the branches they picked up on the ground into a pile. Jiang Ning's palm trembled, and he took out a ball of rope. Tie it up, so it's convenient to take it back. I'll do it. Zhu Chuchu's manual work is not bad, and she tied the branches in a few seconds. She split the rope into two. Let's lift it together. Jiang Ning didn't refuse. Before leaving the woods, Jiang Ning looked ahead. Next to the small stool, Zhu Yuantang was putting fruits into the basket. Come and play often in the future. She likes you very much, he said. Zhu Chuchu turned her head, and the sunlight just passed through the leaves and hit Jiang Ning's profile. His eyes were dark and his skin was shining in the sun. Zhu Chuchu didn't look at him anymore. She said seriously. You are finally back. There are so many firewood. Zhu Yuantang pulled out a few branches and put them in the pit. There were stones on the edge of the pit and the pot was on top. Zhu Chuchu reminded, it's not easy to light a fire with just tree roots. I'll find some leaves that are easy to burn to start the fire. This will make it much easier. No need. Zhu Yuantang said, it's too troublesome. Jiang Ning is a magician. He can light a fire. Zhu Chuchu's face showed that confused look again. She couldn't count how many titles Tang Tang had given Jiang Ning. Fishing master, chess master, doll catching master, fortune teller, and now magician. What other hidden identities does Jiang Ning have? Can a magician start a fire? Zhu Chuchu asked. Of course, magicians are very good at playing with fire. It's not a question of whether to play with fire or not. In Zhu Chuchu's impression, magicians are very high-end professions. They perform magic on a luxurious stage, and hundreds or thousands of audiences cheer for them. Magic is not used to start a fire. While the two of them were discussing, a little girl ran over from a distance. She was probably in the first grade, wearing bright clothes, and holding a piece of purple snack in her hand. Zhu Yuantang recognized her. It was the little girl who had just raised the fishing rod to fly a kite, but her fishing rod was moved to the hands of a man in his 30s behind her. The child hugged her father's legs, and looked carefully for a long time before boldly asking, are you cooking? Yes, we are roasting meat. Zhu Yuantang answered calmly. The man smiled and looked at Jiang Ning. Is the meat delicious? The little girl asked. Zhu Yuantang was quite confident in her cooking skills. It's super delicious. After hearing this, the little girl showed her snacks. Are there any delicious seaweed flakes? Then, she imitated the commercials on TV and shouted, I know the taste of the sea. Zhu Yuantang didn't want to pay attention to her. It was too stupid. She was already a mature high school student and had no common language with a child. The little girl's father smiled awkwardly. Jiang Ning, come and light the fire. Zhu Yuantang urged. Chapter 253 Join in the fun. Hurry up and light the fire. Zhu Yuantang was starving and urgently needed Jiang Ning's help. Although there were strangers around, she was still open and honest. Jiang Ning had performed magic in class before, and it was not a shameful skill. Yeah. Jiang Ning walked to the iron pot, and Zhu Yuantang thoughtfully moved the small stool over so that he could sit down and give full play to his skills. Zhu Chuchu, who was beside him, stared even more closely. She was curious about Jiang Ning's magic. She had never seen the magic of lighting a fire. The little girl eating seaweed opened her eyes wide. The picnic of these people was different from that of others in the grassland. Jiang Ning stretched his hand under the pot and covered the wood. He urged his spiritual power, and a red flame suddenly burned from the palm of his hand. The next second, it covered the bottom of the pot. Be careful of the burn. Zhu Chuchu hurriedly reminded that Jiang Ning's hand was burned by the fire. It's okay, he can do magic. Zhu Yuantang was not worried about Jiang Ning at all. Jiang Ning had performed magic for her several times in places that others didn't know. Jiang Ning withdrew his hand lightly and saw the branches under the iron pot burning. The little girl forgot to eat the seaweed slices she was looking at, and her father was also shocked. Brother, how did you light the fire? Did you put fuel on your hands? Zhu Chuchu stared at Jiang Ning's hands, which were the same color as normal hands, and his fingers were slender and particularly beautiful. Jiang Ning said, practice makes perfect. After lighting the fire, Zhu Yuantang had no time to talk and started cooking. In order to cook, she specially brought an apron and tied it around her waist. Zhu Chuchu took the initiative to say, let me light the fire. She used to live in the village and often cooked with earthen pots. Lighting the fire was easy for her. She was responsible for lighting the fire alone and could cook on the stove. This is almost a necessary skill for many rural girls from poor families. Even if she went to work in the fields, Zhu Chuchu could do it. She could pull peanuts all day under the scorching sun. You light it. Jiang Ning did not refuse. If he lit the fire, it would make the fire more even and cook faster. But it would not hurt to ask Zhu Chuchu to be busy. Jiang Ning gave the throne of the small stool to Zhu Chuchu. Zhu Chuchu found a longer branch and used it as a fire stick to stir the firewood at the bottom of the pot and control the flames. Zhu Yuantang opened the pot lid, picked up half a bucket of oil, and poured it into the pot. When the little girl's father saw this, although he wanted to continue watching, he knew that the other person had started cooking. It would not be good to stay any longer. When the other person finished cooking, would he share the food? So he took the little girl away. The little girl was reluctant to leave and kept looking back on the way back. The riverside area was restored to 3 people again. Zhu Yuantang and Zhu Chuchu cooked, while Jiang Ning used his spiritual power to divert the smoke from the burning wood to one side to avoid fumigating the 2 of them. The pot was filled with auxiliary ingredients such as green onions and ginger. Zhu Yuantang sat on a stone and used a spatula to stir fry the vegetables. Seeing that the fire was almost ready, Jiang Ning poured a pot of rabbit meat into the pot. Zhu Yuantang used all her strength to stir fry the rabbit with a spatula. She felt that her cooking skills could become even better, but her weak power limited her path to becoming a top chef. Zhu Yuantang thought that she should keep exercising to make herself stronger. She thought about asking Jiang Ning in the evening how to exercise scientifically. Jiang Ning was very strong and must know a lot. It would be best if there was an exercise that didn't require suffering and could exercise the body. Zhu Yuantang struggled to stir fry the rabbit meat. The aroma of the meat filled the air. Zhu Yuantang, who was already hungry, swallowed her saliva secretly. She swallowed very secretly, thinking that she had hidden it from Jiang Ning and Chuchu. After a while, she poured the mushrooms into the pot and continued to cook. You can pour water. She looked at Jiang Ning and said. Jiang Ning picked up the purified water bucket and added water to the pot. Zhu Yuantang threw the bamboo shoots into the pot. Next, we need to wait for the pot to boil. The waiting time is always extraordinarily long. Let's play poker, Zhu Yuantang suggested, and she took out a deck of cards from the box. The 3 of them just played landlord. After hearing this, Zhu Chuchu looked at the burning firewood. Jiang Ning saw her worry and said, when we play cards later, just pay more attention. The pot will be heated for a while. You can't just sit there and wait. That's right. The sun is so nice. Of course we can't waste it. While playing cards, she took the opportunity to eat some fruit. The mangoes, mulberries, and mangosteens that Jiang Ning brought were especially delicious. I really don't know where he bought them from. Especially mangoes. Eating some can relieve hunger. Zhu Yuantang had just cooked and consumed a lot of energy. He almost couldn't lift the shovel and urgently needed to replenish his nutrition. Zhu Chuchu still occupied the small stool, while the other 2 sat on the mats on the grass. The sun was warm and the spring breeze blew. Jiang Ning played cards for a while, and his phone suddenly vibrated. He took out his phone and saw a message from Zhenglu. Are you here? I'm playing. They're playing truth or dare later. I'm considering whether to join. Jiang Ning held the cards in one hand and tapped the screen with the other hand to reply. I'm here. I'm playing cards. Zhu Chuchu pressed a small king. Jiang Ning shook his hand and the king fell down. Zhu Yuantang stared at Jiang Ning's movements and felt that he was so cool. Unlike her, she couldn't hold the cards with one hand and needed the help of the other hand. Compared with Jiang Ning, she was so inferior. Small grassland, south. The grassland was covered with neat and clean mats, and a group of men and women, 3 or 5, were very lively. At the door of the simple tent, King Tang touched Zhenglu and took a look at her chat page. The relationship between the 2 of them was extremely good, and there was nothing wrong with looking at each other's chat records. King Tang whispered, ask him where he is. Yes, I'll ask now. Zhenglu nodded. Jiang Ning quickly replied, where the smoke is coming from. Zhenglu received the message, and her eyes swept across the small plain, and soon found the smoke. It turned out to be them. He King Tang had already noticed it, but because of the distance, he didn't see the people over there clearly. It's really unique. We came for a picnic, and he came for a picnic. He King Tang sighed. What picnic? Asked a handsome boy wearing a fashionable brand. Zhenglu looked up and saw that it was her junior high school classmate Yi Mengchen, who had good academic performance and was now studying at Yuzhou No. 1 Middle School. Yuzhou No. 1 Middle School is worse than No. 2 Middle School, but not much behind. Compared with No. 4 Middle School, the conditions of No. 1 Middle School are much better. Today's picnic was organized by Yi Mengchen and others. When Zhenglu was in junior high school, the head teacher had just graduated from college and liked to organize classmates to form study groups to help each other. Every time there was a school meeting, they were always very united and attached great importance to class honors. They won countless Blackboard newspaper awards and health duty awards. The class atmosphere is quite good, and the junior high school class group is still very active. It's simply a wonderful class. Of course, Zhenglu's current class 8 is equally wonderful. Although everyone needs to pay for the picnic at their own expense, many students are still willing to participate. A total of 15 people came. For many classmates, this is the first time they have met since the high school entrance examination. So they chatted quite well, talking about their junior high school days and the changes after entering high school. However, perhaps because of going to high school, many classmates have changed, especially those from No. 2 Middle School and No. 1 Middle School, who always speak with a hint of instruction. Zhenglu couldn't help but feel disappointed. He King Tang looked at Yi Mengchen. She still remembered him. When she was in the second grade of junior high school, she had a good impression of Yi Mengchen. However, when he fell in love in the third grade of junior high school and his grades dropped significantly, she lost his favor. I'm talking about the classmates in our class. Zhenglu answered briefly. Junior high school classmates? No, they are my current high school classmates. Yi Mengchen said in a tone. Your classmates from No. 4 Middle School. Zhenglu always felt that he looked down on No. 4 Middle School, so she said indifferently. Yes, they are here for a picnic. Yi Mengchen, not bad. They are here for a picnic in this weather. They know how to live. He looked at Zhenglu and He King Tang for a few more times. There is a big gap between middle school students. Some students concentrate on studying and have no love. They only have one big goal in their hearts, the college entrance examination, and they are eager to get into a good university. Some middle school students are addicted to playing games. What are girls? Are they as fun as games? And some high school students are smart and have their eyes on girls. They can have several relationships in their high school life and even succeed early. Girls in high school are simple. You don't need to spend too much money or give many gifts on holidays. Just be nice to her. Yi Mengchen belongs to the latter. He is now looking at He King Tang and Zhenglu, and he is actually amazed. He King Tang is a little taller and looks pretty. Zhenglu is not as tall as her, but she looks good, especially with a great figure. Yi Mengchen muttered in his heart, why didn't he notice these two girls in junior high school before? But it's not too late now. He is a junior high school student. Psychologically, he is one level higher than the other party. A man can be ugly and poor, but he must be confident. Besides, Yi Mengchen is a bit handsome, has a good family, and is very confident. What is this called? This is called a killer. Yi Mengchen sat down in front of the tent. He looked at Zhenglu and sighed first. The weather is really good today, neither hot nor cold, just right for sunbathing. He King Tang, that's right. Yi Mengchen took the initiative to find a topic. What is the study atmosphere in your class like? Is it as good as the study atmosphere in our junior high school? Zhenglu listened and thought carefully. What is the study atmosphere of class 8 like? It can be described in one sentence, that is, half is seawater and half is magma. It's just so-so. Zhenglu answered truthfully. After hearing this, Yi Mengchen felt that it made sense, and he smiled confidently. Compared to your class, the environment in our class should be much better. I found that high school is different from junior high school. The students who used to be lazy have also started to work hard. Zhenglu wanted to deny his words, but she felt that class 8 should be an exception. High school knowledge is much more difficult than junior high school. I have to ask people questions to keep up with the progress. Zhenglu said, Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look in the direction of Jiang Ning. She wanted to leave the classmates here and go to see him. Yi Mengchen realized that this was an opportunity, and he said, "Questions? I'm good at this. I often help classmates in class. If you have questions, feel free to ask me." Zheng Lu said, "No need, I can just ask classmates in class." Hearing this, Yi Mengchen said with a little pride, "I remember you are in the ordinary class. I'm not bragging. The overall performance of number 1 middle school is much better than that of number 4 middle school. He is in the ordinary class of number 1 middle school, and now he is in the top 10 in the class." Zheng Lu heard him mention the school again. She didn't want to argue. She agreed, no one middle school is indeed better than number 4 middle school. Yi Mengchen got the approval, thinking that Zheng Lu was sincerely praising him, and became more confident. Let's compare. He thought of the final exam of last semester, which was a city-wide exam. It has been a few months, so it's okay to compare it. In the final exam of last semester, what was the highest ranking of your class in the whole city? Yi Mengchen planned to wait for Zheng Lu to reveal the highest ranking of their class, and then he would reveal his own ranking. If nothing unexpected happens, it is likely to be higher than the first place in their class. Zheng Lu didn't think so much. High school girls are more mature than boys, but they can't completely see through each other's minds. Zheng Lu thought for a while and said, "No one in the whole city." "What?" Yi Mengchen didn't react for a while. "No one in Zheng Lu's class, number 1 in the whole city." King Tang thought he didn't hear it clearly, so he said it again. Yi Mengchen couldn't believe it at all. What a joke. An ordinary class in number 4 middle school can get the first place in the whole city. Is he dreaming? It's fake. He denied. King Tang said, "I'm drunk. Are you so out of date? Think carefully. Is the name Zhu Yuantang familiar to you? She is from our number 4 middle school, and she is in the same class as Zheng Lu." After saying this, King Tang felt relieved. When failed high school students like them meet other key high school students, they can at least raise their heads and eliminate the feeling of being inferior when they mention Zhu Yuantang. Zhu Yuantang seems familiar. Yi Mengchen thought carefully, and it seemed that there was such news, and Zheng Lu had no reason to lie to him. Yi Mengchen was like being hit by a stick, and his arrogance dropped a little. He said again, "The one who tutors you is the number 1 in the city?" Yi Mengchen thought it was impossible. The number 1 in the city must be concentrating on studying and can't take any time for tutoring. In this way, he still has an advantage over other students in Zheng Lu's class. It's not Zhu Yuantang, it's someone else. He is the 15th in the city. Zheng Lu said truthfully. Yi Mengchen, "It's boring, really boring." He stopped discussing grades, and Yi Mengchen changed the subject. "I have a relative from the prairie. He sent beef over. I'll give it to you guys to try later." Zheng Lu declined. "No, we brought food. You can share it with other students." "It's okay, I brought a lot." Yi Mengchen was one of the organizers of the picnic, so he was naturally fully prepared. He found a topic to chat about for a while, and the chat was quite harmonious. "Do you use WeChat?" Yi Mengchen took the opportunity to find out his purpose during the conversation. King Tang said, "Yes, I'll add you guys. I rarely use questions now." Yi Mengchen said that he had his girlfriend's posts on questions, so it was not easy to add girls. King Tang said, "Have you broken up with your girlfriend?" Yi Mengchen said, "Adding friends has nothing to do with girlfriends, right?" King Tang said depressedly, "It does. Last time I added a boy, he deleted all the opposite 6 after he had a girlfriend." Yi Mengchen, "I broke up a long time ago. I don't plan to fall in love for 3 years of high school." "Okay." King Tang didn't refuse. "We'll play a big adventure later. In this weather, we can eat some beef and drink some wine. It's so nice." Yi Mengchen said familiarly, "There are sandwiches over there. You can take whatever you want." Zheng Lu said, "I plan to go to my classmates' place to see." Yi Mengchen, "High school classmates?" "Yes, they are here too, over there." When Zheng Lu mentioned Jiang Ning, her expression changed instantly, from being indifferent just now to being bright. Yi Mengchen noticed Zheng Lu's change, thinking that the classmate must be important. His heart sank and he said, "Haha, I was just planning to go and take a look." King Tang was puzzled and thought, they are having a gathering with their high school classmates. Why are you joining in the fun? Chapter 254. Picnic is over. Classmates form a group. Jiang was about to meet Jiang Ning, so she went to the tent to pack her things. King Tang, I'll give you a few bags of snacks. King Tang was helpless. They were just meeting once, and she still had to give Jiang Ning snacks. There was really no other way. In order to support her bestie, King Tang said, you can take more. Take the green grapes I bought. I'll take half. Jiang said. After packing the snacks, she picked up the bag and walked towards the place where smoke was rising by the river. Mengchen wanted to build a good relationship with the two of them, add them on WeChat, and keep them for dating in the future. We are old classmates. There will be a chance. Jiang wanted to see Jiang Ning earlier, so she walked a little faster. A few minutes later, she arrived at the river. But when she got here, she found that in addition to Zhu Yuantong, there was another girl. She looked at Zhu Chuchu on the small stool, her eyes fixed, and looked carefully. The girl had a ponytail and was dressed simply, just a white jacket with light blue jeans. But her extremely beautiful face and slightly cold temperament made her stand out. She sat on a small stool with her legs together, giving off a dignified temperament. From Jiang perspective, this girl playing cards was more attractive than Bayuxia. What's her relationship with Jiang Ning? Jiang couldn't help but think like that. Jiang, you're here. Zhu Yuantong took the initiative to greet her. Jiang said, yeah, I'm here for a picnic with my junior high school classmates. Sit down, our meat is almost ready. Do you smell the fragrance? Zhu Yuantong asked. Today's braised rabbit meat is particularly fragrant. It's much more fragrant than the stir-fried rabbit her mother used to make. Zhu Yuantong was greedy. She wanted to swallow the whole pot. It was really strange. Could it be that her cooking skills were so much better than her mother's? I definitely smelled it. We smelled it halfway through the walk. Jiang resisted the urge to swallow her saliva. I don't know what Jiang Ning made, but the fragrance was so strong that it was amazing. On the way over, they even heard many people on the picnic sighing. King Tang next to them strongly agreed. Mengchen, who followed, looked at Jiang Ning and asked, brother, what did you cook? Zhu Yuantong said, meat. Oh, then sell it or not, I'll pay for it. Mengchen said. Zhu Yuantong, sorry, this is for us to eat. After hearing this, Jiang Ning used a magical power to limit the fragrance and stop it from spreading. Otherwise, perhaps someone like Mengchen would come and ask. Although the rabbit he caught was not a spiritual beast, it was also nourished by spiritual energy. For people who like food, it is definitely very attractive. If it is an adult, it can be directly rejected. If it is a child, it will be more troublesome. Jiang, I will treat you to meat later. Zhu Yuantong said generously. Facing Jiang, she was not stingy. Usually in class, Jiang often bought drinks and snacks for her and Jiang Ning. In terms of snacks, teacher Jiuo Ran currently ranks first in the amount of supply, and Jiang ranks second. As for Jiang Ning, he is always the number one position. Jiang wanted to refuse, but there were few girls who were not greedy. She was still hesitant because of her face. Jiang Ning broke through her last layer of defense. Stay with your sister, there is a lot of food anyway. The rabbit weighed more than 10 pounds, and the meat alone weighed several pounds. There were also many side dishes in the pot, which was more than enough for the meal. Jiang naturally did not refuse when she heard Jiang Ning speak. King Tang heard that she was on the list, so she was not polite. It was a good opportunity to observe Jiang Ning for Jiang while eating. As the saying goes, a person's character can be seen at the dinner table. She didn't want Jiang to meet a bad person and get hurt. King Tang was also an open-minded person. She looked at Mengchen and said neatly, Student Yi, please tell the others later that we can eat something at noon before going over. It won't delay the afternoon tour. Please. After the end, I will buy you a drink. Hearing this, Mengchen felt like an outsider and felt out of place. He looked at the girl sitting on the small stool and was amazed. She was 2 levels prettier than Jiang and the others. However, they didn't keep him, and he didn't have the face to make excuses to stay. He had countless thoughts in his mind, and finally said, then I'll leave. Leaving this sentence, Mengchen turned around and left. Jiang and King Tang were not the kind of people who were difficult to get along with. After chatting for a few sentences, they gradually became familiar with each other. The branches burned, and the flames burned the iron pot. Jiang Ning, come and pour water, I'll make pancakes. Zhu Yuantang held the basin with flour in it, and Jiang Ning poured water into it. Then Zhu Yuantang washed his hands, and started to knead the dough. Jiang Ning lifted the lid of the pot, and steam rose up, followed by a stronger fragrance. Zhu Chuchu saw the meat burning in the pot through the mist. What are you cooking? I've never smelled such a fragrance. He King Tang asked. Zhu Yuantang said, the rabbit that Jiang Ning caught is really fat. He King Tang, it's actually rabbit meat. While talking, Zhu Yuantang pinched out a dough cake and stuck it into the pot. Jiang Ning said, let me stick it. After all, the pot was still quite hot. If Zhu Yuantang got blisters from it, he might have to go to the hospital for treatment. However, treatment seemed to be possible. But the words had already been spoken. After hearing this, Zhu Yuantang said generously, I originally wanted to show off my iron sand palm that I have practiced for many years. Since you want to do it, I will give you the opportunity. You know, I'm not a person who likes to show off. She quickly put the dough cake on Jiang Ning's palm, fearing that he would regret it. Jiang Ning stuck it casually, and the dough cake stuck to the pot. The high temperature would only scare Zhu Yuantang, but it would not hurt him at all. Zhu Yuantang was responsible for pinching the cakes, and Jiang Ning was responsible for sticking the cakes. The two worked together and soon stuck a whole pot of cakes. Then put the lid on it, and then waited for the cakes to cook and started eating. Zhu Chuchu didn't help just now. She was concentrating on controlling the firewood to make the fire more even. Zhenglu and He King Tang, on the other hand, could only watch from the side and couldn't help. He King Tang wanted to say to her, the Jiang Ning you like can also cook, she is multi-talented. While waiting for the meal, a little girl ran to the riverside. The little girl was the one who flew the kite with a fishing rod just now. But this time, she was not accompanied by her father, but a well-dressed woman in her early 30s. The little girl was attracted by the fragrance. Before, her side was particularly fragrant, but later it could not be smelled. The child was very active and ran over to smell it directly. Her mother stood next to the child with an embarrassed look on her face. The little girl asked in confusion, Mom, why do they roast meat, but we can only eat sandwiches at home? The woman didn't know how to answer for a while. Zhenglu looked at the little girl and suddenly said, we used to have 2 children in our family, but later we sold one and exchanged it for a pot of meat. She spoke very seriously, and it seemed to be true. The little girl looked at her in horror and couldn't speak for a long time. Zhenglu wanted to say a few more words when she saw the little girl suddenly dragging her mother away. The picnic on the Qingming festival was very successful. Not to mention Zhu Yuantang, even the usually reserved Zhu Chuchu ate a lot, and in the end she was too shy to face Jiang Ning. Zhenglu, let alone, was only slightly less hungry than Zhu Yuantang. For students, happy days are always very short, and the 3-day Qingming holiday was gone in a flash. April 7th, evening. It rained heavily during the Qingming festival, and a heavy rain came hurriedly. This kind of weather is just right for playing at home, but tonight we have to go to school for evening self-study. Zhu Yuantang prepared 2 raincoats. The smaller one was hers, and the larger one was Jiang Ning's. Aunt Gu stood at the door, and the rain on the house gathered into a rain curtain, flowing down, and the sound of rain urgently rang out with a da-da-da sound. She looked at the 2 well-dressed people, one tall and one short, and advised, it's raining hard. How about I call your class teacher and you two can study at home? Mom, I'm not the kind of person who will retreat when encountering difficulties. Zhu Yuantang walked into the rain, and the rain gave her a big slap. She shouted in the rain, no matter how strong the wind blows, I will remain unmoved. Aunt Gu was speechless because of her daughter's stupidity. Jiang Ning pushed the mountain bike. Hurry up and get in the car. Okay. Zhu Yuantang jumped on the back seat. Before Jiang Ning left, he said, Auntie, we are going to school. Be careful on the road. When you finish your evening self-study, I'll grill chicken wings for you. Aunt Gu looked at the 2 children kindly. Zhu Yuantang, Mom, don't stand at the door. Jiang Ning started the mountain bike and drove into the rain. The sky was gloomy and dark, as if it was about to collapse. Rain was falling madly. Lightning flashed from time to time in the sky, followed by thunder. Zhu Yuantang stopped trying to show off. She hugged Jiang Ning tightly, with her little head against his back. Jiang Ning blocked the rain in front of her. He was very warm. The hair that was dripping on Zhu Yuantang's forehead was slowly drying. Zhu Yuantang curled up, hugged Jiang Ning with her arms, and burst out with much more strength than usual. Jiang Ning's voice broke through the sound of rain. "Why are you hugging so tightly? Are you going to strangle me? No way." Zhu Yuantang resisted. Even though Jiang Ning disliked her, she still didn't relax at all, and wrapped Jiang Ning tightly. The mountain bike accelerated and rushed to the dam. The rain was heavier, and the trees, flowers, and plants on both sides of the dam were swaying in the wind and rain. Zhu Yuantang hugged Jiang Ning, feeling full of security. Heavy rain poured down, terrifying lightning flashed, and thunder roared, but at this moment, her heart gradually calmed down, and suddenly she had a desire to stay at this moment forever. Class 8 of Senior 1. Many umbrellas were opened at the back of the classroom, seriously occupying the space of the students in the back row. However, it did not affect the enthusiasm of the students. Shan Keiquan's hair was damp and cold, but his mood was hot. "Brothers, today's evening self-study, the results of each subject should be issued. Excited or not, I just want to ask you if you are excited." This time, he wanted to let the students see how powerful he, Shan Keiquan, is, and let them know who the strongest dark horse is. This time, he entered the top 10 in the class. Wang Lang said, "It's okay, there's nothing to be excited about." Anyway, his composition score was still symbolically deducted 2 points like the previous times. Shan Keiquan shared the results with them for a while, but the students in the back row didn't seem to be very interested. "But it doesn't matter," he said again. "Brothers, the sports meet is about to start. Have you decided what event to sign up for?" The sports meet is Shan Keiquan's home court, and he will definitely surprise the audience. Wang Lang said, "I plan to run the 100-meter relay with Brother Ma." "Brother Ma, what do you think?" Ma Shicheng said, "I have no problem." Wang Lang thought to himself that it would be a great honor to win a place for the class in the sports meet. Last time, he was not well prepared and failed to bring down the old thief Huang Zhongfei. Now, he is no longer hiding. It is time to show up and win glory for the class. Let his classmates recognize him and get votes. With this thought, Wang Lang's originally depressed heart suddenly ignited his fighting spirit. Shan Keiquan said in surprise, "It seems that you have decided to sign up." Wang Lang said, "Brother Ma and I will form the Dragon Ma combination and represent Class 8 of Senior 1 in the sports meet." "Okay, you can arrange it." Ma Shicheng played with his mobile phone sideways. "Since you have decided to take action, then Brother Nan and I must not fall behind. It's just right for 4 people to run in the relay race." Shan Keiquan patted Jiuo Kunan. Brother Nan, stop holding your broken phone. Are you going to participate in the relay race?" Jiuo Kunan put down his phone, and at the same time, he also put down his netizen chat, just like putting down the whole world. "Let's do it," Jiuo Kunan said briefly. Anyway, Shan Keiquan always drags him along when he runs, so there is no problem for him to participate in the competition. Shan Keiquan was extremely relieved. He thought of Wang Lang and Ma Shicheng's dragon and horse combination, so he thought about it and came up with a title in a hurry. "Brother Nan, how about we use the title of Nanquan combination for this competition? It just happens that there are 2 of my names." Shan Keiquan was excited. The more he heard this combination, the more he liked it. Okay, it's alright." Jiuo Kunan's mind was all on the netizen chat. Chat was really pitiful. He wanted to buy some tea to support Cha's career. He wanted to do his best to save Cha. At this time, his stable heart became more and more impeccable, and he was complete. Seeing that Nanja agreed, Shan Keiquan slapped the table and shouted with high spirits, "Let's see our Long Mananquan shine in the sports meeting. The monthly exam results will be announced soon, and the sports meeting will be held soon. The next month will be the most glorious month for Shan Keiquan. The moment the sports meeting ends is the moment he confesses. That will definitely be the peak of his life." The second to last row. "Yuan came to find Lu Kiki. Kiki, it was your birthday the day before yesterday. Did your boyfriend give you a gift?" After hearing this, Lukaki dug through the hole in the table and threw the box on the desk. It's so unlucky. What did he give me? I'm so angry that I ignored him for a day. She spoke loudly, attracting the boys in the back row to look at her. It must be said that this topic is quite attractive. When Yuan saw the box for the first time, she felt it was very delicate. The things inside must be of high quality, probably jewelry or something like that. She envied it. Compared with other simple girls, Yuan is more precocious and vain. What's inside? She asked. You'll know when you open it. Lukaki looked unhappy. Yuan opened the box and saw that it actually contained a button. She took a closer look. Isn't this just an ordinary button? It's not worth a dime. When Lukaki mentioned this, she was very angry. Do you know what nonsense he said? He said that this button is the button closest to his heart, and he gave this button to his sweetheart. Yuan, don't want to spend money. Wang Lang Lang likes to read literary classics. He seems to be able to think of that romantic scene. He said, actually, the gift is not bad. Shan Kaikwan also said, I think it's very good and thoughtful. Yuan caught Shan Kaikwan and scolded him. What a stupid heart. Is it your birthday? I folded a boat and gave it to you. Let me tell you again, this is a boat in my heart, sailing to the harbor of your soul. After Yuan said this, she was surprised. Wow, she is so talented. She is really a talented woman. You don't want to give expensive gifts, so you just give cheap rags and say you put a lot of thought into it. I'm so amused. Yuan continued to chase. Shan Kaikwan originally thought the gift was good, but after Yuan said that, he was immediately convinced and didn't know how to argue. Jiao Kunan saw his good brother Kaikwan being scolded, and he felt uncomfortable. They were the newly formed Nankwan group. How could he stay out of it? Yuan, let me be fair. Giving gifts is not about the gift itself, but about the heart that is used. Since Lukaki's boyfriend gave it, no matter what gift he gave, she should be grateful, not disgusted. Jiao Kunan was like an elder. Yuan looked disdainful and said, what you said makes sense. You know a lot. Why did you get someone to hang up on the forum last time? Jiao Kunan's face turned black. Damn, does anyone still remember it? He also stopped talking. Seeing that all those who were dissatisfied were settled by her good sister Yuan, Lukaki felt that her position was correct. If I ignore him tomorrow, he must apologize and give me a new gift. It's too perfunctory. Yuan followed and provoked, let him double the gift. Don't spoil him. Lukaki said, I've thought about it. I want him to give me that perfume. If he doesn't give it to me tomorrow, then forget about this relationship. Yuan, that bottle of perfume costs more than 300 yuan. It smells good and suits you well. Wang Lang Lang said, more than 300 yuan? It's too expensive. How long will it take to save it? His family conditions are okay, but his pocket money is less than 100 yuan a week. Yuan, without pressure, there is no motivation. Ma Shiqing looked up at her. Then what about the pressure on you? Yuan was stunned. Then, she recognized Ma Shiqing. Thinking of the past grievances, all the new and old hatreds came to her mind. If she talked about who she hated the most in class 8, the first one must be Yang Sheng, who severely trampled on her dignity and body, and the second one was definitely Ma Shiqing, who repeatedly targeted her. He has pressure, but he is happy. He likes Lukaki, so what's your business? She looked at Ma Shiqing with disdain and said sarcastically, unlike you, who plays games on your phone every day. What can you achieve by playing games? Lukaki's boyfriend never plays games. Yuan spoke like a Gatling machine gun. Besides, he is in the experimental class of the second year of high school. He can get into a key university in the future. What about you? Ma Shiqing, why are you silent? You are not feeling inferior, ha ha ha. Yuan covered her mouth and laughed, shaking all over. She won big. After a short calm. Finally, Ma Shiqing spoke, without even looking up. The game is on. Recommend a book. Is it wrong to make food a pet? This is a world with magical and extraordinary powers. Elves born from dishes. The competition between deliciousness and power. The journey under the shining starlight. The challenge of maintaining ties. A young man came to this world full of courage and dreams with the memory of a special first-class chef in his previous life. Delicious food that hides magical powers. Show me your true power. In the name of your royal spirit, chef. Qin Lang, I command you, the food spirit is born. Huh? Why is there no response? Stable daily 6,000, 5,000 of which are completed old books, trustworthy. Chapter 255, should I go up or not? Yuan was furious for a while. Wang Lang said, if you keep pestering Marja, he will expose your past. Yuan left. Marja, you are amazing again, 1 against 3. Wang Lang, who was watching the game, exclaimed, Marja's strength is too great. Watching him play games is simply enjoyable, too beautiful. The opponent's score is quite high, he should be able to get wave points. Ma Shichen controlled the hero, clicked on the opponent's crystal, and the game ended. He played many types of games, and had superb skills. He used to challenge Titan, to brush boxes and compare. However, since playing LoL, he has played less other types of online games. Ma Shichen often thought that it would be great if there was a LoL type national game on the mobile phone, so that he could play with his brothers at any time, and occasionally with girls. It's a pity that there are still too few LoL type games on mobile platforms, and they are all unpopular games. Some of them are very poorly balanced, and are a deadpit. Ma Shichen searched for a needle in a haystack on major platforms and various forums, and recently found a game called Fingertip Dota. This is also a League of Legends type game, with heroes similar to the ice shooter. However, Fingertip Dota is vertical, only 3v3 lanning, and the operation difficulty is not high, just to relieve boredom. He recently planned to rush this game to the top of the ladder and crush a group of small trash. Ma Shichen took a screenshot of the game's results, clicked on the post bar, and prepared to post it on the game post bar, to tell them that he was rushing to the top of the list. Ma Shichen's post bar was in the picture mode. He clicked in, and various pictures were loaded instantly. Shan Kaikwan next to him had been watching the game. He usually played League of Legends, and went to the internet cafe with Ma Shichen, Guo Kunan and others. Shan Kaikwan's LoL skills are also amazing. Like other classmates in the class, they can only play against human computers and match, but he is already a distinguished silver level player. He was very interested in the game played by Ma Shichen, and was about to ask him. Then Shan Kaikwan saw the internet speed of Ma Shichen's mobile phone, and was stunned at the time. Is it so fast? Brother Ma, are you using China Telecom 3G? No, I use China Mobile. Ma Shichen said. It's the crappy speed of China Mobile 3G. Shan Kaikwan complained, and then he moved his eyes to the status bar of Ma Shichen's phone. He saw that there was a full grid Wi-Fi signal on the status bar, and Shan Kaikwan was even more confused. Why is your Wi-Fi signal so good? Shan Kaikwan was puzzled. They used to be in the number 2 teaching building, and they use the office Wi-Fi every day, but that Wi-Fi was connected to too many students, and the signal was unstable, with only 2 grids, and the speed was very bad. Chatting on questions often got stuck. If you want to download something, you can only run to the UK supermarket outside, or use the Wi-Fi at the entrance of the milk tea shop. Everyone usually uses data very sparingly in the classroom, for fear of exceeding it. When they heard that they had moved to the number 3 teaching building, many students were very excited and full of expectations, because it was possible that the Wi-Fi signal in the number 3 building was good. As a result, the signal was worse than that of the number 2 teaching building. However, Ma Shichen was actually connected to the full Wi-Fi, and the speed was very fast. Shan Kaikwan took out his mobile phone, and the screen showed a bunch of Wi-Fi signals. Among the bunch of Wi-Fi signals with 1 or 2 bars, there was a full one. Shan Kaikwan was extremely ecstatic. Brother Ma, why didn't you tell me earlier that there was Wi-Fi? I'm connecting now. He quickly clicked on the master key. Ma Shichen next to him watched him crack it quietly. He couldn't crack it at all. Shan Kaikwan's expression was not good. He asked in confusion, Brother Ma, can you tell me the password of the Wi-Fi you connected to? Wang Lang covered for Brother Ma. I don't know. Brother Ma just entered the password casually last time and connected. Do you dare to believe in luck? He doesn't have the password and can't share it with you. Wang Lang looked regretful. Shan Kaikwan was even more puzzled. Guo Kunan, who had been chatting online next to him, also looked over here. Even Hu-jun was very interested, but he couldn't connect, just like a math problem. They could only side Ma Shichen's luck. While the few of them were discussing, the sports committee member Jiang Ning came in from the back door of the classroom. He was smiling and in a good mood. The poverty subsidy was about to come down. There were several $100s, and when the money came, he could pay off the class leader Huang Zhongfei. Besides, he had recently found a new way to make money, a part-time job similar to customer service. Damn it, Jiang Ning didn't believe it. As a customer service, could he be cheated again? After all, he was cheated once when he swiped an order last time, and he had rich experience of being cheated. What are you talking about, brothers? Jiang Ning greeted. Hu Jun found that Jiang Ning seemed a little different today, so he simply responded, just chatting. Shan Kaikun was enthusiastic. He told Jiang Ning about the Wi-Fi, and Jiang Ning became interested. That was Wi-Fi. Although he was about to make a fortune, how many students could resist the temptation of freeloading on the internet at this time in 2014? What's more, if he could connect to Wi-Fi, it would be more conducive to the development of his plan to make money. Jiang Ning held his mobile phone and went to his seat to study freeloading on the internet. Shan Kaikun tried several times but couldn't. At the front door of the classroom, Bei Yuxia came in, and Shan Kaikun ran over like a dog that smelled something. Wang Lang gave Marge a look. He didn't reveal Marge's secret just now. The truth behind the full Wi-Fi is actually very simple. The Wi-Fi didn't appear suddenly, but was created by Marge. The classroom of number 4 middle school is a multimedia classroom. There is a computer in front of the podium, which is usually used to facilitate teachers to teach. That computer can be connected to the internet. Everyone was only concerned with other Wi-Fi, but ignored the multimedia computer. Last week, after evening self-study, Ma Shichen went to the podium and installed a router in the large box under the multimedia. From then on, Ma Shichen became the only student in the whole class who could connect to Wi-Fi. Whether playing games, browsing forums, or watching videos, it was no problem at all. When Wang Lang learned about it, his jaw almost dropped. How wise is this? Wang Lang's viewing experience was upgraded to a higher level. This is a little secret that only he and Marge knew in the entire class 8 of grade 1, except for him. How lonely is it to be invincible? After Shan Kaikun arrived at the front row, he looked at Bei Yuxia affectionately. He was afraid of disturbing Bei Yuxia, so he only looked at her once and then quickly looked away, as if he would explode if he looked at her again. Bei Yuxia's position in his heart was like that of an unattainable goddess. How dare a mortal blaspheme the goddess? At the same time, he was timid, so timid that he didn't dare to talk to Bei Yuxia. So, he found Bei Yuxia's deskmate, Chen Xiaoyu. The test results should be out today, but I haven't asked you how you did. Shan Kaikun spoke with full confidence. He had hardly checked the answers in the past 3 days. He was too lazy to check, because he had a hunch that he could rush into the top 10 in the class. Sister Chen Xiqing glanced at Shan Kaikun and felt a little happy in her heart. The other party didn't see that she was the elder sister. Sure enough, she hid it perfectly today. She always enjoys this kind of trick. Not bad. It should be a little better than last time. During this period, Chen Xiqing and her sister took turns to find Jiang Ning for tutoring. Jiang Ning was very good at teaching, and their grades improved a lot. Oh, you've improved. Shan Kaikun acknowledged her a little, but didn't take it to heart. After all, no one in the class improved faster than him. The speed of others' improvement was just like the acceleration of a motorcycle, while his was like a rocket taking off. Shan Kaikun discussed the results for a few more sentences, and then revealed his true purpose. What about Bei Yuxia? How did Bei Yuxia do in the exam? Bei Yuxia put down her pen and said, I'm still 4th in the class, but my grade ranking will improve, and I can go to class 1 to take the exam next time. Originally, she thought she could be in the top 3 in the class, but in the group answer comparison in recent days, Chen Kan stole the limelight, and I'm afraid his results are slightly better than hers. Shan Kaikun felt a little indignant when he heard Bei Yuxia say that she was still 4th in the class. You will definitely be in the top 3 in the class, Shan Kaikun said confidently. Bei Yuxia disagreed. Chen Kan's grades are very good. I'm not sure I can surpass him. Shan Kaikun seemed to see Bei Yuxia's weakness and suddenly had the urge to protect her forever. He clenched his fists and said proudly, Chen Qian is nothing, in my opinion. His grades are just average. You wait for the next exam. I will surpass him sooner or later. Chen Xiqing looked at him in surprise. Bai Yuxia also didn't understand. Just as Shan Kequan was about to say a few more words, Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang walked into the classroom. Jiang Ning was carrying 2 raincoats, and the water on the raincoats had dried up as he walked. Zhu Yuantang went in to wipe the tables and benches first, and Jiang Ning folded the raincoat and hung it on the side of the table. Chen Xiqing joked, it was raining so hard, I thought you wouldn't come. After all, everyone knew that Zhu Yuantang had the exemption from evening self-study and could use it at any time. Jiang Ning looked at her meaningfully. Chen Xiqing felt creepy at being looked at, as if her whole body was seen through and through. He must have recognized her as the elder sister. However, Jiang Ning clearly noticed the difference, but never said it out loud. He just talked and did things with her as usual, just like what he did with his younger sister, and never revealed it. Only occasionally when she asked questions, and asked the same questions as her younger sister, Jiang Ning would point it out. I have already told you last time, shall I tell you again today? This made her elder sister Chen Xiqing feel lost, and a little embarrassed. She was not a simple girl like Zhu Yuantang. She and her younger sister were experienced internet surfers. They knew the tricks of the twins very well, and had a rich reserve of all kinds of strange knowledge. The more she thought about it, the more exciting it became. Ma Shichen played with his phone for a while, picked up his water cup, and planned to go to the front to get a glass of water. Passing by the front row, Pang Jiao and others were discussing their grades. Not only Pang Jiao, but also Dong Qingfeng, Yu Wen, and Jiang Yanan were all discussing their grades. Everyone was excited and looking forward to it. After all, the results were about to come out. Only Yang Sheng was sitting alone at the edge of the aisle, playing games on his phone. Ma Shichen scanned it and immediately recognized the game. He said, Grand Theft Auto, you actually play this kind of game? This game is very free, and you can burn, kill, rob, and do whatever you want in the game world. Immediately, he agreed and said, it is indeed suitable for girls like you. Yang Sheng was concentrating on playing the game and was too lazy to pay attention to him. Ma Shichen looked at her game screen and pointed out, you are playing the English version. In fact, there is a Chinese version of this game. If you want to play, do my duty once, and I will send you the Chinese version. My Chinese version is a pure version without ads. Ma Shichen was very proud. No one was better than him in finding game resources. He was a senior user of Android games. How could Yang Sheng do duty for others? Since the beginning of school, she has hardly done any work. Facing Ma Shichen's words, she said, sorry, I like to play the original version. Ma Shichen said happily, can you understand English? Yang Sheng said as a matter of course, yes, of course I can understand it. Ma Shichen didn't believe it. He pointed to the game screen, translate the subtitles of that sentence. Yang Sheng put down her phone, leaned back slightly, and leaned against the back table. You said to translate it, so you translate it. There must be some luck, right? She had her sports jacket open, her arms folded in front of her, a few wet hairs stuck to her handsome face, and a smile on her lips. Ma Shichen was pleasantly surprised. She actually made another bet. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Just thinking about Yang Sheng's weirdness, he couldn't make a decision for a while. But opportunities are rare. If you miss it, you don't know how long it will take to meet it again. Tomorrow after tomorrow, when will the shame of the past be washed away? You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child. Ma Shichen gritted his teeth and raised his finger. Carry water once. Ma Shichen went out with a bucket of purified water. Wang Lang rushed over from the back row. Brother Ma, go slowly, it's raining outside. I'll hold an umbrella for you. Yu Wen went to the back row to throw orange peels. Seeing Zhang Kai playing with his mobile phone, she said, Zhang Kai, the poverty subsidy will be coming soon. Don't forget to pay the monitor back. Zhang Kai was unhappy when he heard this. Before the holiday, he worked hard to help Yu Wen grab the badminton racket from the tree, but the other party didn't even treat him to a cup of pearl milk tea. Being stingy to this extent, he now has no good impression of Yu Wen. Zhang Kai's tone was not good. I know, don't worry about it. Yuan didn't have a good impression of him now and said, "It's enough for you to know." After that, Yuan left. Zhang Kai was unhappy. Looking at Yuan's back, he thought to himself that it was just a small amount of money and she kept asking for it, just like asking for his life. Is he the kind of person who can't pay it back? When he starts working part-time, he can make hundreds of yuan in a minute. For his part-time plan, Zhang Kai planned to crack the Wi-Fi password first. He didn't have many other software on his phone, but there were many tools for cracking Wi-Fi. These were transmitted from the back row with Kuya before. Zhang Kai tried one by one, and suddenly, another voice sounded in his ear. "Did you pay the squad leader?" the person said, and touched him. Zhang Kai turned around and saw a face of a female bandit. The person was Zhang Yifei from their class, who was from Pangjiao's small circle. After calculating the other person's size, Zhang Kai frowned. "I know, pay it back soon." Zhang Yifei threatened, "The monitor is a good person, but we are not. If you want to default on your debt, we will not let you go." Zhang Kai was angry. "Damn it, I'm so annoyed, damn it." Zhang Yifei ran to the front row to meet Pangjiao. Zhang Kai finally calmed down again. He continued to study how to crack the password of the wireless network. He tried 3 softwares in a row, all of which were ineffective. Just as he tried the last software, the class suddenly became quiet. Zhang Kai was busy cracking and did not notice this scene. He still held his mobile phone. At this time, a figure stood behind him, and the eyes of all the students in the class gathered on that figure. Bayuxia, who was doing the questions, also put down her pen. The figure knocked on Zhang Kai's head. Zhang Kai was playing with his mobile phone very seriously at this time. When he was interrupted, he immediately remembered his experience just now. He was extremely angry and shouted, "Fuck, try to touch your father again." Zhang Kai's face was distorted, his nostrils were widened, and his chest was like a volcano erupting. He couldn't stand it. He turned around suddenly and saw a familiar yet unfamiliar face. Zhang Kai shuddered violently, and his angry face like a lion instantly turned into a hyena with its tail between its legs. He suddenly stuttered, "Yan, Teacher Yan." Teacher Yan had a gloomy face. The students in class 8 were holding back their laughter, and An King Feng pounded on the table, almost laughing silly. That was the head of the grade in the first year of high school, Teacher Yan. Who doesn't know how terrifying Teacher Yan is? He had taken people to catch students surfing the internet outside the school several times. His face was always serious, and no students had ever seen him smile. Many students secretly called him King of Hell, which shows how terrifying he was. Now Teacher Yan was scolded by Zhang Kai, who was a student. "How the hell was this? Do you know who I am?" Teacher Yan stared at him intently. Zhang Kai trembled. "You are Teacher Yan." Pa. What a crisp slap in the face. It spread throughout the classroom. The slap was so powerful that it made Zhang Kai's face numb. Teacher Yan said with a sullen face, "I'm the King of Hell." The class monitor was stunned. It turned out that he knew the nickname that the students called him. After the slap, Teacher Yan asked again, "Do you know who I am?" Zhang Kai said honestly, "You are the King of Hell." Another slap sounded. "Okay, you dare to call me that in front of me, you are really capable." Teacher Yan looked at the class monitor student. See it, see it." He pointed at Zhang Kai. "Come on, follow me to the office." Chapter 256 Chase. Zhang Kai was taken away by the head teacher, Mr. Yan, along with the cell phone he was playing with. He left in a very clean manner. The remaining students in class 8 looked at each other in bewilderment. Then, a burst of laughter broke out in the classroom. CUIU laughed. "How can there be such a funny person? Too good. I can only admire you." He spoke in a loud voice. Yuan in the front row glanced at CUIU, thinking of CUIU's past feats, and thought, "You are also quite funny." Chen Saiking turned around and asked Jiang Ning, "Will he be in trouble? Will he be beaten?" Jiang Ning paused for half a second. Because of his existence, the direction of the present world was disturbed too much, especially the sudden small things that happened, which were countless. Zhang Kai had never been caught by the head teacher before. Considering Director Yan's character, Jiang Ning said, "He will definitely be beaten." Chen Saiking didn't dare to think about the scene of being beaten. She said, "Then the phone must be gone. I have a classmate who is in high school in T County. If a phone is found in their school, it will be smashed directly. Jiang Ning was unsure, not sure. Bayuxia expressed her opinion. Smashing the phone is a bit too much. It is the student's private property. It is more appropriate to keep it and return it regularly. Chen Saiking said, our head teacher did a good job. He took the phone and you can pick it up at the end of this week. Shan Qingrong, the head teacher of class 8, is a bit of a smiling tiger and likes to beat students, but he is a good person. Before Zhang Kai had a fight with Qishan Heng from class 2, he not only did not mock him, but also took him to the school clinic. I heard that Shan Qingrong paid the medical expenses himself. He is so much kinder than teacher Gao Hishui. Bayuxia said, Director Yan is cruel and ruthless. Besides, Zhang Kai was caught playing with his phone more than once. Thinking of Zhang Kai's reaction when Director Yan hit his head, Bayuxia also found it a little funny. How embarrassing. After Chen Saiking finished speaking, she saw Zhu Yuantang holding a cell phone. She couldn't help but be surprised. Zhang Kai was slapped several times by the head of the grade and was taken away. The classmates were frightened and no one dared to play with their cell phones. But Zhu Yuantang was so blatant. Aren't you afraid of Director Yan? She asked. Zhu Yuantang said confidently, it doesn't matter, I have Jiang Ning. Every time the teacher was about to come, Jiang Ning would always remind her. Zhu Yuantang never worried about having her cell phone taken away. If it were in ancient times, she would definitely let Jiang Ning be her personal bodyguard. It was so useful. The class was in chaos for a while. Huang Zhangfei, the class monitor, saw that all the students had arrived. He stood up from his seat while there were still 10 minutes before the first class. When everyone saw Huang Zhangfei's move, they immediately understood that there was something to announce. The originally noisy atmosphere gradually subsided. In the end, almost all the students looked at Huang Zhangfei on the podium. Wang Longlong, you are amazing. Huang Zhangfei said, let me tell you something first. The school anniversary is coming soon. It's the 60th anniversary of number 4 middle school. In order to highlight the style of number 4 middle school students, the first and second grade students are organized to learn Teikai. Classmates. What the hell? Wang Yang shouted, why Teikai? Can't I practice Zingaikun? Mengjiui. I practice Bajikun. CUIU. Now let me perform a set of military boxing for everyone. Please applaud and welcome me. Wu Zhaoki, coach, I want to play basketball. Jiuo Kunan, I'm Xianjin Huo Yuanjia, let me see you. Seeing that the discussion was going off track, Huang Zhangfei hurriedly explained, there will be a teacher in charge of teaching Teikai. After school every afternoon, everyone will gather in front of the teaching building and practice Teikai for 15 minutes before they can be dismissed. Everyone must not be absent. When the school anniversary comes, everyone's Teikai will be performed in front of the whole school and outstanding alumni will watch. Huang Zhangfei said solemnly, but some students began to resist. Why do you occupy our rest time? The afternoon school break is short, and now it takes up another 15 minutes. Do we still need to eat? Some boys were dissatisfied. In fact, they were also looking forward to the experience of learning Teikai together, but they were also dissatisfied with the school's coercive behavior and felt that they were being manipulated by the school. Perhaps they yearned for freedom in their bones and always wanted to challenge authority. Yuan, the number 1 fan of the class monitor, immediately spoke for him. This is the school rule. If you are dissatisfied, go and talk to the principal. Go ahead, don't be afraid of him. I'm here to go to school, not to make a mess. Someone shouted. Zhang Yifei stood up with her burly body, using her aura to pressure the boys. Go, 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 go quickly. If you don't go I will look down on you. Huang Zhangfei saw that they were going to quarrel again, so he said again, let's make it like this for the time being. From now on, after school every afternoon, the sports committee member Zhang Kai will lead everyone to gather. Thank you, Zhang Kai. Wang Longlong, you are still shouting here. Zhang Kai has been taken to the office. I think you are confused, class monitor. He caught the class monitor's little braid again, and Wang Longlong quickly remembered it in his heart, preparing to go back and restart his little notebook for complaints. Huang Zhangfei was embarrassed. I'm sorry, I was just thinking about things, and ignored Zhang Kai. Yuan said in a gentle tone. Oh, everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Class monitor, don't feel guilty. Then, she turned around and looked into Wang Langlang's head. You talk a lot, right? You are the only one who can do it. Why don't you be the class monitor? Wang Langlang thought. Do you think I don't want to? But Wang Langlang knew that he couldn't argue with a girl. There was no benefit in winning the argument, and it would be embarrassing if he lost the argument. So he simply followed Marge's style and ignored her. At this time, Dong Qingfeng came in from the classroom door. He was the study committee member and the math class representative. The classmates first noticed his hands and saw that he was holding a pile of test papers. The students who were still struggling with Takai were immediately diverted. The math results are out. Shanzio asked. Yes, Shanzio, and the class monitor, please help me distribute the test papers. Dong Qingfeng took out a stack of test papers and handed them to Shanzio and the class monitor. In order to speed up, he distributed a few more stacks to others. Chen Siking quickly touched the test paper. The score on it was 111, which was about the same as she expected. She was neither surprised nor happy. Yuxia, how many points did you get? Chen Siking was concerned about the results of her deskmate. Shan Keikwon stood up, holding his test paper with both hands, like a eunuch announcing an imperial decree. 124 points, 124 points, who else? The classmates around him looked up at him. Shan Keikwon was very proud. He looked at the grades of his classmates around him, and they were basically all around 100, which was completely different from his high score of 124. From the average level at the beginning of the school, it took only one semester to rush to the current position. What does it mean? The power of love is so great. Bei Yuxia's test paper scored 127 points. Jiang Ning, how many points did you get? She turned around curiously. Zhu Yuantong, of course Jiang Ning, and I got full marks. Bei Yuxia, guessed it. The harder she works, the more tired she feels. Before, she hoped to improve her math score to 140 points, but now it seems that is a luxury. She will be satisfied if she can get 130 in the college entrance examination. Yuan held her 98 points. Kinj, how many points did you get? 115. Shen Kinj was a little happy at first, but after learning that Yang Sheng scored 121, she was in a bad mood again. Shan Keikwon found the monitor and found that he only got 122 points. Even Dong Qingfeng only got 126. It seems that he will definitely be in the top 10 this time. Unlike Shan Keikwon's excitement, the atmosphere in the back row was dull. Ma Shichen looked at the test paper, and the glaring red number hurt him deeply. He suddenly became silent. Wang Langlang quietly put away his test paper, unwilling to provoke Marge. However, Ma Shichen had already noticed his grades. Wang Langlang got 75 points. Hu Jun got 66 points. Jiuo Kunan got 45 points. And Ma Ozhe over there got 119 points. Even Zhang Kai, who always had poor grades, got 30 points. Unless there is an accident. No, even if there is an accident, he will still be the last in the class in this math test. The first class of evening self-study began. There was a storm outside the window. Mathematics teacher Gao Hishuari, staring at his cow-like eyes, entered the classroom of class 8. He stepped onto the podium and glared at his classmates fiercely. The students under the podium were terrified, as if a storm was brewing. Gao Hishuari slapped the blackboard eraser hard, and with a bang sound, the podium shook. Pang Jiao shook her fat hands and shouted, "Oh, teacher, you scared me." Gao Hishuari's eyes twitched, and the next moment, his anger took over. "One or two of you, show me what you are testing." "What? Are you pigs? I explained every question to you clearly." "Ah, how can you get such a bad score?" Gao Hishuari spitted all over the place, and the students in the first row, who were under physical attack and mental intimidation, couldn't help but squint their eyes. Gao Hishuari stretched his head and pointed at the students, his face dark red, and roared. "Now, those students who scored 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, all stand up. Don't make me say it a second time." As soon as these words came out, Wu Zioki stood up first. He didn't cheat this time, he just relied on guessing, and got 20 points correctly. Then Wang Yan'an, Zhang Kai, Hu Jun, Jiuo Kunan, Zhang Yifei, Cuiyu and others stood up. The whole class looked over, and these students hung their heads, feeling very embarrassed. Gao Hishuai glared at them and yelled, "How dare you stay in your seats? Take the test paper, and get out of here." So these students went to the back row again, lined up like military police, accompanied by trash cans and brooms. Ma Shicheng sat in his seat, turned around and glanced at them, feeling ashamed. He held the 5-point test paper even tighter. Gao Hishuo's math class was over. Jiuo Kunan and Hu Jun returned to their seats, staring at Ma Shicheng in astonishment. "Brother Ma, you." Wang Lang looked strange. Actually, Brother Ma did nothing wrong. He does not meet Gao Hishuo's punishment conditions. Ma Shicheng's secret joy only lasted for a few minutes, and then he sighed in his heart. He was not even qualified to stand in the corner. He had fallen to such a level. Without saying a word, Shan Kaiquan took the test paper and went to the back row to put it away. Jiuo Kunan gave him a look. Shan Kaiquan's expression was frozen. Although he was anxious to share his results with everyone, he was not completely brainless. Anyway, there was no rush, and there was no rush to share later. Brothers, I'm laughing to death." Cuiyu ran over, followed by Meng Jiui. Meng Jiui's towering hair had shrunk, but not completely, and was still half standing firmly. "Look at what Pang Jiao posted." Cuiyu spread his mobile phone on the desk. In order to take revenge on Pang Jiao, Cuiyu added Pang Jiao's questions number before the conflict got out of hand, and observed Pang Jiao's movements regularly, preparing to defeat her with one blow. As a result, he saw Pang Jiao's post today, and he couldn't hold it anymore, so he came to share it with his brothers. "Pang Jiao, ideals are full, reality is skinny, the boys I like, and the boys who like me. Picture 1, Zhuang Jianhu playing basketball. Picture 2, Shenzhen Li studying in the classroom. There are a lot of people like it below." And Wang Yan'an also said, "Would you choose to marry someone you like, or someone who likes you?" Pang Jiao replied to her, "I don't want to be bound by family too early. I still want to play for a few more years." The boys in the back row saw this picture and their faces twisted. Cuiyu almost laughed crazy. "Brothers, who has a way? I want Shenzhen Li to see this post." Jiuo Kunan quickly took out his mobile phone. "I will share it with Xian Peng in class 9, and let him tell Shenzhen Li." Class 9. The layout of the classroom is slightly different from that of class 8. The two tables in the middle are not put together like in class 8, but are separated by an aisle. The class representative distributes the test papers. "Time will heal all pains." Shenzhen Li stared at his English test paper, which showed a high score of 125. Shi Qianjin praised, "Brother Li, you will definitely be in the top 3 this time." Hearing this, Shenzhen Li felt better. The unbearable and unforgettable pains in the past will eventually disappear in the long river of time. Finally, they will be completely forgotten. Perhaps many years later, when you think back, you will only feel that it was just a trivial matter at the time. Shenzhen Li's dream is the stars and the sea, so how can he stop because of a small setback? He is definitely not a man of that level. Shenzhen Li loves anime and admires the invincible spirit of the male protagonists in Japanese anime the most. He was intoxicated by it, and suddenly, someone patted his shoulder. "Zinli, you are being tapped." Yan Xianpeng pushed his phone over. "What?" Then, Shenzhen Li saw that his photo was posted on question space. Not only him, but also a boy who was several levels more handsome than him. The boy was Zhuang Jianhu from experimental class 1. Shenzhen Li read the above paragraph carefully, and he was immediately angry. "It's okay to post my photo, but she also belittled me. Who does she think she is? Any man with a little self-esteem can't stand being treated like this." Shenzhen Li was so angry that he couldn't hold it. Yan Xianpeng said, "She is Pang Jiao." Shenzhen Li covered his chest, as if his heart was pierced. "What are you going to do?" Yan Xianpeng asked him. Shenzhen Li paused for a few seconds and took a deep breath. He held Yan Xianpeng's phone. "I'll make a comment." Yan Xianpeng quickly snatched the phone back. "No, you have to comment with your own account. I must add her as a friend to comment, and I don't want to add her." How could Shen Xinli take the initiative to approach Pang Jiao? Yan Xianpeng said, "It's okay. Pang Jiao's question space is not guarded. Anyone who wants to enter can enter. You search her questions number. Class 8. CUIU refreshed his space. He saw a new comment under Pang Jiao's post. Are you crazy? When did I like you? Guo Kunan." Yan Xianpeng said, "This is Shen Xinli's account. Oh my god, the real one is here. Come and watch." CUIU was excited. He didn't like these two people, and the more fiercely he bit them, the better. "Pang Jiao, you said you don't like me, but why don't you dare to look at me when you meet me on the street?" Wang Lang opened a second account and took advantage of no one's attention to type a comment. "It's just because you are too beautiful. He feels ashamed in front of you." Wang Yanan replied, "You told the truth." Shen Xinli forced himself to stay rational. "I tell you the truth. It's not that I don't dare to look at you. It's that I don't want to look at you. I do things openly and honestly." Wang Lang continued to fan the flames. He went against his conscience and posted several comments. "Fake. All fake. Pang Jiao, I think there are two possibilities. One is that you are too goddess-like, making him unattainable, so he dare not get close to you, dare not touch you. The second is that you saved him last time, causing him to fall in love with you. I know Xinli's personality. He has been an outgoing and cheerful child since he was a child. He became shy because he fell in love with you. The reason why he dared not look at you is because he owes you. He gets flustered when he sees you. I think the second possibility is more likely. I hope to help you." Pang Jiao in the front row was overjoyed. "I think both possibilities are possible." She slammed the table, shaking the whole place. Wu Zhaoke's basketball shook. Shen Xinli was furious and rushed to the sky. "That person up there. I'll asterisk asterisk you asterisk ash." School was over, and the rain stopped. Zhu Yuantang got up from her desk early and poked her deskmate's waist. "Jiang Ning, let's go home." Her mother said that there would be delicious grilled wings when she got home, so she wanted to go home quickly. Tonight, Zhu Yuantang decided to take a risk and experience how fast Jiang Ning could run. Suddenly, in the chaotic classroom, a huge body, like a rhinoceros running wildly, rushed out of the door. Shan Keikun shouted, "Fuck, Pang Jiao. What is she going to do?" Pang Jiao usually attracts attention in class 8, and this behavior caused a huge commotion. The students in the classroom hurried out to watch the show. Wang Lang, who was in the back row, ran straight from the back door to the corridor, facing west. From class 9, a thin figure flashed out of the door. When Shen Xinli saw Pang Jiao, he was terrified and ran away. Pang Jiao saw her target and yelled, "Xinli, wait for me." Then she ran away. Students from class 8 and class 9 held onto the corridor on the second floor, looking at the ground under the night sky and the scene of Pang Jiao chasing Shen Xinli. Wang Lang was inspired to write a poem. He ran away, and she chased him, but he couldn't get away, even if he had wings. Another group was created, group number 559,785,017. The previous group cannot be joined by questions reading book friends, so everyone can join this one. The group link is at the end of each chapter, and in the introduction of the work, just click to join the group. It may be a little slow to agree, so everyone wait patiently. The author is highly online. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 Man and Fist Become One. At night, the rain stopped. At the school gate, Yang Sheng looked at Jiang Ning's mountain bike with envy. "Next time I will also install a mud guard, so that it will be convenient to ride to school on rainy days." It rained too hard in the afternoon and she couldn't ride a bike. She took the bus to school. When it rained, the buses were very crowded. Even with Yang Sheng's skills, she still waited for 2 buses before she successfully got on the bus. Jiang Ning, who was being dragged by Zhu Yuantang, said, "It may not be enough to have a mud guard alone and a better raincoat. Zhu Yuantang followed and said, "That's right. It's best to have me behind you, and I can hold the raincoat for you." She raised her chin, looking like she had done a great deed. As if without her, Jiang Ning would be drenched in the rain. Jiang Ning and Yang Sheng walked through the crowd and arrived at the intersection outside the school gate. "We'll go first," Jiang Ning said. Yang Sheng waved her hand. "See you tomorrow." She usually sneered at the boys and girls in the class, who she didn't like, but in front of Jiang Ning, Yang Sheng rarely showed that kind of character, but was quite free and easy. Sometimes when she encountered knowledge that she didn't understand, she would often ask Jiang Ning for advice. Usually, she would not owe Jiang Ning a favor. She took the initiative to treat Jiang Ning to spicy hot pot, fried skewers and other snacks, and her gestures were unconventional. After the rain, the air was clear and everything was silent in the river dam. Only the street lights emitted a faint light. Zhu Yuantang hugged Jiang Ning tightly and complained, "You haven't eaten yet, hurry up. I can't stand it anymore." Zhu Yuantang heard the groan of her stomach. Jiang Ning didn't care about her. He stepped on the pedals and pedaled the mountain bike to an incredible speed with a strength beyond ordinary humans. Zhu Yuantang only felt that the street lights were moving backwards quickly. She closed her eyes and dared not look again. At this time, the mountain bike accelerated by spiritual power was much faster than the motorcycle. If it accidentally hit a passerby, it would definitely knock the passerby out and cause the car to be destroyed and the person to die. However, Jiang Ning's 5 senses and his spiritual consciousness were fully deployed to detect the movement ahead. The highest peak speed did not last for 10 seconds. The mountain bike gradually slowed down and finally turned off the dam. Aunt Gu did not wait at the door as before. Zhu Yuantang got out of the car and ran into the house. "Mom, I'm back." She sniffed and smelled a strong aroma. Aunt Gu had just taken the tinfoil wrapped grilled wings out of the oven. She was a little surprised. "You came back so early today. Did you finish school early?" Aunt Gu knew the time her daughter would come home, about 5 minutes earlier than usual. "I'm so hungry." Zhu Yuantang was not so stupid as to tell her mother about the speeding, otherwise she would definitely be worried and scold her. "Is Jiang Ning back too? He is so slow every day." He stopped the car. Zhu Yuantang took the basin to wash her hands. She was halfway through washing when Jiang Ning came in. Aunt Gu took 2 plates, placed them on the dining table, and put the roasted chicken wings on top. "Okay, eat while it's hot." She smiled. Zhu Yuantang picked up the chopsticks. Aunt Gu roasted 4 chicken wings in total, 2 for Tang Tang and Jiang Ning. Aunt Gu washed the green grapes, poured 2 cups of boiling water, and left the kitchen. Only Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang were left. The 2 of them gathered at the dining table. Zhu Yuantang bit the meat and ate it happily. Compared to her eating style, Jiang Ning was much more indifferent, and from time to time she picked up a green grape and put it in her mouth. Green grapes are sweet and sour, and they are seedless, so they are very convenient to eat. Zhu Yuantang ate meat like a little thief. She just finished her chicken wing and felt so happy, but there was a hint of misfortune in her happiness, because she only had 1 chicken wing left. She quietly glanced at Jiang Ning's plate, where there was still a complete and untouched chicken wing. She felt full of happiness again, because Jiang Ning was her granary. Jiang Ning ate a green grape and glanced at her. "What are you looking at?" Zhu Yuantang shrank his eyes and said nonchalantly, "You saw it wrong." Jiang Ning knew her thoughts very well. He sneered and continued to eat grapes. Zhu Yuantang felt offended. Jiang Ning's attitude deeply hurt her. Why did Jiang Ning look down on her? She hadn't eaten yet. Naked prejudice. Zhu Yuantang questioned. "Huh, are you laughing again?" Jiang Ning, "I didn't laugh. You just laughed." Zhu Yuantang felt more and more wronged the more she thought about it, and bit a few bites of meat fiercely. "Okay, I laughed." Jiang Ning no longer concealed and laughed at her in person. Zhu Yuantang's dignity had never been offended like this. Didn't she want to save face? Zhu Yuantang immediately stopped looking at Jiang Ning. She concentrated on eating meat and ignored him. This was the best way to fight back. She wanted Jiang Ning to regret looking down on her and make him apologize. Otherwise Jiang Ning would only be allowed to eat 1 steamed bun tomorrow morning. Zhu Yuantang had a plan in her mind to make Jiang Ning respect her. "Zhu Yuantang," Jiang Ning called her. Zhu Yuantang tilted her head and ignored him. "Tang Tang." still ignored him. Seeing this, Jiang Ning pretended to pick up the plate and leave. Zhu Yuantang could not hold back. She shouted anxiously, "We are arguing. Why are you taking the plate away?" She felt very wronged. "You can't do this, even if we are arguing again." Jiang Ning was just trying to scare her. Hearing this, he put the plate down. He looked at Zhu Yuantang's useless look and said, "The last piece, I can't finish it." Zhu Yuantang became happy again and smiled. Jiang Ning, you are the best person in the world to me." Monday morning. The results of various subjects came out one after another. Shan Kaikwun took the physics test paper, the first year physics test paper, with a full score of 100. He scored 92 points. Who else? Who else? Shan Kaikwun said arrogantly. His face was proud, and his eyes glanced at Jiang Ning, and saw two 100-point papers. Shan Kaikwun's expression paused for a moment. Then he told himself that it was not a big problem. At this stage, his targets did not include Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang. His main target was Chen Xiaoyu, and then Chen Qian, who was ranked third in the class. As for Bai Yuxia, Shan Kaikwun never thought of hurting her. How could he bear it? Chen Xiaoyu was far inferior to him in both math and physics. Shan Kaikwun breathed a sigh of relief, and he could move towards the top 10 in the class with confidence. He compared his grades with the top students in the class, Dong Qingfeng, Huang Zhangfei, and even Shan Xiao, but among these people, only Dong Qingfeng was slightly better than him. Dong Qingfeng's grades were already 5th in the class. Shan Kaikwun went to the back row to find his brothers. His target was not only his brothers, but also Myo Zhe in the corner of the back row. Perhaps because of his seat, Myo Zhe's attention in the class was reduced a lot, but his grades were still quite strong, and he ranked among the top 10 in the class in every exam. Myo Zhe, how many points did you get in physics? Shan Kaikwun asked proactively. Although Myo Zhe has an extreme personality and a bit of a keep away from strangers attitude, he is essentially just trying to avoid being bullied. In fact, he is not a bad person and will not completely refuse to communicate with others. Myo Zhe showed his physics test paper. 94, strong, 2 points higher than me. Shan Kaikwun was still smiling. He was indeed 2 points higher than him, but he was 5 points higher than Myo Zhe in mathematics, which meant that he was still 3 points ahead of Myo Zhe. Shan Kaikwun gave Myo Zhe a confident smile. He turned around, looked at the 4 rows of seats, and said to the students on the edge, "Brother Nan, how many points did you get?" Jiuo Kanan said, 68. "What about Brother Ma?" Shan Kaikwun asked again. Wang Lang looked at Ma Shichen cautiously, and then said to Shan Kaikwun, "Don't bring up that." Ma Shichen was calm. He was not as fragile as outsiders thought. He just put the test paper on the desk. Everyone saw a background duck egg. Shan Kaikwun's face was tense, and he praised, "Brother Ma is really talented." During the break, Jiang Ning, the representative of the chemistry class, had just handed out the chemistry test papers. When he returned to his seat, he saw Bai Yuxia and Chen Xiaoyu studying his chemistry test paper. When the two girls saw Jiang Ning coming, they said repeatedly, "Jiang Ning, you and Zhu Yuantang both got full marks on the test papers handed out so far. Doesn't this prove that you may be the first in the school?" Before Jiang Ning could reply, Zhu Yuantang spoke up. "This test paper is easy, but Jiang Ning is still 3 steps behind me." That's what she said, but Zhu Yuantang didn't care who was first between her and Jiang Ning. Anyway, no matter who got the bonus, it was for both of them. There was no difference. Besides, if Jiang Ning really got first, wasn't it because she tutored Jiang Ning every night? Jiang Ning said, "It's not the subject that really pulls the score yet." Shan Kaikwun got the chemistry test paper and compared it with Dong Qingfeng and the others again. There was still no gap, and he was even ahead. Science is his strong point. He is only slightly weak in Chinese and English. It is difficult to improve these 2 subjects in a short period of time. It should be no problem to be in the top 10. Shan Kaikwun was in high spirits. His efforts were not in vain. Excited, Shan Kaikwun went outside the classroom to get some fresh air. As soon as he left the classroom, he saw Wang Lang and Ma Shichen holding the corridor. Usually 99% of the time, Ma Shichen was playing games in his seat. Today he actually came out, which was really abnormal. Shan Kaikun suddenly thought of a possibility. He hurried over to hold Ma Shichen. Brother Ma, don't be impulsive. Ma Shichen looked at him inexplicably. Shan Kaikun was embarrassed. I'm not worried that you'll jump off the building because you can't get over it. Wang Lang Lang. Nonsense. My brother Ma is not that fragile. Besides, even if there are 100 possibilities, it's that first one. Wang Lang Lang pointed to the right secretly. Shenzhen Li leaned on the terrace, looking at the sky, with a look of despair on his face. Shi Qianjin next to him comforted him. Brother Li, stand up. You have to cheer up. What's a temporary blow? Yan Xianpeng, who looked like a mountain, patted him on the shoulder. What's the big deal? Who hasn't owed a romantic debt before? Shi Qianjin, Brother Li, you are firmly in the top 3 in the monthly exam, and you have a bright future. Shenzhen Li listened to their words, and felt a buzzing in his ears, like countless annoying mosquitoes and flies. Chaos, too chaotic. He couldn't help but hold his head, and roared in pain. I can't remember. He shook his head frantically, and his head was like a child's toy rattle, shaking back and forth. Shi Qianjin was stunned. My dear, what did my brother Li suffer last night? He leaned over and said, Brother Li, do you still recognize me? I can't recognize me. Shenzhen Li still shook his head, and screamed in pain. Shi Qianjin clapped his hands. It's bad. Brother Li has lost his memory. The students in class 9 were terrified. What should they do? How about sending him to the school infirmary? Let's carry him there, Shi Qianjin suggested. Wang Lang Lang shouted, no need. In the panic, the confident voice shocked the students in class 9. Everyone seemed to have a pillar, and looked at him. Wang Lang Lang put his hands behind his back, and walked forward slowly with arrogant steps. Little by little, he finally stood in front of Shenzhen Li. Wang Lang Lang was taller than Shenzhen Li, and he was fatter than him, so he looked majestic when he stood in front of Shenzhen Li. Shenzhen Li's eyes were dull and confused, and his head kept shaking, as if accompanying the beat of the music. The students from class 9 around, especially Shenzhen Li's accomplices, said sadly, Brother Li is sick. He is very sick. Shan Kaikun looked at Shenzhen Li, and felt that he deserved it. Before, Shenzhen Li and his accomplices, relying on their large numbers, pushed Liang Sheng directly in front of the door of class 8 in order to pretend and attract the attention of girls. It's really unbearable to watch. Is this kind of person a good person? Obviously not. It serves you right. Shan Kaikun cursed in his heart. There is reincarnation in the world. Who can be spared by heaven? Wang Lang Lang stretched his head slightly, and in an instant, his eyes became sharp, like a bone scraper. That is the momentum of a superior. The students of class 9 looked at Wang Lang Lang, and felt that this classmate was really not simple. Someone who knew him whispered that his name was Wang Lang Lang. Wang Lang Lang was not famous in the entire first grade. Compared with those influential figures, Zhuang Jianhu, Du Chuan, Qi Xianheng, Li Shi, Shen Zhu, Dong Jiayi, Wang Lang Lang could only be called a nobody. However, such a person actually had such an amazing momentum, as if he was not Wang Lang Lang, but the Dragon King. Wang Lang Lang looked directly at Shenzhen Li and shouted, didn't you just get kissed by Pang Jiao? What's the big deal? It's not a sin for a man to cry. Shenzhen Li's shaking motion suddenly paused. The heartbeats of the students in class 9 paused for a beat as he paused. Then, everyone saw that a horrified light burst out from his grey eyes. Shi Qianjin cheered. Okay, my brother Li has cheered up. Class 9 almost ran to tell each other. However, Shenzhen Li shouted, borrow another 500 years from the sky. He began to shake his head again, and it was faster and more urgent than the last time. Everyone could only see a spiral phantom. In this spiral of thoughts, Shenzhen Li swung his fist. He shook his head wildly, and the power of a perpetual motion machine was transmitted from his neck to his head, then back to his neck, and then along the spine to his waist, and finally back to his shoulders. The waist and the horse are one, and the man and the fist are one. With terrifying power, injustice, and endless resentment, Shenzhen Li punched the classroom wall. The white and smooth tiles on the wall actually had a crack. Fuck, Brother Li is too strong. The tiles are broken. Shenzhen Li was hit hard, and finally woke up. People only remember that the scream was heard from far away. In the afternoon, the last class, the test papers of all subjects have been issued. Shan Kaikwon almost calculated the scores of the top 10 students in the class, but due to various deviations, he could not accurately judge what place he got in the class. Class monitor Huang Zhengfei stood on the podium and held up a stack of A4 paper. Originally there was only one copy of this report card. I went to the office to ask the class teacher to print a few more copies, share them with everyone. After saying that, Huang Zhengfei handed out the report cards. After thanking the class monitor, the students hurried to look at the report cards. Shan Kaikwon grabbed one and looked at it with trembling hands. Someone shouted, "Class monitor, you are 9th. Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning are still in the top 2. Ma Shicheng is the last. Damn, look at his ranking in the whole school. It seems that this ranking is the last in the whole school." Ma Shicheng in the back row played with his mobile phone without saying a word. He enjoyed the only high-speed Wi-Fi in the class, but it still couldn't heal the pain in his heart. As a student who can completely put aside their relationship with learning, Shan Kaikwon held the report card and took a deep breath. He looked around. Song Sheng was looking at the report card. Huang Zhengfei was surrounded by Yuan and several girls. Chen Kan and Dan Qingfeng were whispering, and Yang Sheng put down his book as if nothing had happened. He looked back again and saw students who usually didn't care about grades also pointing at the report card. He looked to the south again and saw Bei Yuxia's profile, which was breathtaking. That was the person he had always dreamed of. Finally, Shan Kaikwon faced the blackboard, and his vision slowly blurred, like a camera that had lost its focus. The noise around him seemed to disappear. He used to study in the town middle school. Since the first grade of junior high school, he has been in the top 10, and even in the top 3. He has always been the focus of the class, and it has never changed. Before the high school entrance examination, he applied for Yutao number 4 middle school. The teacher looked at him deeply and told him that he must work hard and stand out. However, since leaving the town and coming to number 4 middle school, Shan Kaikwon has become like everyone else. Shan Kaikwon fell into depravity for half a semester until he met that girl. He finally woke up. His father is working hard, so what qualifications does he have to fall? Shan Kaikwon recalled the past. He sat at the same table with Bei Yuxia, day and night, but because of his poor grades, Chen Xiao robbed him of his love. He confessed his feelings to Bei Yuxia, feeling anxious, but because he was cowardly, he had to lie and say that he was playing truth or dare. But now it's different. He has become excellent. Shan Kaikwon finally calmed down. His eyes moved to the report card, and he abandoned the mediocrity of the past. Shan Kaikwon found his class ranking. A girl in the distance was surprised. The 8th place is Shan Kaikwon. That was Yuan's voice. It's really him. Someone in the class cast a glance this way. He stood still. On this day, Shan Kaikwon entered the top 10 in the class again. Next to the podium, Shan Zhao grabbed the report card. He ranked 12th in the class. Shan Zhao used to be in the top 10 goalkeepers, but now he has dropped back 1 place. This made him very unhappy. The bell rang. Shan Zhao thought about it and went outside to check the situation. The classmates in the class were also preparing to go out for dinner. Suddenly, a voice came from the loudspeaker outside. Students in the 1st and 2nd grades of high school, gather in front of the teaching building immediately. Gather immediately. The voice was broadcast several times in a row. People recalled what the squad leader had said last night about doing take-eye. Shan Zhao was upset. He looked through the window and fixed his eyes on the wall of building 2 in front of him, where there was a big black speaker. Shan Zhao, you are very noisy. Chapter 258 Oops, exposed. With the announcement from the loudspeaker at number 4 middle school, although the students were unhappy, they could not resist. As a student, it seems that it is innate to obey the school's arrangements. Everyone had to suppress the idea of having dinner and left the classroom under the leadership of the class monitor Huang Zhengfei and the sports committee member Zhang Kai. The corridor was full of students from class 7, class 8, class 9, and the students upstairs. For a moment, everyone was a little excited. The last time everyone gathered in front of the teaching building was for the spring outing. Zhu Yuantang followed Jiang Ning. When there were many people, she was always timid and dared not speak. But Chen Xiaoyu in front looked at the crowd and said to Bei Yuxia, "I remember the earthquake drill in junior high school." This resonated with Bei Yuxia. Students of the Sage in Yuzhou are probably familiar with earthquake drills. As they were talking, the students of class 8 went down the stairs. The head teacher Shan Qingrang was standing on the concrete floor. The students seemed to have touched a road sign and surrounded him one after another. Shan Qingrang looked at the students and shouted, "Stand in line, stand like you're doing radio gymnastics." Zhang Kai immediately organized the students diligently. He was really dedicated. He was caught by Director Yan once, and his mobile phone was taken away. From then on, he had no mobile phone to play with. Fortunately, his poverty subsidy was not withdrawn. Zhang Kai must not make any mistakes during this period. He is waiting for the poverty subsidy to come down, and then spend 200 yuan to buy a mobile phone, and start his money-making plan. Zhu Yuantang heard the words of the head teacher, and did not stand at the front as usual, but took the initiative to run to the back and stand with Jiang Ning. Head teacher Shan Qingrang naturally discovered this scene. If other students did this, he would have to remind them, but the other party was Zhu Yuantang, so of course he had no objection. The monthly exam results are out. Zhu Yuantang is still ranked first in the school this time, and Jiang Ning is second in the school. You should know that Du Chuan from experimental class 1 is a killer for the college entrance examination, hired by the principal at a high price of 6 figures, but in this monthly exam, the result is only third. From this point of view, the 2 students in his class saved a lot of money for the principal. Based on this point, as long as Zhu Yuantang didn't blow up class 8, Shan Qingrang would never interfere. Moreover, Zhu Yuantang didn't actually need to practice Teikai. Some time ago, the school held a meeting and decided that she would give a speech on stage as a representative of the freshmen during the school anniversary. However, Shan Qingrang didn't remind her for the time being. Teikai is also a new thing. It's good to exercise and let her play. Zhu Yuantang is the shortest in the class. She ran to the back row and inevitably attracted other people's attention. Everyone was very kind to her, especially Ma Shicheng, who smiled and greeted her. After Zhang Kai saw it, he didn't say much. In less than 2 minutes, the queue was completed. The burly physical education teacher, as well as a group of young teachers such as Gao Hishuai, came over and were responsible for teaching. In the back, in front of the corridor of the teaching building, stood a group of teachers, such as Chinese teacher Dai Yangqun, English teacher Chen Haiyang, and the young female teacher of the next class. Chemistry teacher Ji Yuoran also stood among them, looking at the hundreds of students below. Ji Yuoran suddenly came down the stairs on the 3rd floor of the corridor, and walked lightly to the team of class 8. She stopped behind Jiang Ning, and suddenly called out softly, "Jiang Ning." Jiang Ning had already noticed someone behind him. He turned around and saw Ji Yuoran's smiling face. "Why, teacher Ji Yuo, do you also want to learn Teikai?" Jiang Ning joked. He glanced at Ji Yuoran. She was dressed simply, and her figure was as slim and attractive as before. Ji Yuoran smiled with clear eyes. "Can you teach me?" Jiang Ning thought about it. "If you want to learn, no problem." He had learned Teikai once in his previous life, and he learned it very seriously. Many students forgot it as soon as they finished learning, but Jiang Ning didn't. He still remembered it until graduation. Occasionally, he would practice it twice. Later, when he traveled to the world of immortal cultivation, he asked the elders of the sect to integrate spiritual power and create a physical technique. Ji Yuoran seemed to be really considering it. A few classmates started to make a noise, and Cuiu shouted, "Teacher Ji Yuo, don't learn Teikai. It's so soft and just a show. I'll teach you a real kung fu." Wang Lang said, "Cuiu, are you serious?" Cuiu looked down proudly. "There was an old man in my village before. He said that I had a good physique and was a martial arts genius. What happened later? Did you practice martial arts?" "No, my mother dragged me home." Cuiu looked regretful. "But later I taught myself and created a martial arts school." After saying that, Cuiu jumped out, spread his legs, and stood in a horse stance. "Ha." He waved his fists forward randomly, and there were phantoms of fists in front of him, and he was fighting fiercely. Jiu Ran's eyes were wide open, and there was astonishment in his eyes. Wang Lang asked, "What kind of boxing is this?" Cuiu said, "This is the turtle fist." At this time, Director Yan passed by here, and there was a stern light in his eyes, as if he was ready to pick out a student, to establish his authority at any time. Cuiu quickly returned to his position and stood. Seeing this, Jiu Ran patted Jiang Ning on the shoulder and said, "Just practice. I'll cheer you on from behind." Physical education teacher Gu Wei stood in front of class 8 and class 9. He looked like a burly man who seemed indestructible and untouchable. However, when he looked at the two classes, he felt a little pain in his heart. Last time, someone was jumping on the parallel bars on the playground and fainted. He was scared to death and finally had to give artificial respiration to save him. During the last spring outing, another student fell into the water. "There are so many weird things," Gu Wei shouted. "Today, let's learn the first take-eye posture, starting. Everyone, pay attention to look at me. Look at me." Gu Wei stood at attention and made the moves. "Like me, bend your knees and relax your hips." His teaching was quite detailed and the students followed his lead. "Then lift your left foot and point your toes up." Gu Wei pointed at several students and said, "It's the left foot, not the right foot. The toes are suspended in the air. You know how to do it." Not long after he finished speaking, Gao Hishui, who was teaching students from another class nearby, was teaching with his feet lifted up. He stumbled and almost fell. The students were trying not to laugh. After more than 10 minutes of teaching, everyone didn't learn much, so the team disbanded. Jiang Ning didn't go back to class, but went out to eat with Zhu Yuantang. Because the school took up time to practice take-eye, the afternoon school time was shortened. Jiang Ning told Ongu in advance that they would not go back to eat in the next few days. There were many students on the main road of the campus. Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning walked along the path near the flower bed, where the environment was a little quieter. Zhu Yuantang whispered, "Last time, Bayuxia and the others said that there is a new mutton soup restaurant in the west of the school that is delicious. Let's go and have a look." "Okay." Jiang Ning thought about it, and it seemed that there was indeed a very conscientious mutton soup restaurant in front of the school during this period. He had been there twice, before with Huang Yasu from the class. It was just that the location was a little remote. It took 10 minutes to walk from the school to the mutton restaurant. As a result, the store was only open for 3 months, and closed down in a hurry. Later, even if Jiang Ning wanted to eat, he had no chance to go there again. After leaving the school gate and walking west for a few minutes, Zhu Yuantang looked at the shops on both sides and suddenly said, "Jiang Ning, did we go the wrong way?" This was her first time here, so she didn't fail to lead the way. "No, it's right in front. We can see it on the way to school." Jiang Ning was familiar with the location of the store. "Oh, Jiang Ning, you observe very carefully," she rarely praised. Of course. As the two walked, Huang Yasu, a classmate, walked silently 20 meters behind. He usually went home, but today, because his take-eye practice disrupted his plans, he came out to eat. He happened to hear Bayuxia discussing this restaurant before, and decided to try it. It had just rained yesterday. Yuzhou is a small city. There is a lot of traffic near the 4th middle school. The road is not wide, with only one narrow road. There are often potholes at intervals, and mud and water accumulate in the potholes. Huang Yasu carefully leaned against the roadside to avoid those puddles. Huang Yasu was splashed with mud and water by a passing car before, and he knew the embarrassment, so he was always careful. In this world, not everyone has the same quality as him. Behind him, an electric car sped by. The rider was a woman in her 40s or 50s, with permed hair and white makeup on her face that seemed to be scraped off. The electric bike was riding fast, brushing past Huang Yasu, splashing small water. Fortunately, Huang Yasu dodged quickly, jumping on the spot to avoid the water, and only a few drops were stained on the upper of his shoes. Huang Yasu paused, he looked forward, and almost cursed. Then he saw a big puddle 1 meter to the left of Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang. He watched the electric bike run over the puddle. The originally calm puddle suddenly roared, and the turbid and dirty water splashed up and pounced on Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang with fangs and claws. Jiang Ning was wearing a white coat, and Zhu Yuantang was orange-pink. It was foreseeable that the dirty water would pour on the two. Huang Yazu didn't have time to shout, he just felt angry. Why are there so many uneducated people in society? However, he just watched the splashing water fly into the air, as if it had run out of power, and actually fell down, all falling on the ground near the two. What good luck. Huang Yazu was thankful. He was not the kind of person who would be happy if he saw others in trouble. Damn it. Huang Yazu stared at the old woman riding the electric bike, who didn't even stop, not caring at all that she had almost soiled someone else's clothes. Zhu Yuantang was protected by Jiang Ning, and the splashes almost scared her. Jiang Ning's clothes were bought by her, and it was the first time he wore them. How abominable. Zhu Yuantang gritted his teeth. Jiang Ning smiled, which was indeed very annoying. So, he moved his fingers and released a spiritual power. You are still smiling, aren't you angry? Zhu Yuantang thought Jiang Ning was so strange. She suddenly remembered that she had never seen Jiang Ning angry, and he always had a smiling face. Unlike her, she was angry at least once a day. As soon as she finished asking, she saw that the battery car that had ridden out for dozens of meters in front of her suddenly lost control and shook violently from side to side. Another shake, it suddenly fell to the side and fell down with a bang. Because it was ridden too fast before, the battery car slid more than a meter along the ground and slid into a puddle. The old woman riding the car buried her whole face in the puddle. Her newly permed and dyed hair was wet, and she was extremely embarrassed. Huang Yazu got his revenge and was very happy. He had been splashed with water more than once, and even when he was riding a mountain bike, he was hit by an electric bike. In the past, he had no choice but to admit that he was unlucky. Now he felt so comfortable that he couldn't help but applaud. Pa pa pa. The applause rang out. His face, which looked like he was in his 30s, showed a simple smile. Zhu Yuantang pointed at the accident in front and shouted, Jiang Ning, she got her retribution. Yes. Jiang Ning said, their retribution is themselves. The electric bike fell so badly that passers-by looked over there. After waiting for half a minute, someone went up to help her. As for Jiang Ning, he walked straight over. How could he go up to help? He was not Wang Longlong, who would hit him with a stick and then give him a sweet date. Passing by the electric bike and going another 20 meters forward, we arrived at the mutton soup restaurant. In front of the soup pot at the door stood a middle-aged man, and at the table in the house sat a kind-looking old lady. The old lady greeted the guests. There are mutton soup, mutton noodles, and flatbreads. You can choose whichever you like. Jiang Ning had been here before. He looked at the sign on the wall, which read, mutton soup 6 yuan/bowl, flatbread 2 yuan/piece. The price was moderate, not expensive. For an ordinary student, 8 yuan would be enough for a full meal. Moreover, the boss's knife skills were a little poor, and the mutton was cut thick, which was quite simple. 2 bowls of mutton soup, 4 yuan flatbread. Jiang Ning said. The portions ordered were exactly the same as when he came to this restaurant to eat in his previous life. The difference was that Zhu Yuantang next to him added, boss, add mutton for 5 yuan per bowl. After saying that, she looked at Jiang Ning proudly. Her smart eyes seemed to be talking. Didn't you say last time that you never add mutton to mutton soup? This time she fulfilled Jiang Ning's wish. I'll treat you, she said. Mom's work was going well. Her salary increased by 1,000 yuan, and she was very generous in giving her pocket money. Zhu Yuantang secretly saved a small amount of money. She didn't need to buy much, just enough to treat Jiang Ning to food and buy him clothes. The old lady was stunned for a moment, then agreed and led the two of them in to sit. There are side dishes on the table over there, stir-fried beans with green peppers, and stir-fried kelp. They are all free. Just take them if you want to eat. Thank you. Zhu Yuantang thanked her. You're welcome. Come often in the future. The old lady thought the little girl was clean and lovely. During the evening self-study, something happened in class 8. Deng Qingfeng, the study committee member, took the USB flash drive given by the English teacher, and copied something to the multimedia computer in the classroom. He thought the USB interface in front was not fast enough, so he was going to try another USB interface, but he found that there was an extra thing in the box below. Jiang Feng's family is well off. As a person from the city, he naturally has a router installed at home. He recognized this thing at a glance. When will there be more routers? He was confused. Jiang Feng suddenly stood on the podium, looked at the students in the classroom, and asked loudly, "There is a router under the podium, do you know?" Yu Wen asked curiously, "What is a router?" "Yes, what does a router do?" "Why swim on the road?" Jiang Ning said. Many girls in the class expressed doubts. Although it is 2014 now, there are really many students who don't know the function of a router. Jiang Feng was extremely disdainful of a group of ignorant women. Forget it. After all, they are women, so let him explain it to the women. The Wi-Fi you use is emitted by the router. Connect the router to the internet cable and you will have Wi-Fi. Do you understand? After hearing this, Yu Wen immediately understood. She thought and said, "You said there is a router, right?" Jiang Feng looked at the lights of the router. The router is still working normally. Not only girls, but many boys in the class paid attention to this topic. That's Wi-Fi. It's more important than eating. Shan Kaikun looked at the back row. He still remembers that Ma Shichen was connected to a full Wi-Fi. There must be something strange. Wang Lang looked at Ma Jie anxiously. Ma Jie's router plan was exposed. It was all because of Jiang Feng, who was nosy. What should they do now? Ma Shichen was also surprised. The multimedia computer of number 4 middle school was placed in a desk box under the desk. Usually, the computer was completely protected by the desk box. Even if students fought on the podium, they would not accidentally damage the computer. Only by opening the small partition door could the router be found. In order to hide it, he deliberately stuffed the router behind the computer. As a result, it was exposed. What kind of luck? However, Ma Shichen was not panicked. He looked at Wang Lang. Wang Lang received Ma Jie's eyes and began to ponder. After a few seconds, he realized it. The classmates in the class talked about it. Zhang Kai said loudly, "Last time, Ma Shichen connected to a Wi-Fi." This news was nothing at ordinary times, but at this juncture, it inevitably attracted the attention of the classmates. Many classmates turned to look at Ma Shichen, waiting for his answer. At this time, Wang Lang stood up, as if facing a press conference. His chubby face showed a calm and sunny smile. "Yes, I have a router," he announced. "Requesting monthly passes for this month and next." Chapter 259 Prelude to Action. Wang Lang frankly admitted that he had a router. He was not in a hurry, without any quibbling or shirking of responsibility. Zhang Kai immediately questioned, "You installed the router so that you can secretly use the Wi-Fi, right?" He felt that he was fooled. The last time he saw Ma Shichen connecting to the Wi-Fi, he used software to crack it after he knew it, but because he was too serious about cracking the Wi-Fi, he was caught by the head of the grade. He was slapped several times and his mobile phone was confiscated. If Wang Lang had told him the Wi-Fi password at that time, perhaps he would not have been caught. Thinking of this, Zhang Kai immediately began to pursue responsibility. Jiang Feng on the podium and the classmates in the class heard this and waited for Wang Lang to give an explanation. Shan Kaikun also thought that Wang Lang was too stingy. They were good friends, and it was understandable not to let outsiders use it, but with their relationship, it was a bit disloyal to keep it secret. Wang Lang first looked at Zhang Kai and kept it in mind. Then, facing the eyes of his classmates, he did not choose to quibble, but picked up a piece of paper. "I put the router in yesterday. I was planning to open it to everyone, but I found that the speed was not stable and often disconnected. Brother Ma and I tested it for a day. We used the default password admin to go in and adjust the settings. We changed the line, IP, and speed limit, and finally adjusted it. But the speed is still not fast. I originally planned to change a new category 5E network cable before deciding to open it to everyone." Wang Lang talked in front of the whole class. His face was full of wisdom, and the kind of wisdom that could not be explained. In 2014, many students did not know much about the internet. Even Dan Qingfeng did not know much. As they listened to Wang Langlang's words, the word professional popped up in their minds. Finally, Wang Langlang said, "Since you want to use Wi-Fi now, I will tell you the password." He moved the stool, held the A4 paper in his hand, and walked along the aisle to the podium. The path he took was not an ordinary path, but a golden road full of flowers and glory leading to the throne of power. Finally, Wang Langlang stood on the podium. He is shorter than Dan Qingfeng, but he looks more like a leader. Wang Langlang picked up the chalk and wrote a line of numbers on the blackboard. "This is the password for the Wi-Fi. When I change the network cable later, the Wi-Fi will still use this password. Let's search and connect." As soon as he finished speaking, some students with quick hands started to connect to the Wi-Fi. Yuan entered the password with her Pavo phone and connected immediately. In order to verify the network speed, she also refreshed her questions. She said, "Wang Langlang, thank you." Other students also expressed their gratitude. Shan Zhao, who was standing by the podium, showed his signature simple and innocent smile. "Wang Langlang, you are really good. We wronged you before. I didn't expect that you would not only bring a router, but also prepare to change the network cable for your classmates to go online. I have never seen such a good person like you. You are so righteous." Wang Langlang was overjoyed when he heard it. Shan Zhao spoke so nicely. However, Wang Langlang never showed his emotions. He said righteously, "Class 8 is my home, and the students in Class 8 are my family. Of course I will do my best for my family." Shan Zhao applauded. What a good man. The original act of stealing the router was mostly resolved because of Wang Langlang's fair and square explanation. There must be a few students who were unhappy, but now that Wang Langlang took the initiative to tell them the Wi-Fi password, they would not be blind enough to make trouble. What if Wang Langlang got angry and removed the router? They would not be able to use Wi-Fi tonight. Wang Langlang asked Ma Shichen for credit. "Brother Ma, how is it?" Those terms about the internet were still what he heard from Ma Shichen in the past. Wang Langlang usually likes to take notes and write down all kinds of details. He likes the famous saying, "Details determine success or failure," and this time it just happened to be used. Ma Shichen saw it and felt that it was enough. There is no perfect solution in the world. Very good. Well done. Wang Langlang was happy for a while and then said, "With so many classmates in the class connected to the Wi-Fi, the speed must be slow. Brother Ma, I guess you will be a little stuck when playing that fingertip Dota in class." He knew that Brother Ma was trying to climb the ladder recently. Ma Shichen, "No way, I'll use my data. I'll buy that network cable online later." Wang Langlang nodded. "When I get to the top of the list, I'll treat you to barbecue," Ma Shichen said generously. Although the overall number of players in the game he played was not large, there was a small circle in the forum, and the player activity was quite considerable. There was a rich girl in the forum who bought high-scoring accounts at a high price, and Ma Shichen was going to give it a try. The next afternoon, the last class was physical education. As soon as the class was over, the students in the back row ran to the playground, especially Wu Zhaoqi, who was holding the ball and running very fast, and his steps were still swaying from side to side. Chen Xiaoyu looked at the math test paper. Gao Hishuai explained the test paper once. Chen Xiaoyu marked all the wrong questions and studied them repeatedly until she finally understood the test paper thoroughly. She couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. It was really refreshing to conquer math problems, just like eating delicious food and drinking iced drinks. She said confidently, "If I take this test paper again, I can definitely get full marks." Unfortunately, it was the same as if she didn't say it. Not to mention full marks, she couldn't even get 130 points in her usual exams, even if she and her sister put their efforts together. Chen Xiaoyu felt melancholy, and she turned sideways to look at Zhu Yuantang. Zhu Yuantang's mobile phone was on the table, and she was tapping and poking at it. She was playing the game Undead Killer Xia Haochun. She controlled the character and killed everyone. The game was smooth and the combat was powerful. Zhu Yuantang had a great time playing. Chen Xiaoyu waited for a while and asked her, "Zhu Yuantang, can you tell me how it feels to get 130 points in math?" Zhu Yuantang raised her head and looked at her in surprise. I've never scored so low before, so I don't know. Chen Xiaoyu, huh? Then, her expression changed. After a while, Chen Xiaoyu adjusted her mood. She was an optimistic girl and would not be easily stimulated to autism. In the next physical education class, she imagined, Yuxia, I brought a table tennis ball. Let's play table tennis in the next class. Bei Yuxia agreed. She likes sports very much. She used to learn dance. She is not the kind of quiet girl who stays in her seat all day. Jiang Ning, are you coming? Chen Xiaoyu said. In the previous physical education classes, she and her sister played with Jiang Ning's badminton. Jiang Ning thought about it and said, maybe there is no chance to play. Why? Chen Xiaoyu didn't understand. Did Jiang Ning skip class? You will know when the class starts, he said. At this time, Zhu Yuantang finished playing games. She reached out from the hole in the table, took out a bag of snacks, tore it open, and gave one to everyone. I've eaten assorted fruit jelly, and it was advertised on TV before. Chen Xiaoyu took the jelly and expressed her gratitude. Zhu Yuantang gave 2 to Jiang Ning. After the distribution, they went to the playground together. Sports committee member Zhang Kai was already in place, and he directed everyone to line up. Cuiu shouted, every time you get so serious, it's actually just a roll call and a run. No problem, it's true. Meng Jiui followed. Then the physical education teacher Gu Wei came, first called the roll, and all the students were present. Gu Wei said, students, we won't run today. When this was said, everyone was quite surprised. If they didn't run, wouldn't it mean that they could play around with the rest of the time? Cuiu took a step. Gu Wei pointed at him. What are you doing? Cuiu looked back and asked in confusion. Didn't the class disband? Gu Wei said, come back quickly. I will teach you Teikai in this class. He blew a whistle. Okay, everyone line up and stand. We will review the first move we taught yesterday. Then, the students in class 8 learned Teikai for a whole class. Until the bell rang, the team disbanded. Cuiu cursed. It's better to take Gao Pang's math class. Real physical education classes are really torturous. As soon as he finished speaking, the loudspeaker on the teaching building sounded again. Students in the first and second grades of high school, hurry up and gather in front of the teaching building. Before the evening self-study class began, the second to last row, Lukaki and Yu Wen, discussing the latest developments of the Korean group EXO. Yu Wen played a video of EXO dancing on her mobile phone. Now the class has Wi-Fi, you can play videos at any time. Although the speed is slow, it is much better than having no internet. Wang Lang watched Ma Jie playing games. This is an extremely critical game. If he wins, Ma Jie will eat up the opponent's points and top the server. If he loses, Ma Jie will have to play 2 more games to get back the points. It was a tense moment. Cuiu ran to the back row with his phone in hand to share his new find with a few good friends. Brothers, I found a player. It's really awesome. Just enter the URL. You can watch the video directly, and you can also download it. He spread out his phone and pointed at the player icon. There was a red circle on the outside of the icon, black inside, and a blue triangle in the center. Seeing the familiar icon, Wang Lang said, Brother Ma has this software on his phone. Cuiu glanced at Yu Wen and Lukaki in front of him and said, it's for watching movies. After hearing this, Yu Wen asked a few people, what kind of movies are you watching? Hu Jun said, art movies. Yu Wen was not interested and continued to discuss celebrities with Lukaki. Wang Lang said, didn't Brother Ma give you the network disk resources? Why are you still looking for them? Hu Jun looked like an experienced person. You don't understand. Lang, men, they eat what's in the bowl and think about the pot. Cuiu moved his phone over and explained, this player is awesome, let me show you. As he said that, he entered a mysterious string of letters plus numbers, and the loading progress moved forward rapidly. Fuck. Long was stunned. Cuiu was too bold. He was in the classroom right now, in broad daylight. As pillars of society, they actually did something so immoral. It's really a shame for number 4 middle school. Cuiu laughed obscenely twice. Lukaki turned around and said, Cuiu, your laugh is really disgusting. CUIU, hurry up and plug your ears. He likes Jiang Ning, not Lukiki. Only when facing Jiang Ning, CUIU will give her the best gentleness and gentlemanliness. I'll play a movie for you. It must be said that it is a good thing to have Wi-Fi in the class. Then, CUIU randomly selected a video, clicked to play, and turned his phone horizontally. The first picture that caught his eye was a neat and clean room without any extra clutter. There was a large leather sofa with a woman sitting upright. The woman was not beautiful, but had a unique worldly temperament. Jiang Ning, who was chatting next to him, couldn't help but take a look. Just one look and he couldn't hold his face. He is a serious person. He now has an online friend named A-Chap, who is the kindest, most innocent, and most pitiful girl in the world. Jiang Ning silently vowed that he would protect A-Chap and leave everything to A-Chap, including, so he decided not to watch movies anymore. Because if he watched it again, he would feel that he was not clean, his soul was dirty, and he was not worthy of A-Chap. Boys are always like this. Sometimes for love, they can do a lot of outrageous and unreasonable things. Jiang Ning now talks with A-Chan about dreams, music, and philosophy. He doesn't like such vulgar art. From now on, he will not watch movies and be a pure and focused good man. There is no way. He is such a loyal man. Jiang Ning waved his hand in disdain. Don't call me for such things in the future. He broke with the past. This made CUIU confused. Ning was not such a person at Meng Jiui's house some time ago. CUIU had no choice. He wanted to find someone to share. He moved the screen over and showed it to Hu Jun. However, Hu Jun looked at the woman in the picture and commented, "She is too young. She just debuted. Can you change to a higher quality one?" CUIU, I understand. Art is being discussed over there. Myro ZHE received a message on questions. Spring is perfect for dating. You are my romance hidden in the breeze. Myro ZHE. This is a new feature of questions. Whisper. Ordinary people cannot know which friend sent the message. However, Myro ZHE raised his lips. He found Yun and I. Don't whisper love words next time, because I know it's you. There is no way. Myro ZHE's questions contact is only Yun and I. Meng Jiui held the phone and came to Ma Shicheng. Brother Ma, why is my game crashing? Ma Shicheng just clicked on the tower on the opposite side and put down his phone. Next, you can find a rich girl on Tiba to sell your account. There are many reasons for the game crashing, and it is not easy to distinguish. My suggestion is that you change the game version, he said. Meng Jiui said, I read the comments that to play this game, you need to install the Google Framework and Google Store on your phone. How do you do it? Ma Shicheng, it's not difficult to install. There are usually tutorials. Just follow the tutorials and create a Google account. Meng Jiui scratched his head. Brother Ma, I think it's very troublesome. Can you teach me? I'll buy you a Coke. Okay, I'll study it and finish it in the evening study today. Ma Shicheng agreed. But before that, he has to sell his account first. He logged into the forum, took a screenshot of the ranking, posted a post, and waited for the active rich girl in the forum to appear. At the front door, Shan Kaikun walked into the classroom with an elegant step. He was holding a paper cup that looked quite high-end. Shan Kaikun picked it up and took a sip. This was the American coffee he bought, which cost him a huge sum of 18 yuan. Shan Kaikun had never bought such an expensive drink before. He drank while walking, slowly, and deliberately came in from the front door, just to show off his identity. Shan Kaikun glanced at Bei Yuxia, and he spoke to Chen Xiaoyu in a pretentious manner. Are you reading a book? Yes. Chen Xiaoyu said. She noticed the cup Shan Kaikun was holding and asked, are you drinking milk tea? Shan Kaikun had been waiting for this question. He said, hey, this is coffee, drink some to refresh yourself. He looked indifferent. Zhu Yuantang asked Jiang Ning, is the coffee delicious? Jiang Ning, it's bitter. Oh, then I'd rather eat jelly. She still had a jelly left. Shan Kaikun took the coffee and left, showing off in the back row. Shan Kaikun drank this cup of coffee for a whole evening self-study. School was about to end. Ma Shicheng frowned and stared at his phone, his expression slightly excited. His game account was bought by a rich girl on Tiba, and he got 888 yuan. It was definitely a huge sum of money, and it was worth his playing for several days. This was very gratifying, but it was not enough to make him excited. What Ma Shichen found interesting was that when he helped Meng Jiui set up the Google store, he used an accelerator. In order to find the accelerator, he accidentally entered a bar, where the bar friends were discussing something he had never heard of. It was as if a new world had suddenly opened up. Ma Shichen thought about that thing, virtual currency. Chapter 260. Do you want to do it or not? Do you want to watch it or not? April 10th. Thursday, afternoon. Every Thursday always makes the freshmen of number 4 middle school happy. Tomorrow is Friday, the last day of school, and it will be another happy weekend. But Jiang Ning knows that such a happy day will not last long. Once promoted to the second year of high school, the original weekend will become an odd-even day off, and after the third year of high school, there will be only one day off per week. Relatively speaking, number 4 middle school is quite open-minded. Some high schools with strict academic atmosphere only have one day off per week since the first year of high school, and some high schools even have only 2 days off per month. Zheng Lu poked him on the back. Jiang Ning, where are you going to play this week? Jiang Ning turned around and glanced at Zheng Lu inadvertently. The clothes on her upper body were a little tighter, which made her chest plump. Going on a long journey, Jiang Ning said. He asked Xiao Shuangshan to find news about a material and needed to go there to investigate in person. That material is used to refine the sword embryo of the flying sword, which is very important. Although Jiang Ning indulged in the secular world and enjoyed himself all day long, he never slacked off in cultivation. He had been in the world of immortal cultivation and was very clear about the essential rules of the world, which was the law of the jungle. Well then, Zheng Lu was disappointed when she learned about it. A few days ago, during the Qingming festival, she and her good sister He Qingtang had a picnic on the small plain of Heba. The days they spent with Jiang Ning were really wonderful. Especially that pot of rabbit meat. She still misses it now. Originally, she thought about doing it again this week, to reminisce that kind of happiness. It seems that she was overthinking it after all. There were 3 Qingming festivals in 3 years of high school, and there might only be 3 such opportunities. Maybe it would not be enough for 3 times. When I go to college, there will be even fewer days to get together. Thinking of this, there are very few carefree times in my whole life. When I thought of this, Zheng Lu actually felt a kind of melancholy. That youth is fleeting. The sorrow of a young girl came and went quickly, and soon hid in her heart. Zheng Lu asked a new question. Jiang Ning, were you from the same village as Zhu Chachu before? The last time Zheng Lu saw Zhu Chachu in the grassland, she was amazing. Zhu Chachu was the kind of ordinary girl who was extremely beautiful. Jiang Ning replied, they are not from the same county as me, let alone the same village. Which county is she in Tang Tang from? 2 county or Xinhan County? Yuzhou City is a combination of 3 counties and 1 city, and the 3 county towns surround the urban area from 3 directions. Jiang Ning is from a township under Guiyang County, and Zheng Lu is not clear about the origins of Zhu Chachu and Zhu Yuantong, and has never asked. From Xinhan County, Jiang Ning said. Yeah, did you know each other before? She began to inquire about information. Jiang Ning is a person. With just one glance, Zheng Lu saw through everything, including her little thoughts. However, Jiang Ning still explained to her slowly. In the middle of the chat, Jiang Ning's phone vibrated twice. Zheng Lu just absorbed a lot of information and was digesting it. It turns out that Jiang Ning and Zhu Chachu are not familiar with each other. I thought they were childhood sweethearts. It was a false alarm. Then, Zheng Lu stopped worrying. Even if they are childhood sweethearts, so what? It's said in the anime that childhood sweethearts lose the most. Jiang Ning turned on the screen and someone sent him a message. Shenkinj, the first like in the circle of friends. Thank you. On the north side of the classroom, against the wall, Shenkinj took a deep breath, and her chest rose and fell a little. She had just added Jiang Ning's WeChat not long ago, and she added it under the pretext of performing a program at the school anniversary event. For some reason, she had not chatted with Jiang Ning, and ignored him for a few days. It's so difficult. Shenkinj felt like this. The relationship between people is always like this, from the original familiarity to unfamiliarity. If you want to get familiar again, it will become extremely difficult because a barrier has been formed between the two people. It is more difficult to get along than two strangers who have never met before. This time when she went to chat with Jiang Ning, it happened that she participated in the event of the newly opened milk tea shop at the school gate. She only needed to forward the boss's circle of friends and collect 50 likes to get 2 cups of milk tea for free. If she got milk tea, she decided to give 1 cup to Jiang Ning. Thinking carefully, she received a lot of help from Jiang Ning in the 3 years of Township Junior High School, but she never invited him to drink a cup of milk tea. Shen Qinj couldn't help feeling ashamed. She waited anxiously for Jiang Ning's reply. Jiang Ning clicked into her circle of friends, took a look, and then replied, "I can't order it." Shen Qinj received the reply and couldn't help wondering, why do you say I can't order it? Does he still have resentment towards me and is unwilling to like my post? The previous conflict has passed for more than half a year. Is he still angry in his heart? Obviously, she chose not to care about Jiang Ning. Shen Qinj frowned with a puzzled look. "Can't I order it?" she said, with a little resentment in her heart. If Jiang Ning's reply made her dissatisfied again, she swore that she would never take the initiative to talk to Jiang Ning again in high school. She didn't want to lower herself, she had dignity. "Jiang Ning, you blocked me on your moments." Shen Qinj, she looked extremely embarrassed. When she first added Jiang Ning on WeChat, she planned to take care of her moments before officially opening it to show that she was doing well. Then, she forgot to unblock him. After Jiang Ning liked the post, he saw that Zheng Lu seemed to be thinking about something, so he simply returned to his body. Jiang Ning was browsing moments and questions space. These days, classmates are divided into 2 groups. One group uses WeChat and the other group uses questions space. Recently, Jiang Ning received many friend requests from classmates, and he did not refuse them. In his previous life, Jiang Ning was not good at socializing. As graduation was approaching, he did not have many high school classmates, so he had nothing to see when he browsed moments later. Sometimes when he came back from get off work, and it was late at night, he would miss his student days, but because he had lost contact, he did not know the later life situations of his classmates. This time, adding them back can be regarded as making up for the regrets of the past. The latest post on questions space was posted by a female classmate named Li Shengnan in the class. Li Shengnan, Pang Jiao, Wang Yanlian, and Zhang Yifei are in a small circle. She is chubby, and Jiang Ning often saw her taking selfies with her phone in class. Li Shengnan posted a post with the caption, "Let's say, do you like this beauty?" The picture, a selfie with one hand making a V sign. There are more than 40 likes, and a bunch of comments below. This post was just posted 2 hours ago. If it continues at this rate, the number of likes is expected to exceed 100. Pang Jiao, sister, you can debut directly with this beauty. Zhang Yifei, help, it's too good. Let's say you must protect yourself when you go out. Not only did Pang Jiao and a few others comment, but there were also comments from a group of boys. It's so beautiful. Is your sister a high school student? Why didn't you reply to my private message? The comment area was full of thriving. At this time, Ma Shicheng's comment appeared. Hey, who is this? She looks good. Li Shengnan, are you blind? This is me. Ma Shicheng, sorry, I didn't see it. Li Shengnan stood up from her seat and cast a vicious look at the back row. Pang Jiao and Zhang Yifei, who were nearby, looked at the back row together, as if they were staring at the devil from the abyss. However, they looked at each other for a few times, and didn't care too much. Although Pang Jiao and her friends were arrogant, they were not completely brainless. Mio Zhe, Wu Zhaoqi, Cuiu, Song Sheng and others, who they bullied, were mostly the kind of students who were isolated and helpless in the class. Pang Jiao had a fight with Mio Zhe and was scratched by Mio Zhe, leaving bloody marks on her face. Since then, she rarely had conflicts with Mio Zhe. This shows that they are also afraid of him. Ma Shicheng and the others knew each other. He was very popular in the back row. If he was really annoyed, it would probably cause a big fight. Pang Jiao and her friends were not afraid of trouble, but they didn't take the initiative to cause trouble. Handsome guys and beautiful girls from class 8, I'm here again. I brought good things for everyone today. Shenzhou smiled and carried a bag. During this period, Shenzhou basically went to class 8 every 1 or 2 weeks to sell small commodities. The things Shenzhou sells are a little more expensive than Taobao, but cheaper than the small shops near the school, and the advantage is that you can get them immediately after paying, so he has a group of customers. This facial cleanser is for acne treatment. Look at this brand, it's a big brand. If you go to the supermarket outside, you can't get it without 20 yuan, but if you come to me, it's 15 yuan, just take it away. Shenzhou held up the facial cleanser, gestured, and explained the product skillfully. After one trip, Shenzhou sold 2 bottles of facial cleanser and got 30 yuan. He smiled even more and walked along the podium to the back of the classroom. I hope I can sell 2 more bottles. Even if I can't sell them, I can go out through the back door and go directly to class 1 to sell. However, class 1 is an experimental class and the teachers are strict. Last time, he was almost caught by class 1's head teacher so he needs to be careful. Shenzhou shouted to the back row. Zhang Kai was watching Ma Shichen showing a movie. His mobile phone was taken away. Now he has nothing to play with and can only watch others play to relieve boredom. Zhang Kai looked at Shenzhou with jealousy in his heart. He felt worse watching this idiot making money than losing money. Especially since he had been cheated out of hundreds of dollars while working part-time online, but Shenzhou could make steady money. Why? Shenzhou had been selling goods for a semester, so he must have made a lot of money. Zhang Kai was almost going crazy with jealousy. He waited for Shenzhou to pass by and asked, "Shenzhou, you must have made a lot of money by selling 2 bottles of facial cleanser, right?" As soon as he said this, the classmates nearby came over to pay attention. Even Mao Zhe looked over here. Everyone was curious about how much he could make. Shenzhou mumbled, "Not much, not enough to buy a cup of milk tea." Shenzhou certainly would not reveal how much money he could make. A bottle of facial cleanser sells for 15 yuan, and the purchase price is about 12 yuan. The profit of 1 bottle is 3 yuan, and 2 bottles are 6 yuan. For 6 yuan, you can go out to eat a plate of fried noodles with vegetables and eggs. It's okay for him to know it himself. If his peers at this stage knew how much he made, it would definitely not be good. After all, not everyone can accept others making money calmly. Zhang Kai heard Shenzhou's perfunctory response. He smiled and deliberately said, "It should not be as much as Ma Shichen in our class." He helped others play games and made more than 800 in a few days. Zhang Kai wanted to use the money earned by Ma Shichen to stimulate Shenzhou. After hearing this, Shan Kaikun was surprised and said, "Brother Ma is awesome. He can make so much money." Ma Shichen nodded. He didn't think it was a big deal to leak it out. There was no need to hide the money he earned honestly. Nize, a sophomore in the 4th middle school, made tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands by playing LOL, and he still publicized it. When Shenzhou heard about this amount, he looked at Ma Shichen. He said that he earned it with his own ability, so he didn't have much to say. But Zhang Kai, Shenzhou felt that he was not a good person. Shenzhou sells small commodities, is eloquent, and deals with all kinds of people. He has met many students. He smiled and said, "Hello, brothers, if you need anything, just contact me on questions. I guarantee it will be cheap." After that, Shenzhou left through the back door with his bag on his back. Zhu Yuantang ran to the back with a garbage bag to throw away the garbage. It attracted Zhang Kai's attention. People who think about money in their hearts see money in everything. Zhang Kai said, "Zhu Yuantang also makes a lot of money. He can get hundreds of yuan in scholarships every time he takes an exam." "Hujun, I really can't do this. If you can be the first in the grade, you will be convinced to take this money." What he said is true. The scholarships obtained by being the first in the grade really make people not jealous. This is the most correct way, making money by academic performance. Zhang Kai said again, "Jiang Ning also got a lot of scholarships. I also heard that Zheng Lu can also make money by drawing pictures on the internet." Zhang Kai said one by one, "There are only a few people in their class who can make money with their own skills. After all, high school students are not as free as college students, and it is difficult for high school students to do part-time jobs. I often see Zheng Lu treat Jiang Ning to food, and I'm really envious." Zhang Kai said sourly. He said, "It's so good to be a gigolo." Ma Shicheng said. Then you didn't see how many questions Jiang Ning explained to Zheng Lu. Zhang Kai has been talking about making money here, which aroused Lu Keqi's association. She didn't care and sneered in her heart. What kind of skill is it to work hard to make money? Whether it's Ma Shicheng, Zheng Lu, or Zhu Yuantong, they all work hard to make money. She, Lu Keqi, is different. She spends her boyfriend's money directly. In the future, she will marry a rich man, so she doesn't have to work hard. She can save decades of teachers. Class 9 of grade 1. Yan Xianpeng found Shenzhou. Brother Zhu, have you heard that the Wi-Fi in class 8 is now free to use? Shenzhou, what's the situation? Yan Xianpeng told him about the router. Shenzhou was surprised and said, XIU, how did you come up with this method? Yan Xianpeng, our class is next to class 8, and I secretly connected to their class's Wi-Fi, but the speed is a bit slow. Yan Xianpeng discussed. Brother Zhu, I have an idea, do you think it will work? Let's put the entire router under the multimedia. Whoever wants to connect in the class spends 3 yuan, and we give him the password for a week. He felt that the way he thought of to make money was really genius. Yan Xianpeng said excitedly, if 10 people connect, I can get 30 yuan for free in a week. 20 people, 60 yuan a week. If our class has 50 people connecting, 150 yuan a week. We have 12 classes in the first year of high school. 12 times 150. My god. Yan Xianpeng calculated in his mind for half a minute and spit out a number. 1,800. Moreover, there are still sophomores and seniors in the 4th middle school, as well as many repeater classes. After a month, it will not be over 10,000. More than his father earns. Yan Xianpeng imagined the scene of him holding a stack of banknotes and throwing them in his father's face. His blood was boiling, and he was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Do you want to do it, Brother Zhu? Yan Xianpeng encouraged. His business territory only needed Shenzhou to join. With Shenzhou's eloquence and shamelessness, he will definitely achieve great things. Shenzhou looked at him, as if he was looking at an idiot. You are really smart. He thought Yan Xianpeng was mentally ill. First of all, secretly placing the router without telling the teacher was wrong in itself. And now he is making money from his classmates, who must be unhappy. If Shenzhou dares to do it, he will never be able to do business in this class again. And sooner or later a classmate will tell the teacher that the router will be 100% lost. Do it or not, Brother Zhu, a chance to make money while lying down. Yan Xianpeng determined that the method was feasible. Shenzhou refused. Forget it, I won't get involved. Yan Xianpeng was annoyed. You have money, but don't want to make it. Shenzhou said earnestly, some money can be made, some money can't be made. Yan Xianpeng threw his hands. Okay, you are noble, you are amazing. If you don't do it, I will find someone else to do it. Don't cry and beg me when the time comes. Yan Xianpeng showed the kind of resentful expression of 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. The two of them parted unhappily. Shenzhou knew that Yan Xianpeng would definitely find someone to cooperate with, so he didn't persuade him. With Yan Xianpeng's current situation, he couldn't persuade him at all. If he forced him to persuade, people would think you were blocking the road to wealth. Shenzhou also wondered what kind of brain could come up with such a smart operation. Class 8. The next class is the English teacher Chen Haiyang's class. Yan Xianpeng appeared at the back door of class 8. He was huge and occupied the entire door frame. Yan Xianpeng waved his hand and shouted, Zhang Kai, come out. After hearing this, Zhang Kai didn't really want to come out. He still remembered the bad things Yan Xianpeng did when they went out to eat braised chicken during the last monthly exam, and he didn't want to be brothers with him anymore. However, Yan Xianpeng seemed to have something to ask him, and Zhang Kai didn't break up with him. What if he has something good to ask him? At worst, he can borrow his mobile phone to play with. When Zhang Kai got to the door, Yan Xianpeng put his arm around his shoulders. Brother, I will help you make a fortune. Make a fortune? Make a lot of money. Let's go outside and talk. Yan Xianpeng was cautious. His wonderful way of making money must not be heard by others. Wang Long retracted his gaze. Ma Shicheng, his deskmate, said, Long, don't rush home after the evening self-study. I'll treat you to barbecue. He looked at both sides and said, "Brother Nan and Brother Jun, bring Kaquan with you, and let's go together tonight. I'll treat you. Geo Kunan, Brother Ma is a brother. Barbecue, a meal is not cheap." Hu Jan promised, "Brother Ma, if you have any problems in the future, just come to me." Class was about to start. Cuiu said slyly, "Brother Gui, shall we watch a movie in class?" Meng Gui, "It's not a good idea, right?" Cuiu, "I will watch the movie right in front of Chen Haiyang." Alas. Meng Gui, "You are so disobedient to your teacher. Doing this in class is really treasonous. Do you want to watch it?" Cuiu asked. Chapter 261 Observing Art. English class. Chen Haiyang came with the textbook. The setting sun slanted down on his bald head, creating a sharp and oily light that was dazzling. At this moment, Chen Haiyang was no longer an ordinary English teacher. He was the light. Because Chen Haiyang had a violent temper, most of the students in class 8 were in awe of him, and did not make small moves in his class. After all, this teacher dared to scold even the head of the first grade. Chen Haiyang said something in English, which roughly meant, "Students, open your textbooks, and continue yesterday's class." Ma Shicheng in the back row was confused when he heard it. He was very bad at English. Ma Shicheng simply stopped listening to the class. He found a small English dictionary and started to memorize words. Wang Lang opened his eyes wide, as if he had seen a ghost, and was shocked. "What's going on?" My brother Ma actually started to study. He was 100% right. Ma Shicheng was reading an English dictionary. Wang Lang couldn't figure it out anyway. Why did brother Ma suddenly study? He was puzzled. Soon, Wang Lang was relieved that brother Ma finally worked hard. In this monthly exam, Ma's score was incredible. He ranked first in the whole school, the last one. He was much lower than Wu Zhaoqi, who performed normally. You know, Wu Zhaoqi said that he usually slept for an hour before each exam. When he was about to leave the exam room, he woke up and drew 2 random lines with a pen. As a result, he scored better than Ma Shicheng. Ma Shicheng studied English carefully. He planned to learn it from the beginning and master this language. Chen Haiyang was lecturing at the podium. The students below listened attentively. Students like Chen Qian often frowned and thought because they were too focused on the class. Zhu Yuantang in the south did not raise his head. His mobile phone was placed on the desk openly. Chen Haiyang naturally noticed this scene. Although he was strict, he kept his word. At the beginning of the first year of high school, he once said that if anyone got a high score in English, then that student could do anything, as long as he did not affect the class. Chen Haiyang has been teaching for 20 years. What kind of students has he not seen? Zhu Yuantan really does not need his care. The classroom, a corner in the north. There is another scene. Cuiu's eyes were as bright as fire. He couldn't understand Chen Haiyang's English class at all, and he didn't want to listen. Cuiu was a man with his own ideas. He didn't want to learn English, thinking that it was useless. Compared to learning English, he had more important things to do. Cuiu glanced at Chen Haiyang and saw that he was looking at the other side, so Cuiu secretly took out his mobile phone and then quickly put it forward and stood it up horizontally. The books on his desk were piled up like a mountain of books, completely covering the mobile phone. Cuiu thought that Chen Haiyang couldn't notice it. He nudged his desk mat Meng Gui with his elbow. Then, he opened a video player in class. The video loaded quite fast, much faster than during the break. Cuiu was very relieved. It seemed that there were no bad students downloading things in this class. They usually connected to Wi-Fi, and they hated some students the most. They started downloading as soon as they connected to Wi-Fi, as if they had never been online. This kind of thing took up the most network speed. The exciting video began to play. A wonderful masterpiece produced by a media company. Cuiu watched and learned at the same time. And in the most serious class of Chen Haiyang, it's double the excitement. Cuiu's hands were shaking, and his whole body was trembling. Exciting. Too exciting. Meng Gui, a deskmat, had his hair standing up for more than 10 centimeters. He found that Cuiu was restless after watching the film. He looked at teacher Chen Haiyang from time to time, and when he was not paying attention, he stretched his head over to appreciate it. At this moment, the plot was still slowly advancing, and the progress was very slow. Meng Jiui was impatient. How long will it take? The flowers have all withered, and they can't start the war. Meng Jiui called himself a saint, but even a saint needs to fast forward when watching a movie. He stretched out his hand, slid to the right, and dragged the progress bar. The picture turned, and entered the formal battle stage. The plot became eye-catching. It was exciting. Meng Jiui observed teacher Chen Haiyang, and continued to indulge in watching the movie. At this time, the sunlight outside the window shone at a slightly tilted angle to their position. The external light became brighter, and the brightness of the mobile phone screen was naturally not enough. The automatic brightness sensing function of mobile phones these days is easy to go wrong, so CUIU usually turns off the automatic brightness and adjusts the brightness himself every time. As a result, the brightness of the video is not enough. In class, it is not allowed to watch too close. In order to show his attentiveness, Meng Jiui sits up straight and pretends to be a good student. He only observes art with the corner of his eyes, otherwise it is easy for the teacher to notice. Now he looks at the picture on the mobile phone screen, which seems very dark and not very clear, affecting his appreciation of art. Relatively speaking, CUIU is closer and feels okay. Seeing that CUIU has no intention of actively adjusting the brightness, Meng Jiui decided to do it himself. Just now, dragging the progress bar was his own intention. Before adjusting the brightness, Meng Jiui thought about it. With the middle of the screen as the boundary, swiping up on the left is to adjust the volume, and swiping up on the right is to adjust the brightness. He remembers it very clearly. Yes, that's it. The current app is very user-friendly. The screen brightness can be adjusted directly in the software, without pulling the status bar to adjust the system brightness. The times are advancing rapidly, and the experience is getting better and better. After confirming, Meng Jiui stretched out his hand in front of the screen, moved to the upper right side of the screen. His fingers moved, like a dragonfly touching the water, touching and separating, and swiping upwards. The next moment, a sharp voice was heard unscrupulously. Chen Haiyang had just finished a paragraph, and the classroom was quiet. The passionate and melodious voice was so abrupt and so eye-catching. It only took a second for the two to attract the attention of the whole class. All the students looked over quickly. The classroom became even quieter, and the students listened attentively. Everyone was confused at first, and then the boys smiled knowingly, and the girls who were slow to react were still confused. Chen Haiyang's face turned green when he heard the voice. CUIU turned off the screen in panic. "What are you doing?" Chen Haiyang shouted. CUIU was panicked. "Report to the teacher, I'm learning Japanese." CUIU and Meng Jiui left peacefully. It was not until the first class of the evening self-study that the two came back with slap marks all over their faces. The atmosphere in the back row was very cheerful. Shan Kai-kun shouted, "Brother CUI, Meng Jiui, the class 9 next door knows about you too. You are famous." Lin Zida from the experimental class 1 came to ask if there are 2 ruthless people in our class. Wang Lang said, "Ha ha ha, you guys can watch it. Why do you turn it on?" Hu Jun hated him for not fighting, looking for death. CUIU stiffened his neck. Meng Jiui did it. "Damn, I give up." Meng Jiui was embarrassed. "Don't mention the previous things again." CUIU lamented. "It's over. Teacher Chen asked us to write 3 self-criticisms in English. He was slapped for no reason, and his mobile phone was not returned." Chen Haiyang said that the mobile phone would be returned to him after the school anniversary. He was also burdened with self-criticisms. What a trivial matter. He was annoyed. How could Meng Jiui be so stupid? But CUIU didn't hate Meng Jiui. After all, he was the one who suggested watching the movie. Moreover, he and Meng Jiui had a deep friendship and had loved the same woman. Wang Lang said, "Come on, admit your mistake honestly. If you run into the physics teacher, I'll report you to the whole school." The physics teacher is a real smiling tiger. Every weekend, he takes a special car to Anchi to attend a cram school. His extracurricular income is no less than his main job income. And during the winter and summer vacations, He makes even more money, so he usually teaches casually in class, and if students make a mistake, they will be severely punished. Well, write it. CUIU accepted his fate. Meng GUI, do you know English? I don't know, and I have never written an English self-review. CUIU said. Hu Jun said, you can search the internet and find a model essay. Wang Lang pondered for a few seconds and said, this type of self-review should not be easy to find. CUIU said, copy it first, and then ask the class monitor to eat something, and ask him to help you revise it. This is a good idea, let's try it later. Meng GUI agreed. Class monitor Huang Zhangfei is very righteous, and has good academic performance. When classmates encounter difficult problems, they like to ask him for help. When they were discussing solutions, they suddenly noticed that Ma Shichen was silent. At first, CUIU thought he was playing with his phone, but when he looked down, he was immediately shocked. Meng GUI, am I blind? You are not blind, something is wrong with Brother Ma. Meng GUI said. Wang Lang, Brother Ma is confused. Shan Keiquan said, hey, Ma, turn over a new leaf and study hard. I have a secret to quickly improve your grades. Do you want it? He added, but I think, Ma, you're not just a flash in the pan, are you? Hu Jun, I think so too. They teased Ma Shichen. Yan Xianpeng and Zhang Kai stood at the back door of the classroom, said a few words, and Zhang Kai walked into the classroom. Yan Xianpeng left. Wang Lang looked at Zhang Kai. He was very close to him, and Yan Xianpeng today. He went out twice in one afternoon, and avoided others when talking. He must be planning something. Zhang Kai came over with a smile. Brothers, who has money? Give me some, I will pay you back next week. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the back row immediately became dull. There was silence for more than 10 seconds, and CUIU took over. Talking about money hurts feelings. Zhang Kai negotiated. Brothers, I need it urgently. It's not a small matter anyway. Still no one spoke. Zhang Kai looked at Guo Kunan. Brother Nan, do you have money on hand? Zhang Kai and Yan Xianpeng discussed the feasibility of placing a router. He felt that it could work. If you think about it carefully, isn't this the same as the claw machines and automatic beverage vending machines in major shopping malls? As long as you dare to invest in the early stage, you can sit back and collect money in the later stage. What Yan Xianpeng said makes sense. The router is placed under the multimedia, so they don't have to pay rent, and even the electricity bill can be saved. Zhang Kai thought about their class's demand for Wi-Fi and thought that the method would definitely work. Ever since Qian Heng from class 2 gave Yang Sheng his KFC breakfast, Zhang Kai couldn't go back. He must become a rich man. There are very few opportunities to make a fortune in life. It's hard to see one. Even if it's risky, you must grab it. If he doesn't take what God has given him, he will be punished by God. After Guo Kunan heard this, he frowned and questioned. You owed me 40 yuan last month, and you haven't paid it back yet. I haven't been willing to buy headphones. Zhang Kai said, lend me some more. When I make money, I will pay you back immediately. Ma Shichen asked, is your way of making money stable? Zhang Kai, of course it's stable. I will pay you back as soon as I make money. Wang Lang didn't believe it. He said, you haven't paid back the money you owe to the squad leader. Last month, you asked Tuang Yasu to bring you dinner, but you haven't paid him back yet. Zhang Kai was annoyed when he heard this. He was exposed, and his face was not good. He said, I borrowed money from others. What's it to you? Are you meddling in other people's business? Zhang Kai was annoyed. Wang Lang was silent. He hadn't settled the matter with Zhang Kai about the router yet, and this guy was still offended. He really gave him face. If he doesn't take revenge, he is not Lang. Hu Jun said, I don't know how you make money, I can't lend you money. CUIU, I don't have money. Everyone is busy with money. I want to buy a pancake for evening self-study. Whether to put fried eggs or not, I'll think about it for half a class. Compared with others who still make excuses, Shan Keiquan said, sorry, no need to lend money. Shan Keiquan's grades have improved rapidly recently, and his father has been promoted and given a raise, and his life is getting better and better. He can't say he is rich, but he has enough money on hand, so he can easily spare 1 or 200 yuan. But he never makes excuses. If he doesn't like someone, he won't lend him money, and he will refuse directly. He is only weak when facing Bayuxia. Zankai looked at Meng Jiui again. Meng Jiui spread her hands. I have an appointment with teacher Tony to do my hair this weekend. Zankai looked at his 10cm hairstyle and thought to himself, weird. Zankai had one last plan. He didn't forget that there was a rich man in the back row. Brother Ma, didn't you make more than 800 the day before yesterday? Lend me some. I don't want more. Just give me 500. Several people looked at him in disbelief. He dared to ask for 500. At the same time, Jiuo Kunan, Hu-jun and others were worried, and Ma Shichen couldn't refuse. After all, Ma Shichen did have money on hand. Ma Shichen knew Zankai's plan. He didn't believe that Zankai had found a reliable method, which must be very outrageous. He had seen a lot of outrageous people. He had been surfing the internet for many years and had seen all kinds of weird people. It was normal for Zankai to go astray. He didn't plan to lend money. Before Ma Shichen could speak, Wang Lang said, I'm sorry, Brother Ma's money was borrowed by me. I was going to buy something. Wang Lang smiled and said it as if it were true. Zankai was unsure. The reason why he agreed to work with Yanshai and Pen was because he had set his sights on the hundreds of dollars that Brother Ma had just made. He complained, why do you have to buy something now? Wang Lang responded, what I buy is none of your business, right? Zankai pointed at him, be more polite when you talk to me. Wang Lang was not angry either, still smiling, I will definitely do it next time. However, Zankai was very unhappy to hear that, and was holding back his anger. Shanzao entered the classroom. He was wearing a school uniform today, which highlighted his simplicity. Shanzao found that the atmosphere in the back row was not right, and he walked over with a silly smile. Brothers, what's wrong? Zankai did not speak, and was too lazy to speak. He was in a bad mood, because he did not borrow money. Shanzao acted as a peacemaker. Brothers, if you have any conflicts, just speak openly, don't keep them in your heart. Cuiu said, let's go back, and write a self-criticism. After that, he and Meng Jiui left. Shan Keikwon felt bored, so he went back to find Bayuxia, or to be more precise, to talk to Bayuxia's deskmate, or the desks in front and behind. Jiuo Kunan took his phone and went outside to get some fresh air. The people in the back row had almost dispersed, and Shanzao found that the core of the conflict was Zankai. He patted Zankai on the shoulder. Good brother, tell me if you have any difficulties. Zankai was touched when he heard this. People are all made of flesh and blood, not cold and heartless. Helping others in times of need warms people's hearts. Zankai confided his difficulties. I want to do business, but I don't have the capital. Shanzao listened to Zankai's words carefully, just like a sincere big brother. He asked, what business? Maybe it was Shanzao's face that was too honest and simple, or maybe it was his sincere tone. Zankai actually felt the desire to confide in him. He put his arm around Shanzao. Let's talk about it outside. Is chapter 262 good? Zankai confided to Shanzao his and Yanshai and Peng's plan to make a fortune by using routers. Shanzao listened carefully from beginning to end. He praised, you dare to start a business, which is better than 99% of students. It is amazing to have an idea and be able to put it into action. Zankai was happy to hear this, but he was worried. I can't see any hope now. I don't have the capital. He didn't want to do it anymore. It felt too difficult. Shanzao sighed. Success is hard won, especially starting a business, but I tell you, today is cruel, tomorrow is cruel, and the day after tomorrow is beautiful. Many people died tomorrow night. Zankai was given a shot of chicken blood. He successfully put himself into the identity of an entrepreneur and said with deep conviction, that's a good thing. Shanzao clenched his fist and encouraged, if you can get through it, there will be a bright future. Zankai was encouraged. His face was tough. Just do it. Don't be scared. Just do it. Shanzao said in a simple voice. Zankai, brother, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it or not. Just say it. Zankai, can you lend me some money? Shanzao, are you determined to stick with it? Zhang Kai said with a firm tone. Of course, just like you said, I will wait until the beautiful day after tomorrow. Shanzio, okay, I believe you. He reached into his worn-out school uniform, rummaged around, and pulled out a piece of paper. It was a crumpled 10-yuan note. He smiled and said, Zhang Kai, take it and use it. I won't eat tomorrow morning. Sincerity can move people's hearts. Zhang Kai was deeply moved. Shanzio was willing to lend him money in such a difficult situation. What a touching quality. It turns out that there are really kind people in the world with pure hearts. Zhang Kai was so moved that he could not say more. Brother, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. Shanzio, take it and use it. If it is not enough, tell me again. I can squeeze out another 3 or 5 yuan. Zhang Kai stopped him. That's enough. I'll find a way to get the rest of the money. Shanzio said, you must work hard. Zhang Kai had a lofty ambition in his heart. When I make money, I will treat you to barbecue. Shanzio smiled innocently. His smile was so simple. It was the last class of the evening self-study. Zhu Yuantang heard several classmates in the back row talking about barbecue during the break. She thought about the shiny grilled lamb skewers, sprinkled with spices on the surface, and took a bite. The taste was unbearable just thinking about it. It aroused Zhu Yuantang's appetite. She was greedy and couldn't bear to eat before. Now that her family is more well off, of course she wants to let go and eat a big meal. Jiang Ning, I want to eat barbecue. She pinched the corner of Jiang Ning's clothes and pulled it. It's too late. Jiang Ning rejected her unreasonable request. The evening self-study session at number 4 middle school ends at 9:30, which is the time for barbecue. There will definitely be a lot of people, and we have to wait in line. It will probably be almost 11 o'clock when we finish eating. Zhu Yuantang rarely acted like a spoiled child in order to eat. No, Jiang Ning was helpless. Speak more normally. She actually didn't like Zhu Yuantang's anger. In the past, I had a request, and you never refused. Jiang Ning, that was in the past. Zhu Yuantang suffered a critical blow, and she was very angry. I won't cook at noon in the future, to torture you. Jiang Ning asked back, are you sure? Aren't you torturing yourself? Zhu Yuantang, humph, if you don't want to go, then don't go. I don't want to eat. Okay, then I won't go. Jiang Ning was happy with the quietness. Zhu Yuantang pouted, it doesn't matter, I won't go again in the future. When you eat in the future, don't call me, and live separately. I won't bother you again, she said stubbornly. After that, Zhu Yuantang turned her head away, leaving only the cute back of her head facing Jiang Ning. She secretly pricked up her ears to listen to the movement, but she was actually very uneasy. Jiang Ning, go. Zhu Yuantang's mouth corners inadvertently lifted up, and after a second, she returned to her cold face, turned around and said to Jiang Ning, since you want to eat, I'll reluctantly accompany you. The bell for the end of evening self-study just rang. Shan Kaikun rushed out of the classroom quickly, and there were people who were faster than him, namely Ma Shicheng, Wang Longlong, Jiuo Kunan, and Hu Jun. The 5 of them were having barbecue in the evening, so how could they delay? Zhu Yuantang was also anxious, but she couldn't show it. Wouldn't it make her look too greedy? She was not a little foodie. Jiang Ning pushed the mountain bike to the carport, and Zhu Yuantang waited outside the carport. When Jiang Ning came out, they walked out of the school together. Where are we going? Zhu Yuantang asked. She had only eaten barbecue a few times in her life, and was not familiar with it. Come with me. Jiang Ning knew a barbecue restaurant, which was a distance away from number 4 middle school. The taste was pretty good, and there was also the old-fashioned spicy hot pot, which tasted very good. Get in the car. Okay. After riding for 1 minute, they arrived at the barbecue restaurant. The name of the barbecue restaurant is very interesting. The 4 big characters on the sign are Margie Barbecue. Jiang Ning scanned the inside with his spiritual sense, and found that Ma Shicheng and others were also in the store. Wang Longlong joked, Brother Ma, this store is not opened by your family, right? Ma Shicheng, how is it possible? The name is a coincidence. He was also very puzzled. He didn't want to come to this barbecue restaurant, but among the barbecue restaurants nearby, Margie tasted the best. The owner of the barbecue restaurant was a middle-aged woman who was big and strong, with fat on her face, and she had a gangster style. The barbecue restaurant seemed simple, but in fact, it dealt with all kinds of customers every day, including all kinds of monsters and ghosts. It was open at night, so there was no shortage of gangsters who made trouble. A gentlewoman may not be able to calm the place. There are two storefronts in the barbecue restaurant. One is a barbecue stall, and the other is a room for guests. There are also several tables at the door. "Hey, Jiang Ning, you guys are here?" Ma Shicheng shouted. "Come and sit down, I'll treat you today." He had been thinking about treating Jiang Ning to a meal for a long time. The last time he robbed the Redmi phone, he got the money from Jiang Ning. Dan Kaikwan and the others saw Jiang Ning and greeted him. "Would you like to have a drink?" Jiang Ning didn't get involved. "You guys eat. I'll take her to eat and then leave." He chose a table for four at the door and gently brushed his spiritual power to remove the stains on the surface of the white plastic table and chairs. Zhu Yuantang stupidly wiped it with paper again. The night in April was slightly cool, and most customers liked to sit at the door, accompanied by the starlight, eating barbecue and drinking beer outdoors. The old lady in the store came over with a menu. "What do you want to eat?" Jiang Ning ordered 10 skewers of lamb, 3 skewers of squid, and 2 skewers of chicken wings, and then handed the menu to Zhu Yuantang. Zhu Yuantang calculated in her little head how much money this barbecue would cost, so as not to empty her pocket money. Seeing her expression, Jiang Ning smiled and said, "I'll treat you." Zhu Yuantang said, "But you can't spend money recklessly." She emphasized, "It was agreed that I will treat you, and I will treat you, and you are not allowed to pay." Jiang Ning said nothing more, thinking back to the half year he had been with Zhu Yuantang, and the many times they had eaten out. It was Zhu Yuantang who paid. Zhu Yuantang usually helped him clean the room, dry the quilts, and did a lot of work. As for who paid more, Jiang Ning had never calculated it. Zhu Yuantang was destined to live with him for the rest of his life. Just like close parents rarely care about how much they have paid for their children. He was in this state of mind. Zhu Yuantang ordered some vegetarian dishes and a large bottle of Coke. The barbecue restaurant was doing good business, and the old lady was carrying the tray of barbecue, taking orders and serving dishes for people. While Ma Shicheng and the others were waiting for the dishes, they chatted. Wang Lang drank a pineapple beer. "Zhang Kai is really interesting. He wants to borrow money from brother Ma, and I think he's crazy. Shan Kaikwan, I wouldn't lend him money, even if he had money. I did find out that he's a bit of a wimp." Hu Jun added. Hu Jun suddenly found that Jiuo Kanan had been playing with his phone. "Brother Nan, something is wrong with you. Are you dating?" Jiuo Kanan touched his dark old face and admitted, "I'm in love." Shan Kaikwan slammed the table and said in surprise, "Fuck, you have a boyfriend." He couldn't believe it. Hu Jun said, "I guessed it. I'm so envious." He sent a blessing. Kanan was tortured by girls from the same school until he cried in the dormitory late at night, but he didn't expect that he would find true love now. Things are unpredictable. Jiuo Kanan said, "Hahaha, don't envy me, you can do it too." Wang Lang asked, "Is she pretty?" Shan Kaikwan and others looked over. When it comes to appearance, Jiuo Kanan is quite confident. He said proudly, "Achan is very beautiful." As he said that, he picked up the phone and turned on the screen. "Brother Nan, unlock it and let us see it," Shan Kaikwan urged. Jiuo Kanan pointed to the wallpaper on the lock screen page and said, "This is Achap." Several people were surprised. "Fuck, so beautiful?" "The girl on the wallpaper has delicate features and a pure temperament." Wang Lang said, "She's really pretty, Nan, you're so lucky." Shan Kaikwan said sourly, "She's really pretty. From the perspective of the photo alone, she's on par with Bayuksha. It's really a toad-eating swan meat." Jiuo Kanan boasted, "She's not only pretty, but also has substance, and is very cultured. She's a good person, from a poor family, and she's filial. I can't really tell whether she's pretty or not. When I'm in love, I value character." When it comes to a chap, Jiuo Kanan changed his dull personality and talked non-stop. He was not let down this time. Jiuo Kanan chatted with Acha passionately every day. In order to improve Acha's family conditions, he also bought Acha's grandfather 100 yuan worth of tea. He said, brothers, I bought some tea, and will let you taste it later. Wow, Nan, what a taste. Wang Lang Lang praised. Hujun, I like tea. Ma Shicheng suddenly asked, did you buy it from your online lover? Jiuo Kanan was stunned. How do you know? Ma Shicheng thought that your tea would probably not arrive, but he didn't say it. If he said it now, Jiuo Kanan's barbecue would definitely be tasteless. For the sake of his brother's barbecue experience, Ma Shicheng decided to wait until the barbecue was over before telling Jiuo Kanan the truth. As for whether Jiuo Kanan believed it or not, it didn't matter. Ma Shicheng would let him see what the so-called reality was. Shatter his fantasy with one blow. Zhu Yuantang smelled the fragrance and was hungry. He didn't want to play with his phone or drink coke, and concentrated on waiting for the skewers. Hello, table 6, right? The food has arrived. A girl's voice sounded, and at the same time, the baking tray with skewers was placed on the table. Jiang Ning's spiritual sense swept over, and the girl looked outstanding, 1.7 meters tall, wearing a school uniform, with long hair draped over her shoulders, but her face was cold. Jiang Ning remembered her, Pei Yujing, a student in class 3, grade 1, Yazhou number 4 middle school. The owner of the barbecue restaurant, Sister Ma, is her mother, and her father is a truck driver. Her parents are not on good terms and are separated. In his previous life, Jiang Ning graduated from Huaicheng and came to Yazhou for an internship. He occasionally came to the barbecue stall to eat, and he was considered a semi-acquaintance with the other party. The former Sister Ma also brought him and Pei Yujing together. Zhu Yuantong, thank you. You're welcome. Pei Yujing turned around, her scattered hair swaying slightly, and gradually walked away. Jiang Ning retracted his gaze, and Zhu Yuantang stared at him, puffing his lips. Does long hair look good? Asking for a monthly ticket. Chapter 263 Brawl. Does it look good? To be honest, Pei Yujing is beautiful. Jiang Ning was attracted by her appearance when he met her. She looks cold on the surface, but she is actually very approachable. However, for some reasons, Jiang Ning and her are only ordinary friends. There is no more story. Jiang Ning did not personally experience the ups and downs of youth in his previous life. He was just an ordinary person, living an ordinary life, and always lived an honest life, but later his luck got much worse. Jiang Ning smiled softly. Eat your barbecue. Zhu Yuantang rarely saw Jiang Ning staring at others, so he asked. It didn't matter whether he answered or not. Zhu Yuantang was busy eating barbecue, and didn't have time to care about so much. Jiang Ning also took the lamb skewers, which tasted okay. A few minutes later, Pei Yujing came over with a baking tray. There is only one eggplant left. There was no expression on her face when she spoke, as if she didn't welcome others to come to eat. Sister Ma, who was grilling skewers over there, took the time to look over here, feeling tired. Every time her daughter came to help, the business seemed to be getting worse. Jiang Ning said, another grilled fish, 2 skewers of chicken wings, and 4 skewers of pork belly. Okay. Pei Yujing wrote it down. After she left, Zhu Yuantang said reservedly, why add more dishes? I'm almost full. Jiang Ning glanced at her. There was no way she could be full. I ordered it, and I'll eat it myself. Zhu Yuantang said, okay, when you can't eat anymore, I'll help you share some. Then, she helped Jiang Ning share most of the food. Jiang Ning ate barbecue, not only to eat, but also liked to listen to the bragging of the table next to him. A middle-aged uncle who invested tens of billions of dollars in minutes, a grandfather who rubbed bombs with his hands, and a spirited young man who was pursued by 2 rich girls. There were many talented people. The men at the next table were talking loudly, making people's brains hurt. Jiang Ning set up a magic circle to reduce the noise. By the way, isolate the smell of smoke. In the real world, there are very few opportunities to use force. If you don't engage in special professions, you won't encounter it for several years. Jiang Ning's cultivation is mostly used to improve his life. As for whether he has lost his fighting experience, there is no need to worry. He used to practice the ruthless way, which is a sect weapon. He has rich experience in fighting, and can fight with the cultivators of Zhangzhou at the same level. Maybe the sound is too loud. The guests eating barbecue at the next table frowned and showed disgust. There are several boys and girls at this table who look about high school age. The boys' clothes are thin, with dyed yellow hair and smoking. The girls are dressed even less like high school students. In the weather in April, the girls wear short skirts and black stockings, and seem to want to use their youthful and thin bodies to show the temptation of mature women. There is a girl with heavy makeup and a large tattoo pattern under her neck. Zhu Yuantang noticed that table and her eyes were slightly evasive. She recognized the girl in the middle. The other party was called Qiu Dai. She was a very powerful girl in the class in junior high school. Qiu Dai and the boys in the senior grades and the boys riding motorcycles outside the school were all brothers and sisters, and they were very powerful. In the second year of junior high school, there was a boy in Zhu Yuantang's class who didn't get along with her. He had a fight with Qiu Dai in front of the whole class. Qiu Dai called him out of the school that night. When he came back, he was humble to Qiu Dai and never dared to say much. Zhu Yuantang always kept a distance from people like Qiu Dai. However, because she had good grades, Qiu Dai would always come up to her every time she took an exam and asked her to hand in the answers. Zhu Yuantang heard that there was a girl who had an argument with Qiu Dai, and Qiu Dai had brought people to find her in the girls' dormitory and taught her a lesson in public. Schools have a beautiful side, but naturally there are also dark sides. The worse the school, the more likely it is to breed such things. Zhu Yuantang was from the countryside and didn't know anyone in the city, so she had no confidence. She didn't dare to resist and honestly gave her the answers at the risk of being discovered by the teacher. Perhaps she performed well and got some face from Qiu Dai, so she spent her junior high school career safely. Later, in the high school entrance examination, Zhu Yuantang handed in a blank math paper and was admitted to Yuzhou No. 4 middle school, while Qiu Dai, who was uneducated, failed to pass the 380-point high school entrance examination and went to a technical secondary school. After that, Zhu Yuantang never saw her again. The memory of junior high school emerged in Zhu Yuantang's mind. The moment she saw Qiu Dai, she was extremely surprised. Why is she here? Zhu Yuantang was slightly flustered, and she had the urge to avoid her and leave here. However, when she looked at Jiang Ning, her heart suddenly calmed down, and she was no longer afraid. Zhu Yuantang stared straight at Jiang Ning, as if everything had changed since Jiang Ning rented her house. Jiang Ning had already noticed her changes. After all, how meticulous is the observation of spiritual consciousness? Jiang Ning had no intention of releasing spiritual consciousness, but she ate too fast. Jiang Ning was worried that she would be poked in the mouth by the wooden stick, so he was more careful and told her to enjoy it safely. What's wrong? Jiang Ning asked. Zhu Yuantang did not hide it. I saw an acquaintance. Jiang Ning thought that this so-called acquaintance might have a bad relationship with Zhu Yuantang, otherwise she would not have reacted like this. I'll talk to you when we get back. Usually, when she went to school or came home, she liked to talk to Jiang Ning when she was in the car. Okay. Jiang Ning agreed. Qiu Dai, who was sitting at the table over there, also found Zhu Yuantang. Qiu Dai was of average appearance. What was different from ordinary girls was that she had a look of insolence. After all, she often bullied her peers and cultivated this momentum. Qiu Dai was very familiar with Zhu Yuantang. They were classmates and had good grades. Before every exam, as long as she said a few words, Zhu Yuantang would obediently offer the answers and never dared to resist. Qiu Dai copied the answers and ranked in the top 10 in the class. In front of her good sister, she was very proud. Unfortunately, when it came to the high school entrance examination, she and Zhu Yuantang took the exams in two different schools, so she couldn't copy, and the results were very poor. Qiu Dai actually regretted it very much. If she had forced Zhu Yuantang to help her take the exam during the high school entrance examination, maybe she could have gone to No. 4 middle school. As for whether Zhu Yuantang dared to refuse, Qiu Dai couldn't help but want to laugh. Would she dare? Did she think that Qiu Dai had spent 3 years in vain? Now she was quite surprised to see Zhu Yuantang. Today Qiu Dai came to No. 4 middle school to find her sister Gongzuan. Gongzuan was the foster sister of Deng Xiang from No. 4 middle school. Deng Xiang used to have a lot of fun in junior high school. Qiu Dai originally planned to ask Deng Xiang out, but Deng Xiang went to play a game with Wu Zhaoqi, who loved playing basketball. Before leaving, he said something about conquering all directions. He also asked her to cheer him up. Qiu Dai called herself a mature woman. Would she go there if she was sick in the brain? Moreover, she thought that Wu Zhaoqi was not smart. He was not as tall as her and played basketball. It was funny. None of Qiu Dai's previous boyfriends were less than 1.8 meters tall. She asked Gong Zuan at the table, "Zuan sister, do you know Zhu Yuantang over there?" Logically speaking, she must know him. After all, Zhu Yuantang is a top student. Zhu Yuantang? Gong Zuan looked at the 4-person table and felt embarrassed. She couldn't forget. That day, Deng Xiang went to the 8th class to find the field. As a result, he was taken orally. No. Gong Zuan was expressionless. Wang Lang answered, "I saw it. I used to take her brother and came to our class to beat you." Essence Ma Shichen looked over there and saw tattoos, earrings, and even nose studs. He said disdainfully, "Fancy." Hu Jun shook his head and sighed, "Shriveled ribs, what a pity." The girls had good foundations, but they were too thin and malnourished, not the kind of plumpness and moistness that Hu Jun loved. Qiu Dai chatted with Gong Zuan for a few words, then simply stood up and walked towards Zhu Yuantang. The distance between the two tables was not far, just a few steps away. Qiu Dai greeted her condescendingly, "Zhu Yuantang." After hearing this, Zhu Yuantang acted very calmly. "Qiu Dai, good evening." When Qiu Dai heard this, she thought to herself, haha, she has become more powerful after entering high school. She used to call her sister Dai, but now she has changed her name to her full name. TSK. She was very unhappy. It seemed that Zhu Yuantang had forgotten the past. She felt that Zhu Yuantang was out of control. But when she saw Jiang Ning, Qiu Dai's unhappiness disappeared in an instant. This boy is so handsome. The closer you get to him, the more you can find that he is different from others. Qiu Dai teased, "Your boyfriend?" Jiang Ning said, "My neighbor. He's quite handsome. Give me his contact information." Qiu Dai pulled the stool and sat down. Before she sat down, Gong Zuan ran over and grabbed her. Gong Zuan was shocked. Is Qiu Dai a problem? How dare she mess with Jiang Ning? Is her brain burned? If she messes with this guy, she will definitely be beaten. Gong Zuan took her back. Qiu Dai asked unhappily, "Why did you pull me?" Gong Zuan reminded, "Don't mess with that boy. He can't be messed with." The last time he went to class 8, Jiang Ning dared to fight in front of the whole class, just because he didn't like them. Now when eating out, if he really messed with him, Gong Zuan didn't dare to think about what he would do. Last year, Jiang Ning's move left her with a serious psychological trauma. Gong Zuan woke up from her dreams several times. Who is he? Where did he get into trouble? Qiu Dai asked curiously. Gong Zuan, he's not a gangster. Qiu Dai smiled. What kind of powerful person am I? After all, I'm just a lone wolf. I've seen a lot of people like this. As she said that, she gave a few examples. The boasting voices of several men next door became louder and louder. They talked about the housing price situation and pointed out the situation, almost shouting. Qiu Dai couldn't hear what Gong Zuan said because of the noise. She had always regarded herself as a big sister since she was a child. Now she felt annoyed and started to curse on the spot. "What are you talking about? Shut up." The man's voice was mixed with the woman's voice, which was easy to distinguish. Not only did the men at that table hear it, but all the guests eating barbecue around heard it. Wang Lang, she is so brave. Shan Kaikun, that's right. Girls like this are so crazy. Jiuo Kunan, yes, I have seen more awesome ones. The two of them were students who fought out of the towns and villages. In the tents, the two of them saw with their own eyes how chaotic the towns and villages in the central region were. Wang Lang, more fierce than this? Yes. Without saying a word, he picked up the bottle and smashed it. Jiuo Kunan looked like he was used to it. On the other side, a few boastful men heard someone cursing, and it was a girl. The young man in ripped jeans who led the group had a dark red face from drinking. He took advantage of the night to glance at Qiu Dai. Alcohol makes people bolder. They dare to say and do many things they dare not say or do under the influence of alcohol. Sister, you are wearing revealing clothes. How many boys did you meet tonight? The boys at Kyudai's table stared at her unkindly. Kyudai felt offended when she heard this. Keep your mouth shut, or I will knock out your eyes. The young man, who was originally smiling, suddenly became gloomy. Little girl, you are not allowed to say anything, even though you are wearing so little. Believe it or not, I will do it to you now. Kyudai couldn't stand it. She said all kinds of dirty words and cursed the other party's ancestors. Ma Shicheng listened to her scolding, picked up a spiced peanut, peeled it, and ate it happily. Dan Kaikwan ate lamb skewers, Guo Kunan drank beer, Wang Lang ate corn, and Hu Jun ate leeks. Happy, too happy. They could eat barbecue for free and enjoy the show. Moreover, there were 5 boys in their group. They were numerous and united. Who dared to mess with them? Kyudai was a professional at talking, and she was well versed in the essence of shrewish scolding. After a minute of scolding, the young man was so scolded that he couldn't open his mouth, and he completely suppressed the other party. Wang Lang, who was watching the show, applauded and cheered. A heroine. The young man was not a good person to begin with, so how could he bear it? He waved his hand and slapped Kyudai on the face with a loud slap. Bitch, I'll slap you to death. Kyudai's face was burning, but she reacted quickly. She picked up the beer bottle on the table and hit the young man on the head. Bang! The beer bottle didn't break. After all, the strength of high school girls is not that great. Kyudai swung the beer bottle and wanted to hit him again. At this time, the physical differences between men and women were reflected. The young man was unarmed, without dodging or evading, stretched out his hand, snatched her bottle, and slapped her again. Kyudai was about to go crazy, and she made a sharp sound with her hair flying. Hit him. The boys and girls at her table rushed up in a swarm, punching and kicking the young man. The incident happened suddenly, and the young man was knocked to the ground. At this time, the people at the young man's table also rushed up. A big fight was about to break out. Curses and screams resounded everywhere. Shan Kaikwan watched them fight. He had a sense of justice, and when he encountered a chaotic battle, he wanted to stop them. Shan Kaikwan asked Ma Shicheng for his opinion. Brother Ma, do you want to go? Ma Shicheng looked at the chaos over there. What are you standing there for? Shan Kaikwan stood up. Brother Ma, do you really want to go? Ma Shicheng knocked on the table and pointed at the plates of skewers on it. What are you standing there for? Eat quickly. The fight broke out over there, and the situation was in chaos. The tables, chairs, and benches were all overturned. Skewers and drinks were scattered all over the floor. The owner system R was distressed. The diners who were nearby quickly got up from their seats and ran to the side to watch the fight. Mom, what should I do? Pei Yujing looked at the scene at a loss. It was too chaotic, and there was no way to stop it. She shouted several times, but it was completely useless. Jiang Ning was not far from the battle. A red-haired young man was kicked out and staggered a few steps in embarrassment. He wanted to continue fighting, looking left and right, trying to find a handy guy. He happened to glance at Jiang Ning's table and wanted to pick up a beer bottle, but he couldn't find one. He was puzzled. What kind of barbecue do you eat if you don't drink beer? Looking at the big Coke bottle on Jiang Ning's table, he thought to himself, just make do with it. The red-haired young man grabbed it. Jiang Ning said, don't touch it. Although his voice was small, it sounded like thunder in the young man's ears, and his heart beat violently. Zhu Yuantang bravely said, I haven't finished the Coke yet, don't touch it. The red-haired young man came to his senses and cursed, fuck you, I'll give you face. Before the young man finished his sentence, he flew out backwards. He flew up into the air, his body curled up, and flew more than 3 meters away. During the flight, he crossed a dining table, and the weight of more than 100 kilograms slammed into the chaotic crowd. The crowd, which was originally fighting enthusiastically, was knocked to the ground, as if hit by a cannonball. The scene suddenly became quiet. Ma Shicheng, Wang Lang, Gong Zuan, Pei Yujing and others cast their eyes in Jiang Ning's direction. Jiang Ning sat on a white stool and slowly retracted his slender legs. Under the gaze of everyone, he picked up the cup and sipped the Coke, as if nothing had happened. He was kicked away by someone. He was kicked away again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264. Come Like the Wind. Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning were eating at the same table. She saw it more clearly than anyone else. Jiang Ning's movements were cool and fast. In an instant, he drove the intruder away. To be exact, he drove him away. Fuck, Brother Ning took action. Wang Lang was very excited. How long has it been since I saw Jiang Ning take action? The last time was just after the start of the school year. Although he heard that Jiang Ning had taken action against Qishan Heng in class 2 before, Wang Lang felt deeply regretful that he did not see it with his own eyes. Today, he was lucky enough to meet him again. He did not even eat the barbecue and sat there to watch seriously. Ma Shicheng and the others behaved in the same way. Jiuo Kanan asked, should we go? There was a fight nearby before, and Shan Keiquan intended to break it up, but the others did not have that intention. They did not know the person being beaten, and both sides did not look like good people. Why would they fight? Of course, they just sat and watched the show. Before, there was a fight in the class, and they also watched the show. In terms of watching shows, the students in class 8 have more experience. Even the squad leader Huang Zhangfei has recently shown a tendency to watch the show. Anyway, he can't kill them, so he won't fight when he's tired. After hearing this, Ma Shicheng expressed his attitude, just watch first. Under normal circumstances, with Jiang Ning's extraordinary strength, it would be no problem for him to fight 8 people alone. The only worry is that the opponent will use weapons or threaten him with Zhu Yuantang. The red-haired young man fell to the ground. His body was about to break apart in pain, and he couldn't bear the pain. He screamed miserably, I just took a bottle of Coke, is it necessary for you? He was furious. Jiang Ning had a blank expression on his face. Just now, the other party dared to snatch his Coke, and he just refused, but the other party dared to curse. If he obeyed obediently, who knows, the other party might get more and more aggressive. These people who drink alcohol, what can't they do? Jiang Ning sat calmly, I haven't started yet, and you flew out, blame me? He really didn't use much strength, and he used clever strength, just like when he beat Song Sheng and Deng Xiang in class before. If he had just relied on brute force to kick the man away, he would have probably fractured and seriously injured him. The red-haired young man became even more angry when he heard this. His eyes turned red and bloodshot. The red-haired young man pressed the ground and stood up with difficulty. Anger and alcohol devoured his reason. Like an enraged hyena, he roared, kill him. Hit him hard. The young man in ripped jeans and his accomplices heard this and stared at the 2 people standing alone at Jiang Ning's table. They decided to take action in an instant and rushed to Jiang Ning's table. They had just fought with someone, and it was many against many, but now it's many against 2. No, they are many against 1, and that elementary school girl was slapped away. There are so many of us, and we can beat him up as much as we want. Thinking of this, the group rushed even harder, and their bodies tilted. Gong Zuan, Qiu Dai and others saw that the opponent who was fighting fiercely just now actually ran towards Jiang Ning. Who are you looking down on? Pei Yujing looked at this scene with worry. It was easy to say just now. Both sides had more people and would not be defeated easily. Now there is one more person, and one side will definitely be beaten unilaterally. It goes without saying who will be beaten. Pei Yujing knew Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang. They were in the first year of high school and number 4 middle school, and were among the top 10 in academic performance. Their head teacher and subject teachers often mentioned the 2 of them, and there was no lack of praise. However, good grades are useful in school. Teachers and classmates pay attention to you and look up to you. However, facing such a bunch of people who are no less than gangsters, it is difficult to explain the reason to the soldiers. Mom? Pei Yujing looked at her mother. Sister Ma has been doing business for many years and is an old man in the world. She has encountered many people, those who refuse to pay, those who find fault, and those who fight. There are really many times throughout the year. This is just a small scene. She has her own way to deal with it. Otherwise, call the police. Several young men ran towards Jiang Ning one after another, with hideous faces, cruel, playful, and indifferent, as if they were about to beat Jiang Ning up. Zhu Yuantang was very panicked. She resisted the urge to drag Jiang Ning away and pretended to be calm as she held up a coke to calm down. She knew Jiang Ning was very powerful, so she must not be timid, otherwise, wouldn't it make her look inferior to Jiang Ning? Zhu Yuantang didn't want to be laughed at by Jiang Ning. Wang Langlong witnessed the exciting scene and was trembling and couldn't stand. He suddenly jumped up and jumped out of his seat. Wang Langlong clenched his fist with one hand and put it to his mouth. He acted as a commentator on the scene and started to shout, "Gentlemen and ladies, welcome to the party." He didn't have time to say the rest of the words. Jiang Ning moved again. He looked at the people rushing over and still didn't get up. He kicked again. Jiang Ning didn't kick anyone, but casually hooked his foot and hooked the plastic stool next to him. Before the stool could stabilize, Jiang Ning sent it forward again. The stool flew in a spiral. Under his precise control, it flew out in a rotation and just caught the bodies of several young men. When people are running, even a small bump on the ground can make them trip, not to mention the stool under Jiang Ning's control. A young man in ripped jeans in front stepped on the stool and lost his balance. He shouted "fuck" and flew forward diagonally. The plastic stool changed direction. A young man following closely behind immediately tripped on it and fell to the ground. The people behind them fell down like dominoes. This scene was quite shocking and a little funny. Wang Langlong was stunned. "How can I explain this? Shan Kaikun, it's too outrageous." Gong Zuan laughed at the funny scene. The red-haired young man at the back was more dumbfounded than the others. Were his brothers wiped out? "Stand up, stand up." He endured the pain and shouted on the spot. However, the knees of the people who fell down were so painful that they couldn't stand up at all, and screams were everywhere. The consequences of an adult falling down are very serious, unlike a child who just falls down, pats his clothes, stands up and continues to run. If it is an elderly person, he may fall to the hospital. The young men were already rushing fiercely, and when they were stuck by the stool, Jiang Ning added strength. Their knees hit the cement floor, so it was normal that they could not stand up for a short time. Jiang Ning lowered his head and looked down at the young men on the ground. The distance was very close, less than 1 meter. Jiang Ning had no sympathy for them. If someone else brought his girlfriend to eat barbecue, he might be beaten up, or even his girlfriend would be taken advantage of. Just think about how aggrieved he is. These people just happened to bump into him. Jiang Ning raised his coke and looked down at the young man closest to him. The young man in ripped jeans was the one who had a conflict with Qiu Da at the beginning. Both sides were not good people. Jiang Ning didn't want to get involved, but he was provoked by this group of people first. Jiang Ning said lightly, "From now on, you can fight to the death. Remember, don't provoke irrelevant people. Fuck you." The young man lay on the ground and screamed wildly. He was not a good person. He was only halfway through his words when Jiang Ning's palm trembled and half a cup of coke splashed directly on his face. He couldn't open his eyes immediately. Zhu Yuantang stopped him and said, "Jiang Ning, don't waste coke. She treated everyone to the barbecue today and she paid for the coke." Zhu Yuantang was a good and frugal child and she wanted to take the unfinished coke home. "Okay." Jiang Ning was pretending to be comfortable, but was stopped by Zhu Yuantang, which made him quite disappointed. He swung his right foot and kicked the young man in jeans with a sharp kick. Bang! He was kicked and moved sideways. Everyone present was extremely frightened. Why did Pei Yujing feel that Jiang Ning was more stylish than these gangsters? Especially his demeanor in his every move, which was extremely cool. Gong Zuan felt this way even more. She originally yearned for strong people, otherwise she would not recognize Deng Xiang as her brother. She admired people with strength, but as she entered high school, she found that people who could get by were gradually not popular, and money was the kingly way. For example, she knew that her brother Deng Xiang had been very close to Wu Zhaoqi recently, and played basketball with him every day. Isn't it because Wu Zhaoqi is rich? Gong Zuan once thought whether she should change her mind about admiring the strong, but today, she seemed to have regained the stunningness of her youth. Or thoughts suddenly popped up in her mind, changed to a good-looking person? Gongzuan is not bad looking. Since elementary school, many boys have teased her, and she has been stopped by people outside the school. In order to get rid of trouble, she recognized Deng Xiang as her brother, and has never been bullied since then. If you can't beat them, join them. This is Gongzuan's survival rule. While she was thinking, Qiu Dai, who was next to her, started cursing with the red-haired youth. The red-haired youth claimed that he would find someone to play with her. Qiu Dai said, "Do you believe that we will beat you up?" The red-haired youth looked at his injured brothers. Although two of them could barely stand up, their fighting power must be very little. He admitted his defeat in humiliation. The situation was quiet for the time being. Pei Yujing knew that her mother had called the police. Pei Yujing said to her mother, "The one sitting is from our school. His grades are very good, especially good." When Sister Ma heard this, she looked at her daughter, thought about it for a while, and stood up to urge, "The police are coming soon. If you don't want to get into trouble, run quickly." The red-haired youth acted like a rogue and pointed at Jiang Ning. "Just wait, you're done." Ouch, it hurts so much. He deliberately howled. He changed his previous arrogance and pretended to be a victim, looking like he was about to die. After he started like this, the young men who had stood up fell down again one by one, howling miserably. Wang Lang had learned a lot today, he said with a smile. "Where is the pity show?" The young men didn't listen at all. They continued to lie on the ground and howled, one more miserable than the other. Some of them even started crying to make the performance more realistic. Perhaps they remembered the sad things, and they cried louder and louder, and finally cried and howled. Wait for compensation. The people around were shocked by their shamelessness. Qiu Dai said, "It's so embarrassing." The red-haired young man cried and shouted, "Don't even think about running away." Wang Lang said, "Don't cry. If you cry again, I will take a video of you and post it on Kuaishao so that my friends can comment on it." The crying and howling in the audience was instantly stuck. Short videos have become popular these days, but because 4G has not yet been widely popularized, it is still in the emerging stage. But the red-haired young men, they have been playing Kuaishao for a long time and have uploaded videos. They pose together to be cool, say social quotations, bully students, and have hundreds of fans. Wang Lang's video shooting is quite lethal. The red-haired youth restrained himself a lot. He pointed at Jiang Ning and threatened, "You are finished. My brother's leg is broken. If you don't take 100,000 yuan, don't think about leaving today." He looked at Jiang Ning and felt that he was a student, and students were the easiest to deal with. He had a fight with a high school student before, and they went to jail together, but he didn't care. The student had to go to school, so he couldn't help but care. In the end, the student paid him 500 yuan. Jiang Ning said happily, "It's just 100,000 yuan. You are so cheap." The red-haired youth was stunned at first, and then he pointed at Jiang Ning. "It's not a total of 100,000 yuan. You have to compensate each of us 100,000. He fell down with his hand on his heart. "You kicked me in the heart, and I had a heart attack. You have to pay me 200,000. Wang Lang jumped out and accused them. "You think you are selling vegetables in the vegetable market, and you are asking for a sky-high price." The red-haired youth lay on the ground and couldn't get up. Pei Yujing was worried. Compared with the gangsters on the ground, she obviously preferred the good students Zhu Yuantang and others. The sound of sirens sounded faintly in the distance. The red-haired youth and the youth with ripped jeans laughed wildly together. "You're done. You're done." Shan Kaiquan watched for a while and felt that the situation was not good. He asked, "Fuck, Jiang Ning is not really in trouble, right?" Ma Shicheng said, "It's not that easy. Hujun, believe him." Several young men lay down and waited for the car to come and take them away. When they got in, they would beat the student hard. They had never been so eager for the beautiful flute sound as today. Just as they were full of expectations, 3 silver white vans drove quickly on the road under the night sky, braked, and stopped in front of the barbecue stall. The door was pulled open horizontally, and a group of men came out of the car. These people were tall and strong, wearing neat black uniforms, with walkie-talkies on their waists, black gloves, and short sticks in their hands. They gave people a very professional feeling. Everyone was attracted. The black uniforms ran over in a uniform manner, and then quickly dispersed. The young people lying on the ground screaming had no time to sigh. Then the strongest black uniform leader shouted, "You dare to steal melons? Take them all away." Instantly, the black uniforms formed groups of two and pounced on the red-haired young man and others on the ground. Like an eagle catching a chick, they covered their heads with bags and dragged them away. The red-haired young man didn't even have time to make a decent resistance before being dragged into the car by the black uniforms. The black uniforms came and went like the wind. They didn't stay for a minute. There was only a click sound from the door of the van. The engine started, and it drove away in a flash. Only a bunch of surprises were left. What's going on? Wang Long's face was full of question marks. I don't know. Shan Kaiquan was also confused. How could it be like a dream? Gong Zuan recalled the scene just now, and suddenly thought of a possibility. She couldn't help asking, Jiang Ning, do you know them? This caused a commotion. Everyone turned their attention to Jiang Ning, waiting for his answer. The situation was not good just now, and they were still guessing what would happen next. But the red-haired young man and others were caught and ran away. All problems solved. Coincidence? Facing everyone's doubts, Jiang Ning said, I don't know him. Chapter 265. Not married yet. Jiang Ning really didn't know them. In order not to deal with the authorities, he explained the situation of the barbecue stall to Xiao Shuangshan. During this period, he continuously provided Xiao Shuangshan with various nourishing and beauty-enhancing elixirs. The nourishing elixirs made Xiao Shuangshan change her previous fatigue. Work efficiency was extremely high, radiant, and arc circles completely disappeared. Xiao Shuangshan was online every day with high intensity, and she always followed Jiang Ning's requirements as soon as possible. After learning about the situation, a group of security personnel were quickly arranged to go out. In order to cultivate medicinal herbs in Huqi Mountain, Changqingai Company recruited hundreds of security personnel and distributed them around Huqi Mountain to prevent outsiders from entering by mistake. As for why the quality of the people coming was uniform, it was because the employees were trained every day. Changqingai treated the security personnel well. Now it is 2014, and a small city like Yuzhou gives 7,000 yuan after tax, 5 insurances and 1 fund, food and accommodation, 3 days on and 1 day off, and can adjust the treatment of leave. So even if there is frequent training, many people still flock to it. Compared with the revenue of Changqingai Company, this salary is just a drop in the bucket, and it is much lower than the salary of programmers in internet giants. Don't know him? Jiang Ning's answer was so simple and confident. It was not unexpected. The reason why everyone thought of him was really a coincidence. Now that Jiang Ning denied it, they didn't ask any more questions. After all, this matter was really absurd. Even Ma Shicheng, Wang Lang and others didn't think of Jiang Ning. The black uniforms in the vans were standardized and well trained. It was obvious at a glance that they were definitely not ordinary people. That was a field that ordinary people could not touch. Everyone stopped paying attention to Jiang Ning and discussed what had just happened. Shan Kaiquan guessed. Just now they seemed to talk about stealing melons. Did these people steal their melons? Jiuo Kunan, that's impossible. If they really stole melons, what kind of melons would they steal to attract so many people to catch them? Hu Jun said, there is a special kind of watermelon on the internet, which costs hundreds of yuan per pound. Jiuo Kunan, how many yuan? Ma Shicheng, it's a melon grown in foreign countries. We don't have it in Yuzhou. Wang Lang slapped his thigh and said, I should have recorded a clip just now and put it in class for everyone to see. He had never seen such a scene in his life. It was a pity that he forgot to record it. Ma Shicheng shook his head. Forget it. Those people are not simple. If you are discovered while recording, your phone may be snatched away. After chatting for a few words, Hu Jun said, Brother Nan, why are you playing with your phone again? Come and chat. Jiuo Kunan was looking down at his phone, his face full of sweet smiles. Acha asked me to go to bed early. Shan Kaiquan was envious when he heard this. He wished he had a girl waiting for him late at night. He shouted, I will have it in the future. Jiuo Kunan replied to a chap who replied to him in seconds. Jiuo Kunan smiled even more, and his slightly dark face was blooming with a sweet flower. Look. He raised his hand to show off. On the screen, a girl's head sent a message. I feel sorry for my brother. Jiuo Kanan. Haha, did you see that? She feels sorry for me, and she calls me brother. He covered his heart, and his heart was beating. What was that? It was the throbbing of love. Jiuo Kanan was loved well. The way he was immersed in love made Dan Kaikwan jealous. Wang Lang didn't understand, and Hu Jun disdainful. However, Ma Shicheng's eyes were full of sympathy. In fact, Jiuo Kanan is doing well now, and Ma Shicheng couldn't bear to break his fantasy. Why don't we reveal it after a while? Let him spend some happy time first. Qiu Dai patted Gong Zuan, and she said excitedly, did you see it? Did you see it? She was a purer social girl than Gong Zuan, and she worshipped that kind of power more. She had heard before that people with dyed yellow hair were the worst and the bottom, and only those who wore suits and sunglasses were the real bosses. Qiu Dai had never seen it before, but today she saw it with her own eyes, and she knew how professional and shocking it was. She would never forget it. Gong Zuan withdrew her gaze from Jiang Ning and thought carefully, if it was Jiang Ning who instructed the people, it would be too outrageous. So, the last trace of doubt was completely eliminated. Jiang Ning is just a boy who is very good at fighting, handsome, and has good grades. She made such a judgment. Gong Zuan said, I saw it, I really don't know what they do. Qiu Dai excitedly, no need to say, they must be running bars, clubs, hotels, KTVs. Only those engaged in these industries fit the image in her mind. Gong Zuan said, are there such people in the city's bars? Yuzhou is just a small city, and the bars are very ordinary, with not many customers inside. Qiu Dai, why worry so much? He's awesome anyway. Gong Zuan, yeah, it's my first time. In front of the grill. Pei Yujing also saw this scene for the first time. She usually only came to the barbecue restaurant to help after evening self-study. After school, she changed into a dirt-resistant school uniform, worked until 11 o'clock, and went back to sleep. In so many times, she had never seen anything as exciting as today. Mom, the person is gone. What should we do if the police come? As she was talking, 2 police cars roared over. Sister Ma said, just tell the truth. It was 10:30 in the evening. After eating barbecue for nearly an hour, Jiang Ning took Zhu Yuantang away on a bicycle. Zhu Yuantang sat in the back seat, and she held a large Coke bottle in one hand, with a small part of the bottle still unfinished. The other hand was stretched high. Jiang Ning, can you smell my clothes to see if they smell like barbecue? Jiang Ning said, no, I have to wash them anyway. Zhu Yuantang thought for a while and said, let's play chess to see who wins and who loses. Whoever loses will wash the clothes. She originally wanted to say rock paper scissors, but in that case, she would definitely lose. If she played chess, she would most likely win. Jiang Ning said, you wash them for me. Zhu Yuantang felt very uncomfortable. Are you ordering me? She said confidently, don't forget who will pay for today's barbecue. This barbecue cost Zhu Yuantang 72 yuan, and the boss rounded it off. Even so, it still cost 70 yuan, which is a huge amount of money. Jiang Ning said, I'm going out tomorrow night, and I'm going to buy some local specialties the day after tomorrow. I'm thinking about whether to bring back more food. He talked to himself, and didn't mention washing clothes. It seemed that he was talking about an irrelevant topic. Zhu Yuantang listened, and she raised her arm, and slowly put it down. Jiang Ning, you work so hard every day. Forget it, I'll help you wash the clothes. Who can blame me for being a kind person? She took the initiative to do the laundry. Jiang Ning smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll bring you some food when I come back. Both of them were happy and gained something. Zhu Yuantang said again, be sure to pay attention to safety when you go out, and don't take the initiative to cause trouble. Don't worry, I'm very kind. Jiang Ning said. He has always been a person who doesn't offend me, and I won't offend others. Riding all the way to the door of the house, I saw Aunt Gu standing at the door. Zhu Yuantang, Mom, didn't I tell you that we are going to have barbecue? Aunt Gu, I just went out. You must be tired of eating so much barbecue. I cut some fruit. Jiang Ning, park the car, and come and try it. Tang can't finish it all by yourself. Zhu Yuantang patted his chest and said, I can finish it. Aunt Gu glared at her. While Jiang Ning was eating fruit, Xiao Shuangshang sent a message. The matter is resolved. Well, that's fine. Jiang Ning didn't doubt that she had this ability. Changqing Liquid is a company born and raised in Yazhou. It has gradually shown its giant posture. Although it currently only has one Changqing Liquid, its terrifying profit is no less than that of the Fortune 500. Its strength is really rare in the small city of Yazhou, even in Anhu province. It would be strange if it couldn't even do such a small thing. Xiao Shuangshang said, "You can always come to me for this kind of thing in the future." She did not mention arranging security personnel for Jiang Ning, because Jiang Ning would definitely not like it. But she has secretly decided to keep 2 security teams for Jiang Ning at all times in case he has any unexpected situations. Jiang Ning sent a message. "It's late. Go to bed early." Xiao Shuangshang, "I'm already home. You too." She did not go to the new house today, but came to her parents' house. Xiao Shuangshang is not married yet, and her family still has a room reserved for her. Her parents had already eaten, but when Xiao Shuangshang got home, the rice in the pot was still hot. Her mother heated it up for her. Xiao Shuangshang changed into slippers and took off her suit jacket. The white shirt showed her beautiful curves, and her sharp temperament became soft. She sat down at the dining table and ate in small bites. A woman in her 40s or 50s sat on a wooden chair and watched her eat. In the living room next to her, the LCD TV was playing a football game, and a 50-year-old man was leaning on the sofa, and the sound of the TV came from the TV. They are Xiao Shuangshang's parents. Xiao Shuangshang ate peacefully. She liked to be at home at all times. Only those who have been out and about know the happiness of being reunited with their family. Xiao Shuangshang was drinking porridge when her mother said, "Oh, isn't this the boss of our family? He is so busy every day." Xiao Shuangshang could guess what her mother was going to say, but she didn't respond and drank the porridge peacefully. Xiao's mother said, "You are so busy that you don't even have time to find a partner. Look at you. You are almost 30 years old in lunar age." Xiao's mother was so worried. She wanted to have a grandson. "Why is it so difficult?" Xiao Shuangshang solemnly corrected her mistake. "That is my lunar age. I'm only 27 years old. Don't think your daughter is older than me." Xiao's mother kept nagging. Okay. You are 27 years old, and you are still not married. Look at that so and so. His child is in elementary school, and his second child is in kindergarten. Look at you again." Xiao Shuangshang covered her ears. It starts again. Seeing her like this, Xiao's mother's grumbling became louder and louder. Xiao's father, who was watching the game in the living room, silently picked up the remote control and turned up the volume of the TV. The human voice and the sound of the TV began to compete. However, the TV could not defeat the human. Xiao's mother yelled, "I will turn off your TV immediately." Xiao's father silently turned down the volume. Xiao Shuangshang said, "Why are you using others as examples? Others fell in love when they were teenagers, but I went to college and you didn't let me date. When I graduated, you started to urge me again. I worked as a nurse for the first 2 years. I was exhausted every day and didn't even have time to drink a sip of water. Do you think I'm the Monkey King and can find a partner for you?" Xiao's mother, "Others can find one, so why can't you?" "I don't have time. I'm busy with company affairs every day," Xiao Shuangshang said. Xiao's mother, "Can't you find one from the company?" Xiao Shuangshang is even more impossible. At least in the past 3 years, she won't find one. Now the company is hanging on her head. If she really gets married, the company will definitely be a difficult point. It is not easy for her to hand it over to Jiang Ning, and she doesn't trust others. At least wait until Jiang Ning is an adult before she makes these considerations. And at this stage, Xiao Shuangshang herself does not want to get married. Usually, she has no shortage of sweeties around her. Xiao's mother advised earnestly, "It's useless to have a big business. Women still have to find a home. When you live to my age, you will know the importance of family. No matter how good your business is, I'm not happy. I'm old now, and I just want to have a baby." Xiao's mother talked for several minutes in a row, instilling all kinds of truths. Xiao Shuangshang just wanted to have a quiet meal, but now she couldn't eat at all because of the noise. She was annoyed. "I want to have a baby, and I asked you to be a confinement nanny, but you refused." The room suddenly became quiet, and even the sound of the TV disappeared. Then Xiao's mother's voice broke out even louder. Xiao Shuangshang finished her meal under her mother's care, and her mother was still talking. Xiao Shuangshang wiped her mouth and said, "If you keep talking, I won't give you the beauty cream." Xiao's mother stopped talking immediately. Xiao Shuangshang got the beauty medicine from Jiang Ning. After confirming the efficacy of the medicine, she didn't use it all herself, but consulted Jiang Ning and gave some to her mother. Who can bear to watch their mother grow old? One of the important motivations for Xiao Shuangshang's efforts now is her family. She will work hard for Jiang Ning, and after a while, she will ask for some medicine for her father, so that her parents can accompany her in good health. After seeing the indifference of the outside world, people can understand that the only people in the world who really treat them are probably their parents. At night, 11 o'clock, the police left. Several young people were taken away by black uniforms, and other diners were not affected much. Ma Shicheng and his group of people should eat and drink until all the barbecue on the grill was dried up and the last sip of beer was drunk. It's cool. Shan Kaikun burped. Jiuo Kunan, it's so cool. Poor students like them can't eat barbecue once a month or two. Today, Ma Shicheng treated him, and he followed the feast and enjoyed it very much. Not to mention, he also watched a fight. First there was a group fight, then Jiang Ning took action, and then the black uniforms arrested people. It's free to enjoy this drama, isn't it cool? And, his beloved Archer was still waiting for him on the other end of the phone. Having good brothers, good meat, good wine, and beautiful women as company is the pinnacle of life. Ma Shicheng went to pay the bill, and Wang Langlang followed. "Brother Ma, tell me if you don't have enough money." Wang Langlang took the initiative. Wang Langlang is not a stingy person. One day before, Ma Shicheng and his friends lost to Yang Sheng in table tennis, and he treated everyone to fried skewers. Ma Shicheng waved his hand. "It will definitely be enough, you don't have to worry about it." Pei Yujing was ready to pack up and leave. Seeing Ma Shicheng coming to pay the bill, she counted and said, "A total of 184 yuan, you give 180. Ma Shicheng took out 2 red bills and handed them over without any regret. When he was just in the first year of high school, Ma Shicheng cared more about money. At that time, he really didn't have much money, but even so, he could give Jiang Ning and other Zuan Mei chewing gum. Now that he has found a way to make money, he naturally won't feel sorry anymore. When Ma Shicheng came back from paying the bill, Jiuo Kunan was talking loudly. Perhaps because he had drunk some beer, he was more relaxed than usual. "Kaikun, look, Cha is still awake and waiting for me. Hey, listen to my advice. In the future, when you look for a girlfriend, you should look for someone like this." Jiuo Kunan shared his experience in choosing a spouse. Shan Kaikun had said enough about his envy. "Just wait, I'll find one right away." Jiuo Kunan continued to brag about how good Cha was to him. Ma Shicheng looked at Jiuo Kunan. He had already thought of a way to give Jiuo Kunan a fatal blow, but he was still hesitating. Chapter 266, Revealing the Truth. After Ma Shicheng paid the bill, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Another group of diners came to the barbecue stall. Judging from their appearance, they were probably high school students, sitting down and chatting in groups of 3 or 5. Shan Kaikun observed for a while, and found that they were senior students from number 4 middle school. The senior students of number 4 middle school have evening self-study until 11 o'clock in the evening. If they stay in the classroom to study, they can even stay until 12 o'clock. Relatively speaking, the freshmen are much more relaxed. School is over at 9:30. Except for the students in the experimental class, few students in the ordinary class will stay in the classroom to study. Shan Kaikun suggested, "Brothers, let's go around again." It was fun to just finish the barbecue, but Shan Kaikun felt a little lonely because Jiuo Kunan was showing off his online girlfriend. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and wanted to send a message to Beiyuxia, but he was afraid of offending the beauty. Walking in the night, blowing in the wind, he felt even more lonely. Wang Langlang was planning to go home, but when he heard this, he said, "Wow, are we going to have a second show?" Ma Shichen waved his hand and said, "Let's go, I'll pay for the second show." Jiuo Kunan, who was standing next to him, wanted to rush to pay. He was generous and often treated Dan Kekwon to food. Before, in order to express his love for Manman from school, he also treated Ma Shichen to barbecue. But he touched his wallet and sighed in his heart. He could have treated everyone, but he bought 100 yuan of tea to support Archa's career. It seriously consumed his wallet. When Shan Kekwon heard Ma Shichen speak, he did not follow suit to take advantage. After thinking for a while, he took the initiative to say, "I know a shop that sells rice wine. It has cut fruits in it. I will take my brothers to relieve the greasy feeling." Wang Lang was surprised. "It's strange. This is the first time I see Kekwon treating guests." Shan Kekwon, don't say much. I just want to ask if you will go. Ma Shichen, I will definitely give brother Quan face. Let's go, let's go. Wang Lang has already called his family and said that he is studying at school, so it is completely okay for him to go home late. Like the other people, Ma Shichen rents a house outside, and Jiuo Kunan and others all live on campus, so it doesn't matter how late they go back. Several people ran to the rice wine stall again. There were quite a lot of people at the rice wine stall. It shared tables and chairs with the fried food stall next to it. Generally, customers who eat fried food often order some rice wine. Shan Kekwon ordered 5 cups of rice wine and got 2 plates of freshly cut hammy melon. Several people sat and ate while bragging. Jiuo Kunan put down his phone and boasted, "Brothers, Cha told me that she will come to Yuzhou to see me during the summer vacation." Shan Kekwon looked over immediately. Is it true? Meet in person? He had only heard about it before, but had never seen it in real life. How can it be false? Cha has never lied to me, Jiuo Kunan said confidently. He sighed and said, "When a girl is willing to cross thousands of mountains and rivers to see you, what kind of love is this?" "But I didn't let her come. I told her that you just stand there and don't move. I will cross thousands of mountains and rivers to see you." Ma Shichen looked at him. He felt that Jiuo Kunan was poisoned. He was completely different from the mature Jiuo Kunan. He didn't understand why Jiuo Kunan's IQ was instantly cut in half when he saw a woman. Ma Shichen suddenly asked, "Brother Nan, how much tea did you buy?" Jiuo Kunan was stunned. Then he reacted and said, "I don't know either. Archat asked me how much tea I bought, and I said 100 directly." Ma Shichen was also a little stunned. "Don't you ask the price?" Jiuo Kunan greeted a few people. He sat up straight. "Hey, brothers, I'll tell you the truth. It doesn't matter whether it's tea or not. I mainly like the joy of helping others. Archa is my girlfriend, so what if I pay a little for her? Anyway, she will be my wife in the future, and men should not be too calculative sometimes. Just because she chats with me at 11 o'clock in the evening, tell me, is it worth 100 yuan? Shan Kekwon was the first to affirm, "I think it's worth it. If Bayuxia can chat with him at 11 o'clock in the evening, let alone 100 yuan, even Shan Kekwon's heart and soul, he is willing to pay it out to Bayuxia. Love is priceless." Wang Lang said, "I don't understand, but what you said makes sense." Hu Jian poked a piece of hammy melon with a bamboo stick, put it in his mouth and smacked it, but didn't express his opinion. Jiuo Kunan picked up the rice wine and took a big sip. At this time, his questions notification sounded, and Jiuo Kunan turned on the ringtone to make the others envious. As a high school student, in order not to be discovered by the teacher when playing with the phone, he usually keeps it in silent mode. Now questions sounded with the special concern of water drops. Jiuo Kunan felt more and more comfortable. "Brothers, a chat is looking for me again. I will chat with you after I reply to her message." Shan Kekwon heard the special concern notification tone. He also has a friend who cares about him. Unfortunately, that friend has never sent him a message. Jiuo Kunan replied to the message. Everyone thought he would be quick, but he actually chatted with a chap, and Jiuo Kunan's state was not right. Jiuo Kunan was seen tapping the screen angrily. "Ma Shichen, brother Nan, what's wrong with you?" Jiuo Kunan put down his phone and sighed deeply. He said with emotion, "Brothers, after I got a partner, I realized how poor I was." Shan Kekwon said, "Of course, having a partner makes you spend a lot of money." He used to like to spend money on Bayuksha, but Bayuksha never accepted it. Jiuo Kanan shook his head. Acha is really miserable. She told me that she is still selling tea. She said that she met a lot of unreasonable customers when she sold it online. I asked her to rest early, but she didn't listen. Finally, after I told her several times, she told me that she sold too little today and there were only 80 yuan of tea left. If she didn't sell it all, she couldn't sleep. Jiuo Kanan said from the bottom of his heart, brothers, I feel sorry for Acha. Ma Shicheng, what are you going to do? He predicted Jiuo Kanan's next sentence. As expected, Jiuo Kanan said, I want to spend 80 yuan to buy her tea and let her rest early. Shan Kaikwan took a sip of rice wine and put down the glass with a bang. Brother Nan is a real man. Ma Shicheng asked again, you can buy tea today and let her rest early, but what about tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow? Jiuo Kanan, life is long, I only want to seize the day. I have suffered the bitterness of life, and I don't want Acha to taste it. Ma Shicheng was convinced. Is online love so tempting? He thought Jiuo Kanan was addicted, and now he had to take action. Ma Shicheng gave Lang Lang a look, and the two cooperated tacitly, and Wang Lang Lang immediately understood. Although Ma Shicheng can do it himself, many times, it is often too stiff. If he cooperates with Lang Lang, it can have unexpected results. When Jiuo Kanan was intoxicated, Wang Lang Lang suddenly said, someone added me on questions a few days ago, saying that he was my junior high school classmate, and asked me to borrow money. Shan Kaikwan said, it's a bit outrageous to add you specifically to borrow money. If it were me, I would definitely not lend it. Hujun, if it were me, I would see how close he is to me. I used to have a junior high school classmate who was good friends with me, but unfortunately I don't have a mobile phone, and can't contact him now. Ma Shicheng played the role of a straight man. How much do you want to borrow? Wang Lang Lang replied, not much, just 50. Although it's not much, I definitely can't lend it casually. 50 is not a small amount. Jiuo Kanan said that 50 yuan is almost half a week's living expenses for him. Wang Lang Lang, in order to prove that he is my classmate, I asked him to send me a photo. Ma Shicheng said, in fact, let him talk about the junior high school things. If they don't match, then it's fake. I didn't think too much at the time. Seeing is believing. Wang Lang Lang said. But he didn't want to send the photo. The more I thought about it, the more I felt something was wrong. Later, I thought of a way and finally confirmed that he was not my classmate. Shan Kaikwan was curious, what method? Wang Lang Lang explained, I don't know if you have heard of it. Now there are people on the internet who use code to create web scripts. Click on the URL to obtain the camera permission of the mobile phone and directly take photos and upload them. I sent the URL to my classmate, and he clicked on it to check it out. I immediately saw his photo. He was not my classmate at all, but someone else pretending to be him. Fortunately, I tested it in advance, otherwise I might have lent out 50 yuan. Wang Lang Lang looked like he had survived a disaster, and his acting was as real as it could be. He thought to himself, Brother Ma, how would you rate my acting skills? Shan Kaikwan pondered for a few seconds, and suddenly glanced at Jiuo Kanan. He suddenly realized, yes, Brother Nan, do you want to use this thing to see what your girlfriend looks like? Ma Shicheng thought to himself that Kaikwan was really easy to use, and he didn't even need to do it himself. Jiuo Kanan heard this and said unhappily, do you think Acha is a liar? I've seen her photos a long time ago. She would never lie to me. Acha is a child from the mountains who lives with her grandparents. Shan Kaikwan waved his hands repeatedly. No, 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 I don't mean anything else. I'm doing this for your own good. Don't you want to see your girlfriend's bare face? Jiuo Kanan refused righteously. Impossible. I'm not that kind of person. Wang Lang Lang, I heard that girls are completely two different people without makeup and with beauty filters. Jiuo Kanan, I believe Acha. He is a man with a bottom line and will never invade other people's privacy at will. Ma Shicheng said, I know that website. It seems that it will be suspended due to violations. Lang Lang, do you know when it will be suspended? Wang Lang Lang cooperated very well. I remember it will be closed at 12 o'clock tonight. What a pity. As soon as he said this, Shan Kaikwan became anxious. Brother Nan, there is less than an hour left. The last chance. Jiuo Kanan's face really changed. He had mixed thoughts in his mind. He struggled for a long time and couldn't resist the temptation. Long, send me a copy of the website. Wang Long quickly took the phone from Ma Shichen, logged into questions, and sent the URL to Jiuo Kanan privately. Brother Nan, click it and see if it works. Wang Long said. Jiuo Kanan clicked over there, and a photo soon appeared on Wang Long's side. He showed it to his brothers. Shan Kaikwan was amazed. I really took a photo of Brother Nan. Awesome. Hujun, it works. I want a copy too. Jiuo Kanan was sure it worked. He took a deep breath and suddenly became nervous. Wang Long, are you using it? Jiuo Kanan asked tentatively. Really? Ma Shichen didn't care. It's up to you. Long said the website will be closed soon. It's okay if you don't use it. Shan Kaikwan, it's the only chance. Wang Long, use it. If you take pictures that shouldn't be taken, we won't watch them. Then I'll find our chap. Jiuo Kanan typed with trembling hands. Our chap, what are you doing? Our chap, they're selling tea. It's so hard to sell. I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep. Jiuo Kanan thought to himself that I'll buy all your tea soon. Don't worry our chap. He sent a message. I found a fun website. His hand trembled and he pasted the URL into the chat box, hesitated for half a second, and clicked send. As soon as he finished sending, he felt guilty. Archer was so innocent and trusted him so much, but he did such a despicable thing. He was just a villain, a mouse in the dark, not worthy of the pure Archer. In order to seek psychological comfort, Jiuo Kanan hurriedly asked his good brothers, is what I did wrong? Wang Long, I did it. Shan Kaikwan, look at the photos. Jiuo Kanan's guilt faded a little, and he looked at the phone expectantly. The next moment, Jiuo Kanan's eyes stared at the screen, and his body trembled like a spring. Then, he slowly calmed down. The whole person was completely stagnant, and lost all expression. Sitting like an old tree. Brother Nan, Shan Kaikwan waved his hand in front of him. Brother Nan, move. Bang. Jiuo Kanan's phone fell on the table. Shan Kaikwan, Wang Long, and Hujun all looked at the screen. It was night time, the light was dim, and there was no need to worry about the reflection of the phone. So several people saw the face of a man with a scruffy beard. Shan Kaikwan was shocked, and he pointed at the phone. Brother Nan, you are in an online relationship with a man. Night, 11 o'clock. Heba. The lights in Jiang Ning's bedroom flickered, and there was a fierce sound. Zhu Yuantang huddled in her exclusive throne, holding the controller in both hands, staring at the 24-inch monitor in front of her with dark eyes. Jiang Ning leaned on the sofa, holding a book. From his angle, he could just see Zhu Yuantang's slightly moist hair scattered. After they finished eating fruit, Zhu Yuantang took a shower. Because her hair was not dry, it was inconvenient to sleep, so she ran to Jiang Ning's room to play and wait for her hair to dry. Jiang Ning was annoyed by her and turned on the game console for her to play. Zhu Yuantang was now completely immersed in it. Woo. Jiang Ning, it's so comfortable. Why is it so comfortable? Zhu Yuantang pinched the controller, and as she attacked, the controller kept vibrating, bringing a real sense of feedback. She was holding the latest PS4 console controller. Jiang Ning asked, what time are you going to go to bed? Zhu Yuantang, don't worry, wait until I finish this level. She controlled the female character and came to a new level. Many extremely vicious criminals, holding submachine guns, kept rushing up. However, Zhu Yuantang, who controlled the female character, was not afraid at all. She took out her bow and arrow and shot arrow after arrow, killing people everywhere and being invincible. She was invincible. Zhu Yuantang was killing like crazy, and more enemies rushed up. Zhu Yuantang's eyes flashed brightly, and she shouted proudly, Jiang Ning, why am I calmer the more dangerous it is? When I see terrifying things, I'm not afraid, but I want to kill them all, and destroy them all. Jiang Ning put down the book and said slowly, because you are holding a handle. P.S. Thank you book friend Feng Wutree for the leader award. The first leader of this book. Sprinkle flowers. I will do my best to add more chapters. Chapter 267 Don't make trouble. Friday morning self-study. In the back row of class 8, there was one vacant seat in the 4 rows. Only 3 heroes were left. Shan Kaikun, who was reciting classical Chinese in the front row, looked back from time to time with a sympathetic smile on his face. Last night, Nanjie sent hundreds of messages to his online boyfriend and said I don't believe it countless times. However, the result was that he was blocked and deleted as a friend. That night, Nanjie was hurt. With red eyes, he sat on the playground all night. The playground is connected to the back door of number 4 middle school, and several wild dogs accompanied Nanjie all night. Shan Kaikun's mentality is very strange now. He is sympathetic and can't help laughing. Nanjie, you are so pitiful. Online love, there is no good fruit. It is more liable to fall in love in real life. Shan Kaikun is a man who likes to grasp the truth. He sighed. There is still half a month before the sports meeting opens. Next, it's my turn to perform. I will show Nanjie what a love saint is. Morning self-study. Get out of class is over. Hu-jun found the front row. Kaikun, let's go to the cafeteria to eat and bring a cup of spicy soup to Nanjie. Last night, Hu-jun went to the playground to accompany Nanjie, and Shan Kaikun also went with him. Hu-jun was not energetic enough, so he left after 2 o'clock. Shan Kaikun, on the other hand, didn't come back until 4 o'clock. As for Nanjie, it was more than 6 o'clock. He pushed open the dormitory door, lay on the bed and fell asleep. Hu-jun and Shan Kaikun found the class monitor Huang Zhangfei and covered for him. Otherwise the head teacher would definitely find that there were fewer people when inspecting the class, and it would be troublesome. Shan Kaikun said, okay, the fried dough sticks in the cafeteria are delicious. Since the cafeteria of number 4 middle school was contracted by a boss, most of the meals tasted very ordinary, and only a few were okay, and fried dough sticks were one of them. After hearing this, Zhu Yuantang secretly swallowed her saliva. She had been craving the fried dough sticks in the cafeteria for a long time. Usually after the morning self-study get out of class, many students in the class went to the cafeteria to eat, and it was very lively in groups of 3 or 5. Jiang Ning, let's go to the cafeteria to eat, Zhu Yuantang said. Jiang Ning was surprised. Didn't you just eat this morning? Day students usually eat early, often before morning self-study. Zhu Yuantang pretended to be confused and asked, hey, did I eat? How could I forget? Jiang Ning thought, I'm really good at deceiving myself. He stayed in his seat and flipped through the book carelessly. If you eat more, I can't take you with me on my bike. Zhu Yuantang volunteered. It doesn't matter, I'll take you with me on my bike. Jiang Ning estimated that if that happened, neither of them would be able to go home. Let's go to the cafeteria during the break between the second class, Jiang Ning said. There was nearly 30 minutes between classes, which was more than enough time to eat. Some day students who ate early would be hungry during the break and go to the cafeteria to eat an extra meal. But we practice Taikai during the break. Zhu Yuantang was distressed. Jiang Ning, it just so happens that there are not many people in the cafeteria. Zhu Yuantang looked at Jiang Ning in surprise. Don't you practice Taikai? Recently, Shan Qingrong has repeatedly emphasized the importance of Taikai. Regarding the demeanor of the students in number 4 middle school, they must not slack off. Any student, unless they are seriously ill, must go to learn Taikai once during the morning break and once after school in the afternoon, and it is completely occupied by physical education during normal times. The students are miserable and fed up with Taikai. Jiang Ning said lightly, do I still need to practice? Chen Xiaoyu in the front row heard it and looked back at Jiang Ning. She recalled that Jiang Ning's Taikai movements were standardized, and they were even more professional than the teacher who taught them. There is really no need to practice, Chen Xiaoyu said. Jiang Ning glanced at Chen Xiaoyu. The sisters changed their bodies less frequently this week. Zhu Yuantang, huh, what are you so proud of? I can do it, too. Chen Xiaoyu, you are the least standard. Okay. Zhu Yuantang's mask was exposed. She pouted and said, I didn't practice seriously before. As long as I work a little harder, I can scare you. She had already decided to go to Jiang Ning's room every night and find excuses for him to share his experience. In the end, during the break of morning self-study, Jiang Ning didn't take Zhu Yuantang to eat breakfast. There were many students in the classroom, most of them were chatting gossip or reading extracurricular books. The sports meeting and school anniversary of number 4 middle school was scheduled at the end of the month. The campus was filled with a happy atmosphere. Trucks were often seen driving into the school and workers carrying flower pots to decorate the campus. In addition, the monthly exams had just ended, and the students were a little impetuous. However, there are always students who will not be easily influenced by external things. They only want to study hard, get into a good university, and then stand out. This kind of people in class 8 are represented by Chen Qian, who is one of the best. Although some students work hard, it is only because of the environment. They only know how to study in a muddle-headed way, and they don't know the meaning of hard work. But Chen Qian knows why he works hard. He has clear goals, both long-term and short-term goals. Books have their own golden house, and books have their own beautiful women. Chen Qian worked hard. The students in class 8 were doing their own things, and suddenly someone came in at the door of the class. It was a boy wearing a brand name jacket, brand name pants, cool shoes, and a silver watch on his wrist. He looked high-spirited and confident, as if everything he wanted was within his reach. He was Qian Heng from class 2, grade 1, and his father was the factory director. Behind Qian Heng followed a boy with a pot-covered head, cropped pants, and bean shoes. The boy's momentum was completely suppressed by Qian Heng, like a lackey. Qian Heng looked around, and many classmates were looking at him at this time. Qian Heng didn't care, and a confident and calm smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Qian Heng walked into the classroom wearing trendy brand shoes, and passed by Shan Zhao at the same time. Shan Zhao's shabby school uniform was so out of place, compared to Qian Heng's full of branded clothes, making Shan Zhao look like a beggar. However, Shan Zhao was not inferior. He would get what he wanted. He glanced at Qian Heng's wrist, and said in surprise, "I changed my watch to blank pane 6654. This watch is much more expensive than the previous one, and it has reached the level of 100,000 yuan." Shan Zhao couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. A high school student could actually own such a watch. Even if you look at the whole province, it is a rare existence. Immediately, Shan Zhao shrugged helplessly. Wearing it on him was simply a waste of natural resources. He wanted to do it before, but Qian Heng never took off his watch, so he didn't have the chance to do it. It's not like in elementary school before. A classmate in the class bought a waterproof electronic watch in order to show off, passed it to classmates to watch, and then it disappeared while being passed around. Where did the watch go? Only Shan Zhao knew. Qian Heng slowly walked to Yang Sheng's desk. Yang Sheng leaned against the back table, flipping through a history extracurricular book, reading with great interest. Qian Heng stared at Yang Sheng. Today, Yang Sheng was still wearing sportswear, but unlike before, her short hair was tied into a low ponytail, which made her face look more elegant than usual. Qian Heng came from a wealthy family, but this was the first time he had seen a girl like Yang Sheng. Qian Heng approached her and asked, "What are you doing?" Yang Sheng looked up, glanced at him, and said, "Breathing." Qian Heng laughed dryly, "Haha, I'm breathing too." "Oh." Yang Sheng continued to flip through the book, ignoring him completely. Qian Heng stood there awkwardly. After discussing with Li Shi, their classmate and good friend, he came to Yang Sheng with great ambition to repair their relationship, but ended up in this embarrassing situation again. He wanted to give Yang Sheng a gift directly, but Li Shi advised him not to give gifts to girls when he was not familiar with them, because they would not accept them at all, unless they were the kind of girls who worshipped money. Qian Heng knew that Yang Sheng was not a gold digger, otherwise she would have asked for a huge amount of money to compensate for the bicycle. He had previously tried to improve his image by sending breakfast, but Zhang Kai ate all the breakfast. Thinking of this, Qian Heng was furious. He instinctively attributed the failure of his plan to Zhang Kai. Qian Heng found a stool and sat down, not too far from Yang Sheng. "We may have had some misunderstandings before." Qian Heng planned to have a frank talk with Yang Sheng. "Yang Sheng, no misunderstanding." Qian Heng was stuck with this sentence. He paused for a few seconds and said, "Yang Sheng, I have thought about it seriously before. It was my fault to step on your bicycle before. People are always impulsive. I did it unintentionally last time. Yang Sheng adhered to basic etiquette and replied, oh. She continued to read. She didn't want to have any contact with people like Qi Heng. Qi Heng said persistently, how about this, let's start as friends, and you will know what kind of person I'm in the future. Qi Heng thought that he was a good person. Girls likely she thought he was pretty good. Qi Heng was good at making friends. Yang Sheng said, I think we should not be friends anymore. Qi Heng was asking for trouble. Before he left, Zhang Kai and Yan Xianpeng were talking in the corridor outside, discussing the ways of doing business. From time to time, words like set a small goal first, then a big goal, and earn 500 or 600 came out. Qi Heng was frustrated by Yang Sheng at this time, and was really depressed. He didn't see his enemy being arrogant. His expression suddenly darkened. Zhao Xiaofeng, the follower next to him, was very good at observing people's expressions. He also stared at Zhang Kai viciously. It was not until he and Qi Heng went downstairs and reached the open area below that Zhao Xiaofeng said, Brother Shan, I have already arranged it. When to do Zhang Kai, it's just a matter of your words. Qi Heng saw that Zhang Kai and Yan Xianpeng were getting close before, and he was cautious and had not taken action. He planned to find a good opportunity. But people are not machines. How can they follow a perfect plan? After Qi Heng was frustrated, he decided not to wait any longer and took action today to vent his anger. After school in the afternoon, you contact a good person and pay attention to Zhang Kai's movements. The opportunity only comes once a week, so you should do it well. Qi Heng urged. Today is Friday, and we have a day off in the afternoon. It's just right to catch Zhang Kai on his way out of the school gate and away from the school. Zhao Xiaofeng promised. Brother Shan, you can trust me to do it. Before class in the afternoon, Jiuo Kanan stayed in his seat silently. The friends around him looked at him and sighed. Wang Lang said, Brother Nan hasn't spoken for a long time. Shan Kaikun, since he went back last night, he hasn't spoken and doesn't eat. Hujun, Brother Nan, this won't work, you have to eat, otherwise your sister will feel bad for you. Jiuo Kanan still didn't speak. His body is still alive, but his heart is dead. He is not a human now, but a walking corpse. Everything in the world, in his eyes, has lost its meaning. The perfection of the heart of Tao he pursued, now looks like a joke. Jiuo Kanan showed a somewhat sad and miserable smile. Now he is like the water dispenser in front of the classroom, motionless. But, the water dispenser, at least comes in pairs, and he, alone. I'm just a superfluous existence. Jiuo Kanan began to doubt his life. Wang Lang asked Ma Shichen when no one was paying attention, Brother Ma, will Kanan be okay? Ma Shichen said, nothing, just go back, and have a good sleep. Wang Lang, I think so too, isn't it? Just that I was deceived by a man. People must be strong when they are alive. While Ma Shichen was playing games, he heard Lu Kiki and others at the table in front of him discussing the Wi-Fi. Now the Wi-Fi incident of class 8 has spread, and many students know about it. After all, there are so many students who connect to Wi-Fi every day, and there are always a few who show off to others. Some classes have already started to buy routers to follow suit. Sooner or later, it will explode. If it is taken away by the teacher, it will definitely be a big trouble. Maybe the person who put the router will be identified. Ma Shichen didn't dare to gamble on the solidarity of his classmates. After thinking about it, he decided to stop. He said a few words to Wang Lang, then took out his mobile phone, logged into the administrator center, and disabled the Wi-Fi line. Soon, Lu Kiki at the table in front found that the Wi-Fi was not working. Then a classmate stood up and shouted to the back row, Wang Lang, why is the Wi-Fi not working? Facing the students' questions, Wang Lang said, my Wi-Fi is not working either, let me check it. As he said that, he quickly ran to the podium and bent over to study. Wang Lang took out the router with an unhappy expression and announced, classmates, unfortunately, the router is not working. I will take it back to fix it this afternoon, and I will continue to use it when it is fixed. Although the classmates in the class were not used to not having Wi-Fi, they could not blame Wang Lang for the broken router, and he still shared it with everyone. Jiang Ning even said, "It doesn't matter, you can take it to fix it. Anyway, the afternoon is a holiday, and when school starts on Sunday, it may have been fixed, so it will not affect it at all." Most of the students hope that Wang Lang can fix the router so that everyone can continue to connect to Wi-Fi. Only Zhang Kai, who was sitting in the north of the back row, looked at this scene and hoped that the router would not be fixed. In this way, when he bought the router, he would put the router in and provide it for everyone to use for a fee. Just like that, Wang Lang escaped with the router. Ma Shichen nodded. If there was no risk, it was just a router, he would be willing to let his classmates use it, but now too many people know about it, there is nothing he can do. Gao Hishuo's class was in the afternoon. His face was rosy, and he was in a particularly good mood. He was not as strict as before when he lectured. Hu Jun looked at Gao Hishuo, extremely puzzled. Teacher Gao stayed in class 8 and refused to leave. If he didn't leave, how could the original female math teacher come back? Hu Jun could hardly remember the math teacher's face. Lang, do you know why Gao Hishuo is happy? Hu Jun passed a note to Wang Lang. Wang Lang frowned, pretending to listen carefully, and wrote on the paper, Gao Hishuo bought a new car. Someone from number 4 middle school posted it on the forum. Hu Jun, oh my god, he bought a car, and his salary is so high. Wang Lang, he is a specially hired teacher at number 4 middle school, and his salary is very high. Don't you find that his teaching level is very high? Hu Jun said, I don't think so. How about I ask Brother Ma if he can tell the teaching level of Gao Pangzi? If you have any problems, ask Brother Ma, he is very reliable. Wang Lang, don't make trouble for no reason. Chapter 268 I want to take action. It was the last class on Friday afternoon. Gao Hishuo had just picked up a new car and was in a very good mood, which led to his teaching efficiency being much slower than usual. The class lasted for 10 minutes before the long and sinful class ended amid the vicious curses of countless classmates. Gao Hishuo left the classroom and saw Yan Xianpeng from class 9 standing in the corridor. He smiled at Yan Xianpeng. Gao Hishuo's smile seemed to always be sarcastic, which made Yan Xianpeng feel cold. Why is he looking at me? Yan Xianpeng was puzzled. Before he could think more, Zhang Kai came out of the classroom. Yan Xianpeng came over and put his arm around Zhang Kai's shoulders. When he walked to the corner, he looked embarrassed. Brother Zhang, I have something to do today, and I have to go home first. I'll leave the purchase of the router to you first. Zhang Kai was unhappy when he heard it. What do you mean? In order to do business, the two of them each collected 300 yuan and agreed to go to the city to buy a router together. I can't help it. There's something going on at home. Yan Xianpeng said. Zhang Kai, okay, give me the money and I'll buy it for you. We can buy more together and bargain with the boss. He thought so. Yan Xianpeng's eyes moved when he heard it. He was worried about Zhang Kai's character and worried that he would take the money away. So he made an excuse and said vaguely, no, Brother Zhang, I asked for the money from my family and I have to take it home. Zhang Kai asked, can you bring it back? Don't let me pay for it alone. I won't give you an equal share. Yan Xianpeng said, I will definitely bring it when school starts. I will come early on Sunday afternoon, so that I won't delay buying a router. Zhang Kai thought about it and felt that it was okay. The idea of the router was proposed by Yan Xianpeng. He didn't think so much before. Now he thought about it and thought that if Yan Xianpeng didn't participate in the business, he could make more money. Okay, I'll go buy it today. Zhang Kai didn't want to delay too long. Buy the router earlier, make a lot of money earlier, and pay off the debt earlier. His current 300 yuan startup capital was borrowed from someone. This money is not like borrowing from the class monitor, so it must be paid back earlier. While the two were chatting, Ma Shicheng and Wang Lang rushed outside. Zhang Kai saw Ma Shicheng and said, let's go out and play games. Yes. Ma Shicheng asked again, together? Zhang Kai smiled and said, no. Now in his opinion, Ma Shicheng playing games is not doing his job properly, while he is running his own business, while others are playing games. What is progress? This is progress. So he is an ambitious man. Zhang Kai chose to suffer first, and then go out, to enjoy himself, after making a lot of money. Ma Shichen chatted with him for a few words and was about to leave, but he heard Zhang Kai suddenly shouting, "Wang Longlong, I want to ask you something." Wang Longlong stopped. "What is it?" Zhang Kai stood in the corner and waved. Wang Longlong looked puzzled. Zhang Kai said, "Your router is very good. Where did you buy it?" "I'm going to the computer city in the city to have a look." Wang Longlong often follows Brother Ma, and he has a say in this kind of electronic products. Wang Longlong sincerely suggested, "Don't go to the computer mall, the routers sold there are very deceptive. You can directly place an order online. The same router can be at least 10 yuan cheaper." He was not talking nonsense. This was based on the experience of Ma Jet, Guo Kunan, and Shan Kaikwan who bought online. Zhang Kai listened to him and retorted, 10 yuan cheaper, it's impossible. I guess the ones sold online are fakes. Wang Longlong said, "There will be no fakes. If you choose the right store, and routers are not expensive, who would fake them?" Zhang Kai said, "I called a store in the city, and they said that the store has a new router with fast speed, good quality and cheap price." Wang Longlong asked back, "They run the store, can they say their products are bad?" Zhang Kai smiled, "Don't they know more than you?" Damn. Wang Longlong, who has always been honest, was furious when Zhang Kai asked him. He was about to say that they know, but will they let you know? As a result, Ma Shichen next to him urged, "Let's go, I've ordered the machine." Wang Longlong left without saying a word with Ma Jet. When they got downstairs, Wang Longlong cursed. "What kind of person is Zhang Kai? He asked me how to buy it. I kindly told him that it was cheaper online, but he still argued with me." Ma Shichen said, "Don't argue with idiots." Most of the students in class 8 left. Even Chen Xiaoyu, who always liked to procrastinate, went out with her sister Chen Xiking. Zhu Yuantang started to leave. It was time to explore the snack street on Friday. However, Zhu Yuantang was not very happy today. She pulled Jiang Ning's clothes, as if she was afraid that he would run away. "Jiang Ning, are you leaving tonight?" "Well, I'll go out for a while and come back tomorrow." Jiang Ning went to the northernmost city tonight to personally scout the materials for refining flying swords. Zhu Yuantang was unhappy and followed behind in a depressed mood. With Jiang Ning's observation skills, of course, she discovered her abnormality. So he said, "The high-speed train is at 9 p.m. You should go to bed early tonight. Maybe I'll be back early tomorrow morning." Zhu Yuantang, "I stay up late every day." Jiang Ning thought she was quite clingy. He thought for a moment and said, "Why, you are not used to my absence?" Zhu Yuantang immediately cheered up. She snorted, "How is that possible? When you are not at home, all the meals cooked by your mother are mine." Originally, these words were used to deal with Jiang Ning. Zhu Yuantang thought about it for a while and actually felt that it was quite beautiful. All the food was hers. Jiang Ning was relieved to see that she was no longer disappointed. He looked at the main road of the campus. Because Gao Hishuai stayed in class for 10 minutes, he missed the peak of school dismissal, and there were few students in the school. Jiang Ning pushed the bike forward, and occasionally there were students riding bicycles around him. Bicycles are not allowed in the school, but today is Friday, a holiday, so some students are brave enough to ride bicycles on campus. Jiang Ning pushed the bike to the intersection outside the school, and Zhu Yuantang jumped on the back seat, holding the corner of his clothes with both hands. Under normal circumstances, unless it was raining, windy, or racing, Zhu Yuantang would not hug Jiang Ning. Otherwise, if she was riding a bicycle and hugged him fearfully, wouldn't it make her look timid? Jiang Ning's mountain bike stopped before it went 200 meters. Beside the road, there was a large empty concrete field with a bunch of people gathered around to watch, and from time to time there were pointing, exclamations, and sighs. Chen Xiaoyu was holding her sister Chen Xiking's arm, and next to her was Bayuxia with a white school bag, and they greeted Jiang Ning. Zhu Yuantang, who was sitting in the back seat, pointed at the crowd over there and shouted, Jiang Ning, it looks like they are having fun." Based on Jiang Ning's many years of experience, everyone he met loved to watch the fun, even him now. Jiang Ning parked the car without locking it and took Zhu Yuantang closer to the crowd. In the past, there were often two stalls on the open space here. One was a three-wheeled truck selling fruits, and the other was a mobile phone film stall, and occasionally there were other stalls. However, today, there are more stalls selling fried skewers and rolled noodles. Of course, the stall with the most people is the game stall in the center. Zhu Yuantang read out, basketball hits sandpot. Chen Xiaoyu said, yes, this is very difficult. Chen Xiking said, the basketball clearly hit the pot, but the pot didn't fall at all. Jiang Ning looked around and saw 10 Red Bull cans piled on the ground. The cans were arranged in a pyramid shape, with 4 cans at the bottom, 3 cans standing on top, and then 2 and 1 on top. At this time, a boy spent 10 yuan and got a chance to hit the pot. Shenzhou, it's not easy for you to make money, don't spend it on this. Someone around laughed. Shenzhou made his money by selling small commodities. He said, it doesn't matter whether I lose money or not, the main thing is to have fun. The owner of the pot stall is a middle-aged man, and there is a fat middle-aged woman next to him with a mean face. The middle-aged man shouted, knock down 10 cans and you will get 500 yuan. Don't miss it. If you pass by, spend 10 yuan to try it once. Shenzhou held the basketball and stood outside the line. He bent over, gestured with the basketball, shook it back and forth twice, and then threw it forward suddenly. The basketball rolled forward quickly and hit the pyramid of cans accurately. Bang bang bang, several neatly arranged cans were knocked down in an instant, and the basketball hit the curtain set up behind. Shenzhou clapped his hands and blurted out, it's over. The middle-aged man announced, a total of 6 cans were knocked down, no reward. The middle-aged woman went up and rearranged the cans. The passers-by who were watching shouted, it's so funny, whoever plays it will be fooled. Bei Yuxia said to Jiang Ning and others, the rules of the game are very clever. There is no reward for knocking down 4 to 7 cans. This perfectly avoids the number of cans that are easiest to knock down. Chen Xiaoyu saw through the boss and said, the 4 cans at the bottom must be filled with sand. It's too difficult to knock them. It's impossible to get 500 yuan. Chen Xiking said, there are also rewards for knocking down 1, 2, 3, 80 or 90 cans, but they are all difficult. Except for 10 and 9 cans, the other rewards are very small. Bei Yuxia analyzed, look carefully at the overall distance between the 4 cans at the bottom. It is about 40 centimeters, and the diameter of the basketball is about 24 centimeters. Even if you aim at the center, there are 2 cans at the bottom that you can't touch. Bei Yuxia made a judgment. In other words, theoretically speaking, you can only knock down 8 cans at most. Zhu Yuantang just wrote down the reward rules, but if you knock down 8 cans, the reward is only 10 yuan. Bei Yuxia, it's almost the same as not making any money. Chen Xiaoyu and her sister looked at Bei Yuxia in surprise after listening to her analysis. Yuxia, you are so smart and amazing. Bei Yuxia said implicitly, I'm just good at analysis. They have already cracked the rules of the game, but there are always people willing to pay 10 yuan becomes 500 yuan, and the grand prize is 50 times. Too many people can't resist the temptation. Bei Yuxia and her friends watched for a while, and 7 or 8 customers came. The cans that were knocked down were all in the range of 4 to 7. The probability is so small, but there are still customers playing. Bei Yuxia is helpless. The only lesson that humans have learned from history is that humans will not learn lessons from history. The lively atmosphere attracted more passers-by. Lin Zide, Zhuang Jianhu, Ding Xuan, and Li Shi from the experimental class 1 of the 4th middle school happened to pass by. Lin Zide always likes to join in the fun. When he saw so many people, he immediately led a few people to approach. Ding Xuan glanced over there with a smile on her lips. She found that Jiang Ning was also there. Li Shi said, Fadlin, don't join in the fun. Xuan plans to go back early to study. It's okay. Ding Xuan said gently. She tried her best in this monthly exam and thought she could be among the top 3 in the school. But when the results were released, she realized that she had underestimated the students of number 4 middle school. To be more precise, she underestimated Du Chuan, the college entrance examination warrior personally invited by the principal. Du Chuan still took the 3rd place in the school with an absolute advantage. Try again next time. Ding Xuan is not the type to give up easily. During this time, Chen Xiaoyu suddenly glanced and saw Li Shi among the few people. Sister, look, that girl is so tall. Chen Xiqing looked over and saw the tall figure at once. Not only is she tall, but she also has a good figure and is very slim. She is almost 10 centimeters taller than me. Chen Xiqing envied. Chen Xiao chirped, "It's okay, sister. She's not as tall as the two of us put together." Chen Xiqing frowned. "It seems to make sense. Sister, look at the girl next to her." Chen Xiao was surprised. "She's so pretty." Bei Yuxia stared at the girl and suddenly said, "She's Ding Xuan." These 3 words, the first grade of the 4th middle school, and even the 2nd and 3rd grade students, all knew what they meant. Lin Zida greeted, "Jiang Ning, you're here too." Ding Xuan enjoyed the feeling of being watched from all over her body and nodded slightly. Lin Zida found an empty place, watched for a moment, and came back to shout, "Jian Hu, your strong point. Why don't you try it?" Zhuang Jian, who is tall and handsome, with angular features. Just now, several girls secretly paid attention to him. Zhuang Jian, who smiled sunny and confidently, "Let's try it." He shouted, "Boss, let's have a ball." The middle-aged man walked over with a smile, and the spectators around him automatically made way. Zhuang Jian, who handed over a brand new 20 yuan bill. The boss fished around and pulled out a wrinkled, worn 10 yuan note. Zhuang Jian, whose eyes twitched, "Okay, stop looking for it. I'll give it 2 chances." He held the basketball and stood a few meters in front of the sand pot. He went through the rules of the game and understood it. The maximum reward of 500 yuan was not much for someone like him. The shoes he was wearing now cost 1,600 yuan a pair. But that didn't mean he didn't care about 500 yuan at all. If he could win 500 yuan, it would definitely be a pleasure. Zhuang Jian, who sought to maximize his benefits and run for the biggest reward. Chen Xiao whispered, "I know him. He's really good at playing basketball. He even performed a slam dunk during military training." Chen Xiqing said, "Someone in the next dormitory has a crush on him." Bei Yuxia said, "He's really good at playing basketball." After hearing this, Zhu Yuantang asked curiously, "Is he as good at playing basketball as Wu Zhaoqi in our class?" Bei Yuxia looked strange. "It's not a question of whether Wu Zhaoqi is good or not. He's that kind of person, very special." She didn't know how to express it. "Hey, Wu Zhaoqi is here," Zhu Yuantang said. Across the street, Wu Zhaoqi was holding a basketball, walking alone. He suddenly stopped and sniffed. At this moment, Wu Zhaoqi smelled the scent of the basketball. He set off again, approaching the sandpot stall. Zhuang Jian, who swung the basketball forward in a cool way, and the basketball rolled forward in a straight line. A master knows whether it has a chance or not. As soon as he makes a move, the basketball hit the pyramid of sand pots, bang, and knocked the pots down. Chen Xiao counted the number, 1, 2, 7, 8, a total of 8 pots. She looked at Bei Yuxia. Theoretically, the most pots that can be hit. Yeah, that's right. Bei Yuxia felt that Zhuang Jian, who was worthy of being good at playing basketball. He made a gain with 1 shot. The boss walked over and said, "Congratulations on hitting 8 pots and getting a reward of 10 yuan." There was a cunning light in his eyes. "Brother, do you want to continue playing, or do you want me to give you 10 yuan?" Zhuang Jian, who thought of the boss's crumpled 10 yuan note, and of course he chose to continue. After throwing the ball just now, Zhuang Jian, who also found that it was a bit difficult to hit 10. However, this did not bother him. He held the basketball with both hands across his chest and rubbed his palms violently. The basketball rotated under the force and flew forward at the same time. Lin Zida, spin the ball. Bang. 6 cans fell over, and there was no reward. There was a burst of boos all around. Shenzhou shouted, "It's difficult. The spinning ball is useless. You can try to hit the top can. There is a reward of 50 yuan." He just lost the game, but he didn't leave. He planned to see if anyone could win the prize and gain some experience. After all, the grand prize was 500 yuan, and he worked so hard and sold goods for half a month, but he couldn't make 500 yuan. Zhuang Jian, who was not a stubborn person, he changed his style this time and made an aerial throw, preparing to knock down the top can. Zhuang Jian, who showed his usual accuracy in playing basketball, and threw it forward. The basketball accurately hit the only can at the top of the pyramid, but when the can fell, it also knocked down the 2 cans below. The boss shouted, knock down 3 cans, and get a reward of 10 yuan. Continue playing. As soon as these words fell, a sonorous voice came from the outside, I'll do it. Everyone looked outside, and saw a boy who was about 1.6 meters tall, holding a basketball, striding in. The boss looked at the basketball in his hand and reminded, you can only use the basketball we provide. Wu Zhaoqi, no problem. He paid 10 yuan, and came to the vicinity of Zhuangjianhu. The sand pot stall opened 2 sets of tracks at the same time, which could accommodate 2 customers at the same time. So, the group on the left was Zhuangjianhu, and the group on the right was Wu Zhaoqi. Zhu Yuantang clenched his fist, a showdown between the strong. Zhuangjianhu still intended to aim at the top jar. He stood up straight, and took a deep breath. It was quite interesting. Amidst the noise, Wu Zhaoqi started. He actually sat on the ground. Just sitting down was not enough. Wu Zhaoqi ignored the dust on the cement floor and slowly lay on his back. Finally, his shoulders were only an egg's distance from the ground. He stretched his head forward, held the ball with both hands, and stared at the sand jar. Zhuangjianhu was numb. Brother, you make it difficult for me. It made him look unprofessional. Immediately, Zhuangjianhu ignored him, and planned to shoot. Wu Zhaoqi stared at the sand jar. He was not playing a game, he was playing a professional game. He was not mashing the sand jar, but his glorious life. 2 balls were thrown. Zhuangjianhu's basketball wiped down the top jar, and knocked down another one. Wu Zhaoqi's performance was perfect. The basketball brushed past the jars, like a lover caressing, and only knocked down the only jar. The owner of the sand jar didn't look very good, and he announced, knock down 2 cans, get a reward of 30, knock down 1, get a reward of 50. Then he shouted to the people around him, look everyone, we are not kidding, we can really hit it. Chen Xiaoyu said, Wu Zhaoqi is amazing. Bayuxia, indeed, he has a very good control of the basketball, just like his hands. Zhu Yuantang asked again, is Wu Zhaoqi better at playing basketball? Bayuxia explained embarrassedly, playing basketball is not just about shooting accurately, there are other factors. After Zhu Yuantang asked her, he asked someone else, Jiang Ning, can you play basketball? A little bit. Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang's eyes sparkled, and she rubbed her hands. I want to play. Jiang Ning took out a 100 yuan note, and gave it to her, saying generously, play as you like. P.S. I wanted to give more chapters to the leader, and finish this plot in one go. Sorry for not giving more chapters. I recommend a book. Why call me leader? Call me boss. 1. This book is outrageous, and not a serious immortal cultivation 2. The protagonist is not a human being, and will perform inhuman operations 3. The author dreams of using IQ to drive the whole audience. Of course, dreams are dreams. If they don't drive people, then everyone might as well abandon IQ together. 4. It's a light-hearted, entertaining book with lots of different ideas. Chapter 269. I'm going to call for offside support. Jiang Ning's countless moves before created his heroic image in Zhu Yuantang's mind. Do you want to play casually? Zhu Yuantang blinked. Yes, I'm here. Jiang Ning nodded. Really? Zhu Yuantang's eyes suddenly curved, and a touch of spirit overflowed. She refused the 100 yuan given by Jiang Ning, and said, give me a 50 yuan note, I know you have it. Jiang Ning said happily, I remember it very clearly. This 50 yuan was the leftover from the vegetable stall owner, when he went to buy vegetables last time. Zhu Yuantang took the banknote. Don't you want to see who I am? Although Bayuxia was paying attention to Wu Zhaoqi and the others smashing the sand pot, she had been by Zhu Yuantang's side, so she naturally noticed Zhu Yuantang's actions. Zhu Yuantang wants to smash the sand pot? Bayuxia was about to persuade her. Chen Xiaoyu said, Zhu Yuantang, you don't want to play, do you? Sister Chen Xiqing reminded, calm down, don't think it's good to hit it when you see others hit it. She really didn't want Zhu Yuantang to lose money. Zhu Yuantang was a good friend of Jiang Ning, who sat in front and behind them. Jiang Ning often explained questions to Chen Xiaoyu and the others, which helped them a lot, and improved their grades a lot. That's right, Zhuangjianhu is very good at playing basketball, so he didn't lose money, and Wu Zhaoqi from our class. At this point, Chen Xiaoyu didn't know how to describe it. Bayuksha continued, it's impossible to judge with common sense. Yes, Wuzaioki is a special existence. At this point, Wuzaioki and Zhuang Jianu continued to throw balls and hit the sand pots in the crowd. However, one of the traps in the game of hitting sand pots is to take advantage of human greed. It is no exaggeration to say that 90% of people choose to continue playing after winning money, hoping to win more money, and finally fall into a vicious cycle of losing and winning. The owner of the sand pot still kept rearranging the sand pots. After a few times, Zhuang Jianu ran out of chances. Linzida came over and said, 20 yuan let you play 7 or 8 times. It's worth it. Zhuang Jianu thought the same thing. Not bad. Because of his family, he received a good education and had a solid foundation, so he was rarely addicted to this kind of small game and could stop in time. Xuan, do you guys play? Zhuang Jianhu asked. No. Ding Xuan shook her head. Instead, Li Shi stepped forward with her long legs. I'll play 2 games. The twin sisters took turns persuading Zhu Yuantong, hoping that she would give up the urge to play the ball, which would only make her lose money. Zhu Yuantong knew that they meant well, but she had her own considerations. Zhu Yuantong had seen Jiang Ning's claw machine, which was simply invincible. 1 grab and 1 hit. She firmly believed that with Jiang Ning's identity as a great magician, he could easily win this kind of game. Besides, Jiang Ning never kept his word. Since he promised, if he couldn't do it, Zhu Yuantong could use this as an excuse to ask Jiang Ning to compensate her. For example, he was not allowed to go far tonight. It seems that, no matter what the result is, Zhu Yuantong will never lose. What reason is there not to play? She is super smart. Zhu Yuantong is full of confidence. Don't worry, I have a secret weapon. Bayuksha, what secret weapon? Wait until I smash the cans, and you will know. After several minutes of struggle, Wuzaioki finally succeeded in losing all the 10 yuan. The boss wiped his sweat. Damn, this kid is like a lunatic. Others smash cans while standing, but he smashes them while lying down. But his mother's skills are very high. I spent 10 yuan and placed the cans for him more than 10 times. The other party is almost back to the original cost of labor alone. The boss has been to many places and cheated people for several years. This is the first time he has encountered such a weirdo. Wuzaioki stood up. His back was covered with dust, and he looked very embarrassed. He ignored it and walked out with the basketball. Shenzhou shouted, Wuzaioki, your back is full of dust. In order to sell small commodities, Shenzhou traveled to various classes all year round, and he could call most of his classmates by name. However, Wuzaioki did not even turn his head, leaving everyone with only a proud back. It's not dust, it's a medal of honor. Shenzhou, fuck me. The 2 basketball masters left the court, and the other guests began to smash the cans. Perhaps Wuzaioki gave everyone hope, and more people were willing to smash the cans. But most of them performed poorly, and gave money to the boss in vain. Li Shi handed the boss a 10 yuan bill. Let's play a game. The people around saw a tall girl come on stage, and all looked at her. In reality, good-looking people, no matter what they do, can easily attract attention from others. Many people who originally wanted to play ball also gave up their opportunities. Chen Xiaoyu said, she looks very powerful. She was talking about Li Shi. Chen Xiqing agreed, she looks very powerful. At the same time, Zhu Yuantong set off. She looked at the crowd in front of her, thought about it, and chose to go around from the side. Boss. Zhu Yuantong was very generous today and took 5 chances when he came up. As soon as the boss saw Zhu Yuantong, who looked like a child, he was already happy. A grown man couldn't smash the jar, so what was a little girl doing here? Isn't it just giving money away for free? The boss's wrinkles appeared when he smiled. There's still a spot, go and play. Zhu Yuantong stood near Li Shi with the ball. Before Li Shi smashed the jar, she tilted her head and looked down at Zhu Yuantong. She is now 174 centimeters tall, more than 20 centimeters taller than Zhu Yuantong, who is 153 centimeters tall. Looking at this little girl, Li Shi recognized her. She was the top student in number 4 middle school and also a good friend of Jiang Ning. Can you do it? Li Shi asked curiously. Zhu Yuantong said, it's okay. Well, let's play together. Li Shi said. After that, Li Shi raised the basketball. She was ready to copy Zhuang Jianhu's path and wipe out the top jar. If she really achieved her goal, she would definitely be able to brag about it in her small circle. Compared with showing off various limited edition luxury goods at ordinary times, if she showed off her real skills, that would be amazing. Chen Xiaoyu shouted, Tong Tong, come on. Chen Xiking, we believe in you. Come on. The twins' shouts of encouragement attracted many people to look at them, all with surprised expressions. Twins are rare in real life, let alone a pair of good-looking twins. Zhu Yuantang raised the basketball slowly, imitated the basketball posture on TV, threw it forward, and threw it out. Then everyone saw that the basketball drew an arc, and it passed by the sand can, and rolled to the curtain behind. The twins' cheers stopped abruptly. Bei Yuxia couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Shenzhou, wow. Lin Zida clapped his thighs and laughed. Even the boss was stunned. Zhu Yuantang had a tight face, pretending to be indifferent, but her red ears revealed that she was not as calm as she seemed. The contestant next to him, Li Shi, said with a smile, you are quite good, aren't you? Lin Zida said, it's rare to see this. Li Shi, come and show us one. Let me show you. Li Shi threw the basketball in her hand. The basketball flew out, brushing against the top jar of the sand jar pyramid and flew over, also empty. Li Shi looked embarrassed. Lin Zida stopped talking. Zhu Yuantang praised honestly, you are also very good. Shenzhou shouted, we are at the same level, stop flattering each other. Li Shi glared at Shenzhou who was watching the fun. She knew this vendor and often came to her class to sell goods, but the quality of the goods he sold was too poor, and she looked down on them. Boss, give me another ball. Li Shi handed over the money. Zhu Yuantang had a total of 5 chances to continue playing. The two began to smash the sand jars again, but this time, Li Shi played normally, and had no time, but used too much strength, and knocked over 6 jars, and there was no reward. Zhu Yuantang also played normally, and knocked over 6 jars. Li Shi looked at the little guy and became competitive. She asked the boss for a basketball again, as Zhu Yuantang had not used up all 5 chances. The basketball was thrown out, and the can fell down, but still nothing was gained. Bei Yuxia looked at Zhu Yuantang's actions. That was not playing ball, that was throwing money away. Bei Yuxia's family was well off, and she couldn't stand playing like that. She could buy very expensive snacks, but she couldn't accept wasting money. Jiang Ning, don't let Zhu Yuantang play later. She added. Chen Xiaoyu, yes, it makes me feel bad to see this. Every ball costs money. Jiang Ning said calmly, it's okay, let her play, as long as she has fun. Chen Xiaoyu, but she won't be happy if she loses money. Jiang Ning said meaningfully, it's a game, there are wins and losses. However, Bei Yuxia only saw Zhu Yuantang losing all the time, and Li Shi, who was also playing ball, also lost all the time. Lin Zida said happily, too bad. Zhuang Jianhu said seriously, it's not that I'm a bad player, this game is really difficult. He came to this conclusion after going up to experience it. Zhuang Jianhu plays basketball all year round. With the basketball in his hand, he can basically hit whatever he points. Even so, he still relies on luck to hit exactly 2 cans. But they don't mind the money, nor are they after the 500 yuan bonus. They just think it's fun, so they play. Zhu Yuantang used up his 5 chances, and Li Shi also used 5 chances, but got nothing. Li Shi was born in a merchant family. She was spoiled since childhood, and has an unbelieving personality. After all, at the age of 15 or 16, she is young and energetic. She is different from people who come from families like Ding Xuan and Zhuang Jianhu. Li Shi bid 100 yuan. Boss, continue. The boss happily took the money and wrote it down with a ballpoint pen. He liked this kind of customer the most. Once he got serious, he would really keep playing. He had met a customer before who emptied his wallet with 3,000 yuan at most. Zhu Yuantang was ready to leave. She felt bad for losing 50 yuan. 50 yuan was enough for her to buy a lot of vegetables. Pork was only 10 yuan a pound. Jiang Ning walked up to the boss and said, let her play the 100 yuan game. Zhu Yuantang waved her hands quickly and shouted anxiously, I don't want to play anymore. Jiang Ning smiled and said, "Do you have fun throwing the ball?" Of course she did. She knocked down the neatly placed cans and made a mess. It gave people a primitive pleasure of destruction. Besides, after the smashing, there was someone to put them in order again, so she didn't have to bother herself. How could she not be happy? Although she was happy, Zhu Yuantang didn't want to play. She lied. "I'm not happy." Jiang Ning said, "You'll be happy if you play more." He looked at her softly. Zhu Yuantang suddenly felt at ease and calmed down when she saw Jiang Ning's eyes. Although she often resisted in front of Jiang Ning, she was more obedient than Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning paid the money. Li Shi was still waiting for Zhu Yuantang. Seeing her return to the game, she said, "I thought you didn't want to play anymore." "Zhu Yuantang, Jiang Ning refilled it for me. After that," she said solemnly, "I'll be serious next time." Li Shi said, "I also recharged 100 yuan. Let's compete." Competing with the first in the grade, or even the first in the city, is quite exciting. If you can beat her in this aspect, it will also be a happy thing. "Let's compete, but I know you will definitely lose." Zhu Yuantang was very sure. Li Shi, "Okay." A new round of sandpot mashing began. 1 ball, 2 balls. Chen Xiao watched them giving money to the boss, not to mention how distressed she was. "Bayuxia, let's persuade Jiang Ning." She thought Jiang Ning might be too excited. Bayuxia frowned. She felt something was wrong. In her impression, Jiang Ning should not be the kind of person who would lose money easily. But she couldn't understand why Jiang Ning watched Zhu Yuantang keep losing. Could it be that he planned to win it back in the end? Bayuxia had this thought in her mind. Immediately, she denied it. It was impossible. It was too difficult to win back the money he lost. Jiang Ning had already spent 150 yuan. Even if he could accurately knock down only 1 can every time, he still needed 3 chances to barely make back his money. But that was impossible. Zhuang Jianhu and Wu Zhaoqi, who were so good at basketball, still couldn't change the outcome of losing money. Bayuxia had only seen Jiang Ning beat people, but had never seen him play basketball. She guessed that he was not good at it. Ding Xuan on the other side was particularly quiet. Her eyes were as quiet as water, staring at Zhu Yuantang on the court. She was waiting. Li Shi lost 8 balls in a row, and Zhu Yuantang lost 9 balls in a row. The audience around enjoyed the show. Li Shi was beautiful and tall. Her curves when pitching made the men who watched reluctant to leave. Moreover, from another evil perspective, if you can't get the favor of a beautiful woman, then watching her in trouble is also a good thing. At the same time, the onlookers also felt regretful and couldn't help but imagine if they had superb skills in smashing sand pots, whether they could attract the attention of the beautiful woman and develop an ambiguous story. Zhu Yuantang counted the remaining 1 chance and looked at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning gave her a warm look. Zhu Yuantang immediately understood that Jiang Ning meant to let her have a beginning and an end and finish all the games. Zhu Yuantang relaxed a little with a happy look on her eyebrows. She threw another ball, which was particularly pleasant. But the ending was not very good, and only 5 pots were knocked down. "You have to renew your subscription," Li Shi said. Zhu Yuantang raised her little face and didn't care at all. "I'm done warming up." "Li Shi, are you kidding? After throwing 15 balls and losing 150 yuan, you say you're done with the warm up? It's not that the warm up is over, but that you've lost all the money, right?" the boss said cheerfully. "Do you want to continue playing?" Chen Xiao was anxious. She stood on tiptoe and shouted, "Zhu Yuantang, I'll treat you to snacks." Li Shi said, "Are you ready to leave?" For her, losing some money didn't matter. "It doesn't count as leaving," Zhu Yuantang said. She sort of caught assistance. "Jiang Ning, it's your turn." Jiang Ning handed the boss 10 yuan. "Give me 1 ball." The boss was in a better mood. When he saw the 2 people interacting just now, he knew that there was a relationship between the 2. They do this kind of business, and they like this the most. Often girls lose money, and boys are not convinced, and come to find a place, but they lose more. Men are more face conscious and more impulsive than women. "Only play once?" the boss asked. "Well, once first," Jiang Ning said lightly. The boss tempted him. "1 time may not be enough. Come twice more, and you will have a better chance of winning." Jiang Ning did not refuse his good intention. He said, "You said so. Give me another ball." The boss felt it was okay. It was not bad to earn 10 yuan more. Zhu Yuantang left the position of smashing the sand pot and replaced Jiang Ning. Li Shi joked, "Jiang Ning, are you going to get back Zhu Yuantang's face?" She did not believe that Jiang Ning could do something that even Zhuang Jianu could not do. Jiang Ning? This was not something that could be done with passion. Jiang Ning said, "Just play casually." After Zhu Yuantang left the court, Chen Xiao hurried to find Zhu Yuantang. "Jiang Ning will play 2 games later. Don't let him play. I will treat you to food." Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang lost 170 yuan, which was too tragic. Chen Xiao and her sister only had about 300 yuan for a week's living expenses. Zhu Yuantang agreed immediately. "Okay, I will only let him play 2 games." Chen Xiao's heart was finally relieved. Next, just wait for Jiang Ning to finish losing. Bei Yuxia stared at Jiang Ning. Lin Zida asked in confusion, "Does Jiang Ning really want to win back for Zhu Yuantang?" Zhuang Jianhu said, "After losing so much, he must want to win back. More than 100 is not a small amount of money for ordinary people." Strange, Jiang Ning is not that kind of person, unless he is absolutely sure. Lin Zida and Jiang Ning usually chat in the corridor, talking about games and other topics. In his impression, Jiang Ning is a very calm person, never agitated. Zhuang Jianhu said, "People have many sides." The implication is that Lin Zida has misjudged him. Many people are paying attention to Jiang Ning. Everyone knows that he is here to get back the face for the little girl just now. Haha, do you have the ability? Many people thought so. Everyone has seen how difficult it is to smash the sand pot. They can't do it, and they don't want to see others do it. Want to win? What are you thinking? Shenzhou, who originally decided to play the ball, decided to give up when he saw that the probability of losing was too high. In full view of the crowd, Jiang Ning held up the basketball. He looked calm, and with a little force on his fingers, the basketball rotated under his fingertips, as stable as a globe. Zhuang Jianhu, "There's something, but not much." Li Shi, "You plan to use a spinning ball?" Jiang Ning, "Yes. Spinning balls don't work." Li Shi said. Zhuang Jianhu had just demonstrated it. Jiang Ning said, "Try it." As soon as the voice fell, he flicked his fingertips lightly, and the high-speed spinning basketball suddenly flew out. It actually made an arc in the air. The basketball hit the pyramid-like pile of sand cans. Those sand cans that stood firmly suddenly exploded from them, and the basketball ran over them directly. The cans flew everywhere, and the concrete floor was in chaos. Everyone was shocked. Li Shi quickly counted the fallen cans. 1, 2, 3. Zhu Yuantang outside the court shouted excitedly, "No need to count. They are all down." She jumped up with joy. "I told you, Jiang Ning is super awesome." Chapter 270, Run. Why don't you run anymore? Zhu Yuantang was so excited. She had not misjudged Jiang Ning. The guilt she had felt for losing the game had all disappeared. Jiang Ning would never lie to her. Bei Yuxia stood there, with a look of surprise on her pretty face. "All fallen?" With just one hit, all 10 jars fell, including the 4 extremely stable sand jars at the bottom, which also rolled to the ground. It was completely beyond common sense. According to her theoretical calculations, under normal circumstances, only 8 jars could be knocked down, and with extreme luck, 9 could be knocked down. Now the scene in front of her was that all 10 jars fell down. This was too unreasonable. It was not just good luck that could be achieved. The vendor Shenzhou was shocked. Is it true? Every time someone smashed the sand jars before, he was looking forward to it, hoping to see the scene of all 10 jars collapsing, but he could not get what he wanted every time. Now this magical result actually appeared in front of him. It was not only the impact brought by the 10 jars, but also the 500 yuan bonus. 500 yuan is enough for several meals, even for hot pot. If you eat braised chicken, you can eat it for a month. The look he gave Jiang Ning again changed. Shenzhou had a certain expectation in his heart. Since Jiang Ning could do it, could he do it too? If he could, it would be 500 yuan. The reactions of everyone present were incredible. Lin Zida took 2 steps forward and changed to a better position to get a closer look at the sand pots on the ground. He turned around and shouted, "Jianhu, all 10 have fallen." Zhuang Jian, who is about 1.8 meters tall and has a wide field of vision. He had already seen it clearly. He was embarrassed because people are most afraid of comparison. Just now, he tried his best and only dared to aim at the top one. In the end, he still didn't succeed and lost money. Isn't that right? Zhuang Jian, who frowned. He couldn't understand why Jiang Ning could do it. Ding Xuan didn't speak. She silently recalled the scene just now. The basketball spun at high speed, and the moment it touched the sand pot, it changed direction and rolled over the 4 pots at the bottom diagonally, knocking them all down. The principle sounds simple, but it is probably as difficult as ascending to heaven to do it. The subtle control of power has reached an extremely terrifying level. Ding Xuan became more and more certain of Jiang Ning's extraordinariness. Li Shi looked at the sand pot, then looked sideways at Jiang Ning and blurted out, "Did you guess it?" Jiang Ning admitted frankly, "Yes, I was lucky." Li Shi didn't know what to say when she heard it. If Jiang Ning claimed to have good skills, Li Shi might be able to refute it, but he just said he was lucky. Zhu Yuantang outside the court added, "I told you that Jiang Ning will win it back for me." Her little face was flushed, and because she was too excited, her pigtails were shaking. Li Shi went from being shocked to being embarrassed and annoyed. She thought bitterly, "It's great to have a helper." Question mark? Compared with the others who were talking about it, the owner of the sandpot stall was almost stupid. He has been setting up a stall to cheat people for several years, and he has never encountered anyone who can knock down 10 sandpots. The boss was bitter. In front of so many people, he couldn't deny it, otherwise he would definitely be caught by the customers who lost money, and he might even be beaten. 10 sandpots, reward 500 yuan. The boss shouted. His words were final and blasted in everyone's ears. 500 yuan. This is different from winning the lottery. Winning the lottery depends entirely on luck, and there is only one scratching process, while smashing sandpots requires technical content, and it is in the public eye, which inevitably arouses discussion from others. The boss endured the depression of losing money 500 yuan. He had to set up the pot 50 times to make it back. Forget it. 50 times is 50 times, as long as he can make it back. The boss shouted, "Brother, you still have one chance. I will pay you after you finish smashing. Maybe you can win the next ball. Let him play one more ball first. When this ball is empty, can he still bear not to continue smashing?" Then he fell into the trap and lost all the money he won. Okay. Jiang Ning took the basketball. Li Shi, who was also a contestant, hadn't lost the ball yet. She wanted to see if Jiang Ning could still hit the ball. Not only her, but most of the people present had this idea. Shenzhou was even more serious, trying to extract the key points from Jiang Ning's process of smashing the jar. This time, almost everyone paid attention to him. Zhu Yuantang cheered him up. "Jiang Ning, let's go eat after you shoot," she said to Chen Xiao and Bai Yuxia. "Jiang Ning made money, I'll treat you." Chen Xiao quickly agreed, "Yeah, okay." She was not greedy for a meal, but she thought that if Jiang Ning didn't shoot again after shooting this ball, he would make money instead. At most, she and her sister took the initiative to pay for meals. After all, Jiang Ning had helped her and her sister a lot in the past. Go to eat after shooting? The boss's face twitched when he heard it. "If you run away after shooting, what can I make?" Li Shi couldn't help but say, "You won money, why don't you play a few more balls?" Chen Xiao wanted Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang to leave, but now she felt very uncomfortable after hearing what Li Shi said. Wasn't she harming people? She looked tall and beautiful, but she was unexpectedly so bad. You can't tell a person's heart from his face. Chen Xiao said, "Why play more? Isn't it better to stop early?" Zhu Yuantang crossed his arms in front of his chest and said arrogantly, "I'm afraid that the boss will lose money." Li Shi, haha, it seems that you believe in Jiang Ning's skills. Lin Zida, who was not far away, said to Ding Xuan, "Li Shi's mood is not right." Ding Xuan said, "It's normal. I lost money and was stimulated." In terms of intelligence, Ding Xuan is much higher than Li Shi. She has always been very clear that people like her cousin Lin Zida are calm. After all, there are only a few. Most people of the same age are easily impulsive, including her friends in Anshi. Jiang Ning did not delay. He spun the basketball like last time and threw it forward. The boss stared at the basketball, his heart in his throat. He had been setting up stalls for many years, but he had never been as nervous as today. Don't hit it, don't hit it. In the past, when he saw customers smashing jars, it was always the customers who were panicked, and he was always calm. Anyway, it didn't matter if he didn't hit it. However, the basketball thrown by Jiang Ning ran over the jars that the boss had carefully stacked and knocked all the jars down again. The boss's head was dizzy and he almost lost his balance. Hit it again. Shenzhou read it. His face was happy. He learned it. He learned it all. The technique to knock down 10 jars is to spin the ball. He couldn't wait to try it out. The boss shouted, 10 jars, 500 yuan. Jiang Ning took back his hand, and the spiritual power moistened his hands, instantly removing the dust on his palms. Check out. Jiang Ning said. The boss was alert and quickly took out his wallet. For those of them who do business, the change is usually put in a big box, and the 100 yuan bills are kept separately. He counted out 10, and put them in Jiang Ning's hand. He never mentioned continuing to smash the jar. Hitting it once depends on luck, but hitting it twice is not luck, it requires real skill. Whoever wants to play, come up and sign up. If you pass by, come and have a look. It's easy to win 500. The boss didn't intend to pay attention to Jiang Ning. Zhu Yuantang came to find Jiang Ning. She wanted to pull the corner of Jiang Ning's clothes, but her hands were dirty, so she gave up. She said to Li Shi, who was holding the basketball, "Let's go." Chen Xiaoyu and her sister glanced at Li Shi and didn't like her. Chen Xiaoyu deliberately said, "Tong Tong, you have made back your money, unlike others who lost a lot of money." Chen Xiking said, "Not only did you make back your money, you also made a lot of money." Zhu Yuantang, who let me have Jiang Ning. The few people walked away while talking. Li Shi gritted her teeth and showed off. It was all showing off. Isn't it just calling for help? What's so great about it? Li Shi subconsciously turned around and asked Zhuang Jianhu and others for help. Zhuang Jianhu did not move. His bull skills were great, but he was helpless against the vendor's ability to make a living. Wouldn't it be boring to challenge others' profession with your hobby? Li Shi turned around angrily. She decided to rely on herself. Now it was not for the prize money, but for face. Girls' competitive spirit was not much worse than boys'. Besides, when Jiang Ning smashed the can, she was closest and observed more thoroughly than anyone else. If he can do it, I may not be able to do it. Li Shi thought so. Shenzhou grabbed the starting qualification among the enthusiastic guests. He spent a huge sum of 50 yuan to buy 5 chances, ready to change his fate. Shenzhou stood near Li Shi, staring at the pyramid-shaped can. Recalling the scene of Jiang Ning winning money, he was full of pride. He can replace him. 10 minutes later, Shenzhou looked ugly and squeezed out of the sandpot stall with his back to everyone. Fuck. If the 10 yuan he lost before is added, he lost a total of 160 yuan. What a scam. Jiang Ning is not a shill, right? Shenzhou cursed. The spinning ball and the like, they were all fake. It would be better for him to smash the cans with his own method. Shenzhou walked hundreds of meters away and suddenly looked back at the bustling stall. He thought of the money he lost, 160 yuan. Enough for him to do too many things. Regret, grievance, discomfort, all kinds of emotions mixed together, even the urge to beat up the boss. Suddenly, Shenzhou snorted coldly, "What a sinful place. Too dirty. Destroy it." He picked up the phone and made a call. "Hello, Uncle Police. I found some people gathering to gamble." "Oh, right. It's at the 4th fork in the road of number 4 middle school, 300 meters east. Hurry up, don't let them run away." Shenzhou was so angry that he reported the can smashing stall. After school, Zhang Kai stayed near the school for a while. He went to the school cafeteria first, went to the window of fried chicken legs, looked at the golden chicken legs, and wrote them down. The most famous food in the cafeteria of number 4 middle school is fried dough sticks and chicken legs, but Zhang Kai cannot afford chicken legs. He went to the S restaurant outside the school, which is a place only rich students can eat. Finally, Zhang Kai came to a small store and looked at the counter. There were watches in the glass cabinet, priced at 199. Zhang Kai wanted to buy it, but he couldn't afford it. He ran all over the places he had longed for, and finally, he set out on the road to the computer city. Zankai swore that when he returned from the computer city, he would no longer be poor. Zankai walked alone. At a remote alley, Zhao Xiaofeng panted and found Qi Heng and cursed angrily. Zankai, that grandson, is he sick in the brain? Ah, he doesn't stay in school properly, but has to take such a long detour. Psycho, wait and see if I will slap him. They decided in the morning to block Zankai together and avenge Qi Heng. Finally got the chance. Zhao Xiaofeng looked at the 8 boys in the alley. All of them were strong. These boys are sports specialty students of Yuzhou No. 3 middle school. Each of them is stronger than Zankai if taken alone. 8 against 1. No, it should be 9 against 1. How could they lose? Even if the 9 good brothers come together, they can still beat the snake demon to call daddy. Zhao Xiaofeng asked for credit. Brother Shan, you just watch from the side later. I will let Zankai know what level of person you are. Qi Heng lit a firework and took a deep breath. I prepared a table of seafood at Yuzhou banquet. The matter is settled. Brothers, eat as much as you want. Zhao Xiaofeng gestured. You have never eaten such a big lobster? Several sports students listened with expectation. These days, most sports students have average family conditions. Otherwise who would practice sports? Isn't it good for him to study art? 95% of people have never eaten a big lobster. And not only lobsters, but also a reward of 500 yuan for each person after the work is done. Qi Heng's family is indeed a big factory, and this wave of expenses is heading for tens of thousands. However, Qi Heng was not bothered. He now has nearly 200,000 pocket money saved. When he compensated Yang Sheng for his bicycle, he took out 5,000 yuan. Zhao Xiaofeng waved his hand like a commander of a special forces unit. Everyone disperse. Follow me. Zankai walked in front, his mind full of images of routers, making a fortune, and so on. He didn't notice the people following him until he came to an open road. There were few people and few vehicles. Zankai suddenly felt something was wrong. He turned around and saw Zhao Xiaofeng and a few boys behind him. Zankai immediately recognized Zhao Xiaofeng as Qi Heng's accomplice. Zhao Xiaofeng, who was about to take action, shouted immediately, "Fuck him." As soon as the voice fell, 8 sports students chased Zankai. Zankai was not stupid, he was a little reckless, but he knew very well that, if he was besieged by a group of people, he would be beaten unilaterally. In this situation, not to mention him, I'm afraid Yan Xianpeng, who looks like a polar bear, would also be beaten. Zankai ran away, stepping on Fiyu brand sports shoes, running out. His physical fitness is indeed good, but he is far behind the athletes, who have been specially trained in running. With the 500 yuan bonus and the seafood feast as incentive, the athletes rushed harder than anyone else. Zankai ran along the empty road for a while, but found that he could not run faster. Seeing that he was about to be caught up, Zankai stepped on the curb and prepared to run around. The people behind him chased him more urgently. Zhao Xiaofeng shouted from a distance, "Zankai, where are you running to?" Zankai panicked and looked at the empty space where a brand new white commercial vehicle was parked. He lowered his body and crawled under the chassis of the car. In a few seconds, the athletes caught up with him, and Zhao Xiaofeng and Qi Heng came to the side of the car. Zhao Xiaofeng pointed at the car and shouted, "Run, why don't you run? Can you get away? Ha ha ha, you are scared." The athletes around laughed. Qi Heng straightened his clothes, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said slowly, "Let's play with him slowly." Zhao Xiaofeng said, "Brother Shan, you are responsible for watching. I will get him out." "What are you still standing there for? Pull him out." Zhao Xiaofeng said to several gym students. 500 yuan, even if you go to a construction site to work hard these days, you have to work for 3 days. In order to win the credit, a gym student in a white vest immediately lay on the ground and crawled under the car. Zankai was under the car, and he would definitely not sit and wait for death. He aimed at the man who crawled under the car and kicked him in the face. Fortunately, the gym student blocked it quickly and blocked it with his hand in front of him. Otherwise this kick would definitely cause bleeding in the nose. The gym student in the white vest shrank back. He stood up and cursed. He almost kicked me in the face. This grandson is like a turtle. He showed his hand, which had 2 gray marks on it. Zhao Xiaofeng shouted under the car. Zankai, if you are a man, come out. Zankai is not a man. He shouted from under the car. Come in if you dare. I'll kick anyone who comes. Damn it, so arrogant. Zhao Xiaofeng couldn't stand it. You're not coming out, right? Okay, you wait. Zhao Xiaofeng circled the commercial vehicle twice and said to several sports students, brothers, let's push the car. Zhao Xiaofeng came to the back of the car and several sports students followed. They relied on the strength of numbers and pushed the car together, but for some reason, the car was particularly difficult to push. After a lot of effort, they finally pushed it a distance. Qianheng, who was watching from a close distance, stopped them. Don't push it. Zankai is crawling after the car. Qianheng saw it clearly, and it was a waste of effort. Zhao Xiaofeng was depressed. Zankai was now hiding under the car like a turtle. He looked around and suddenly saw a silver-white small truck parked a few dozen meters away. There were many square baskets on the truck bed, which were piled with tomatoes. Zhao Xiaofeng came to his attention. 3 people, follow me. Soon, Zhao Xiaofeng brought 2 boxes of tomatoes. The tomatoes were bigger than fists and heavy. Zhao Xiaofeng picked a tomato and said, hit it. See if he can get out. He held the tomato and threw it under the car. It hit Zankai with a bang. Zankai groaned in pain. Haha, fuck him. Zhao Xiaofeng laughed wildly. So 8 sports students surrounded the business car and threw tomatoes into it. Many red tomatoes flew under the car. Those who hit it accurately hit Zankai, while those who didn't hit it accurately hit the car body, tires, and license plates, and tomato juice burst everywhere. At first, Zankai screamed in pain, but there were too many tomatoes under the car, so Zankai piled the tomatoes around him, so that the tomatoes that came in later could not hit him. Zhao Xiaofeng and others also found the problem. Isn't it a waste of time? Zhao Xiaofeng looked around and saw the saplings planted in the green belt. It won't come out, right? Come on, a few people, follow me. He led people to pull out the saplings. When they came back, all the sports students were holding saplings. Poke him. 8 sports students surrounded a car, picking up saplings and poking them under the car. Zankai groaned as they poked him, and he continued to dig up tomatoes as a cover. Zhao Xiaofeng saw that the effect was average, so he went to the green belt again. This time he was going to pull out a big tree. Zhao Xiaofeng aimed at an ornamental tree as thick as a bowl and called for help. This tree was too difficult to deal with, and there were not enough people. Soon, all the sports students came to pull out the tree. They pulled it out in full swing. In the April weather, everyone was sweating. The sports student in the white vest even took off his vest and pulled out the tree with his bare chest. 1, 2, 3. Zhao Xiaofeng shouted the slogan, go. Zhao Xiaofeng worked so hard that his veins burst. He was about to pull it out by the roots. But then he heard Qianheng shouting hurriedly, come back quickly, come back quickly. Zankai ran from under the car. Zhao Xiaofeng and others pulled out half of the tree and followed Qianheng to chase Zankai. The place was empty again. 10 minutes later, Gao Hishui approached with a smile on his face, but his smile soon disappeared. He looked at the white commercial vehicle. It was his new car. The lower part of the car was covered with red blood. Gao Hishui jumped back in shock, his face full of fear. What happened to my car? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271. I'm inside my beloved car. Gao Hishui was distressed and panicked. He bought his beloved car for 180,000 yuan. Why is it covered with blood? Did someone hit his car? Gao Hishui looked closer and then found that it was not blood, but tomato juice. Looking at the tomatoes on the car body, Gao Hishui was relieved. Fortunately. Then, Gao Hishui became even more angry, his eyes staring like a bull. Who threw tomatoes on my car? Which grandson laxianged? In the evening, Jiang Ning and his group came out of the hot pot restaurant. Bayuxia sniffed her clothes lightly and smelled only a fresh smell, without the smell of oil smoke on her body, after eating hot pot in the past. Jiang Ning's consciousness scanned her movements. Before leaving, he urged the spell to remove the smell from the girls. Chen Xiaoyu glanced at the time and said, "It's past 6 o'clock. They spent more than an hour on this hot pot." Super satisfied. In the end, it was Jiang Ning who paid for the meal. According to Zhu Yuantong, the money came easily and was not painful to spend. Jiang Ning said, "The bus should be gone at this time. I'll call a taxi for you." Bayuxia said calmly, "My dad is driving here to take Xiaoyu and the others home." Chen Xiaoyu was about to refuse, but Bayuxia said, "It's okay. I know where your home is. It's less than 20 minutes by car." Sister Chen Xiqing agreed. "Okay, thank you Yuxia." Bayuxia pursed her lips. "It's nothing. Give me your school bag," she said to Jiang Ning. When they came out of the hot pot restaurant, Jiang Ning took her school bag because it was placed on the side. "If you hadn't ridden it, my dad would have taken it back with you." Bayuxia took the school bag and held it in her hand. Zhu Yuantang held the lemon juice and took a sip. Jiang Ning rides a super fast bike. Bayuxia didn't take it seriously. How could a bicycle be faster than a car? In less than 2 minutes, a white BMW slowly drove to the side of the road. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man with decent clothes, glasses and elegant appearance got out of the car. Bayuxia called him Dad. Dad Bay smiled at his daughter first, and then his eyes fell on Jiang Ning. He was tall, not shorter than him, and handsome. He looked no worse than when he was young. Moreover, he looked quite gentle, without the sharpness of other teenagers, but very comfortable. "Thank you for treating our Zaya to dinner." Dad Bay thanked him. Jiang Ning smiled. "We are all classmates." Dad Bay then greeted Zhu Yuantang and Chen Xiaoyu. After getting in the car, Chen Xiaoyu shouted, "See you on Sunday." Zhu Yuantang, bye. The white BMW started. Only Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang were left on the roadside. Zhu Yuantang sipped lemonade. "Jiang Ning, let's ride to the river dam and then walk home." "Okay." "Are you full?" "No, I just want to breathe fresh air." "Okay." Jiang Ning found a place to park. As soon as he unlocked the car, Zhu Yuantang rubbed against the back seat, holding a cup in one hand, and climbed up clumsily. Jiang Ning laughed out loud. "What are you laughing at?" Zhu Yuantang's eyes were fierce. "I'm not laughing at you," Jiang Ning said. "You are just laughing at me, and you exude contempt for me." Zhu Yuantang was very sure. If she wasn't too full, she would have wanted to fly off the back seat, wait for Jiang Ning to start the bike, and then jump on the bike to shock Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was too lazy to pay attention to her. It was 9:30 in the evening. Jiang Ning turned off the lights in the room and went out. Zhu Yuantang slowly hung behind him. "Don't dawdle, I'll lock the door," Jiang Ning said. "Humph, lock it." Anyway, she had Jiang Ning's key, so don't try to hide it from her. The moon tonight was like a silver plate, and the breeze shook the shadows of a row of big trees in front of the door. The night on the river dam was particularly quiet. It seemed to have cooled down, and there was a hint of chill in the air. Zhu Yuantang's little body trembled slightly. Jiang Ning did not use any magic. He took off his coat and put it on Zhu Yuantang's weak shoulders. Zhu Yuantang did not say anything stubborn. She raised her head and looked at Jiang Ning with her dark eyes, which were full of attachment and reluctance. She knew that Jiang Ning was going to go on a long trip tonight. Jiang Ning broke the silence and said, "Don't take off the jade pendant I gave you. No matter what happens, don't take it off." After Jiang Ning improved the jade pendant several times, it contained several abilities, combining defense, escape, and attack. As long as she was wearing it, ordinary guns could not hurt her at all. After hearing this, Zhu Yuantang stretched out her little hand in front of Jiang Ning and took out the jade pendant from her chest. "Don't worry, I'm wearing it well. Well, I'm leaving." After Jiang Ning said this, he no longer lingered. He took a step and headed towards the dam. Zhu Yuantang stood at the door, staring at Jiang Ning's back in the night, until she could no longer see him. She suddenly remembered that Jiang Ning's coat was still on her. Humph, so stupid. There was no time to catch up. Zhu Yuantang sighed and went back to the room and closed the door in a depressed mood. She deliberately did not sleep in the classroom during the day in order to go to bed early at night so that she could see Jiang Ning's face. When she woke up, Jiang Ning sank into the darkness. He waved his hand gently and the spirit boat flew out of the storage ring. The palm-sized spirit boat swelled in the wind and turned into more than 3 meters long. Another spiritual power popped out. The originally simple spirit boat immediately became colorful, as if it was connected to a power source. The surface of the spirit boat was covered with a ball of light, which was particularly conspicuous in the night. Jiang Ning was not worried about being seen nor scanned by satellites. When he refined the spirit boat, he took this into consideration and had already made special treatments on the spirit boat. Otherwise he would not have consumed so many rare materials. Once the spirit boat opens the formation with the technology of the real world, there is no need to worry about being detected. The spiritual power under Jiang Ning's feet lifted up and fell into the spirit boat. The spirit boat shot out instantly, crossing the sky, and its speed continued to rise, reaching 200 meters per second. The northern city that Jiang Ning went to was about 2,000 kilometers away from Yazhou. The spirit boat only needed 3 hours to fly at full speed. Jiang Ning stood on the spirit boat and stabbed at the dome at a 45-degree angle until the height of 8,000 meters. He stopped rising, but kept a straight line and headed north. The spirit boat shuttled through the sea of clouds, and the clouds reflected by the moonlight were like a dream. Half an hour after the trip, a huge buzzing sound came from behind. Jiang Ning turned around and looked. His spirit eyes penetrated the sea of clouds and a plane like a big bird flew from behind. It was getting closer and closer to Jiang Ning, and finally slowly surpassed him. Jiang Ning was a little helpless. At the current speed of the spirit boat, it was still slightly slower than a civil airliner, and it was even more incomparable with a supersonic fighter. One of the few places where it won was the extremely terrifying flexibility of the spirit boat. If fighting in the air, Jiang Ning can easily destroy a formation of fighter planes with various magics, and he will be unscathed. If he obtains the materials this time and refines a flying sword, it will be no problem to destroy the air force of a small country. Jiang Ning looked at the white contrail left by the passenger plane and felt emotional. He remembered that, when he was a child living in the village, he often looked up at the sky, staring at the white contrail in the sky, and excitedly discussed with his friends, "I hope to be able to take a plane one day." Unfortunately, even though it is so close today, Jiang Ning no longer has the novelty of that time. 3 hours passed in a flash. The destination is about to arrive. Jiang Ning looked down at the city that was as gorgeous as a sea of lights. Too slow. With his previous nascent soul great perfection, if he performed fire escape, 2,000 kilometers would be reached in a few seconds. Jiang Ning drove the spirit boat to descend until it was only 100 meters away from the ground. The mobile phone in his pocket vibrated. Jiang Ning took out his mobile phone and opened questions. Zhu Yuantang sent him several messages. The latest message was just sent. Jiang Ning simply dialed the number, and the call was quickly connected. Zhu Yuantang's crisp voice came from the phone. Jiang Ning. It's past 12 o'clock. Didn't I tell you to go to bed early? Jiang Ning questioned her. I can't sleep. Zhu Yuantang rolled happily on the bed holding the phone. She thought Jiang Ning wouldn't look for her when he was in the car. Jiang Ning, if you can't sleep, just close your eyes. Staying up late is bad for your health. I don't want to listen. You used to go to bed late too. Why do you teach me a lesson? Zhu Yuantang asked tentatively again. You are not busy now. Will I delay your work? No. Jiang Ning didn't need to communicate with others when looking for materials this time. He just needed to go to a place to explore the situation. If it was really the material he needed, he could just cut it off and take it away. Really? Zhu Yuantang was even happier. She rolled on the bed holding the pillow. Jiang Ning was talking to her on the phone when he suddenly heard a thump. Jiang Ning asked quickly, "What's wrong?" The quilt fell to the ground. Zhu Yuantang said, "The sound is not right. The quilt is not that loud." Jiang Ning was puzzled. Zhu Yuantang stammered, "Because I was in the quilt." April 13th. Evening self-study. The students in the classroom were almost all there, and the noise was a little noisy. Shan Zhao sat steadily in the front row. At this time, Zhang Kai came in from the front door. He had just finished discussing something with Yan Xianpeng from class 9. "Are you here?" Shan Zhao smiled simply. Zhang Kai was smiling, and anyone could see that he was in a very good mood. "Have you bought it?" Shan Zhao asked. Zhang Kai thought highly of Shan Zhao, and he invited him. "Let's go out and talk." There were still 10 minutes before class, and Shan Zhao followed him out. Zhang Kai held the corridor, looking down at the wide campus below and overlooking the students on the ground. He said, "Look at these people, they are so busy. What are they doing?" Shan Zhao thought for a while and composed a poem. "People are in a hurry, just for a few pieces of silver, but these few pieces of silver can solve all kinds of panic in the world." Zhang Kai clapped his hands and looked at Shan Zhao with new eyes. "Good poem, good poem. Shan Zhao, I have discovered that you look ordinary, but you are actually very talented. When I start a company in the future, I will invite you to be my company consultant." Shan Zhao smiled innocently. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Zhang Kai then began to say, "Although I have experienced many ups and downs along the way, I'm fortunate to have fulfilled my mission and brought a router." On Friday, he was intercepted by Qishan Heng's men. After going through great danger, he finally escaped. After arriving at the computer city, he spent 300 yuan to buy 5 routers at the price of 60 yuan each. Today, Sunday, I came to school and went to the computer city with Yan Xianpeng again. He once again took out 60 yuan from his limited living expenses and bought a router. Zhang Kai only had 20 yuan left. He was eager to install the router so that he could collect internet fees from his classmates to make a living. If he hadn't come back too late, he would have even planned to install the router today. He and Yan Xianpeng had made a distribution. Yan Xianpeng would take charge of the first 6 classes of the first grade, and he would take charge of the last 6 classes. After listening to this, Shan Zhao asked, "When are you going to start your plan?" "Zhang Kai, Yan Xianpeng and I have thought about it. Tomorrow at noon, there will be more than 2 hours after school, which is just right for installation. You must come and see it then." He wanted Shan Zhao to witness his soaring process. Thinking of the scene of never being short of money again, Zhang Kai was full of heroic spirit at this moment. He pointed to the tall buildings in the distance. "Shan Zhao, that will be my world in the future." Shan Zhao said solemnly, "Zhang Kai, you will definitely succeed." Jiang Ning drank a sip of water. Sister Chen Saiking turned around, holding a bag of snacks and sharing them with Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang. "Thank you for treating me to hot pot. This is the dried fish I made." Zhu Yuantang, "Wow, you can make dried fish?" Chen Saiking said with satisfaction in the face of Zhu Yuantang's innocent and admiring eyes. "Yes, I made it. Xiaoyu, you are so good." Zhu Yuantang didn't realize that she was her elder sister. "Try it, it's delicious." Zhu Yuantang pinched a dried fish and took a bite. It was delicious, with a lot of tender fish meat. Chen Saiking asked, "Is it delicious?" "Yes, it's delicious." Zhu Yuantang suggested, "Jiang Ning, let's go to the river to catch small fish on the weekend. Let me show you my fishing skills." Jiang Ning, "Okay, I'll watch you catch." Zhu Yuantang was not panicked at all. "Just watch carefully." In another corner of the classroom, Yuan took a cup to get water. When she was about to touch the water dispenser, a faster figure took the lead and grabbed the faucet of the water dispenser. Cuiu was alone and took the hot water beautifully. Yuan was angry. "Cuiu, are you a man? Don't you know that ladies are first?" Now, Cuiu was furious because of the first half of the sentence. With his experience of watching countless movies, today he was questioned by a woman whether he was a man. If he didn't prove it, it would be a shame for his past experience. Cuiu immediately retorted, "Isn't it clear whether I'm a man or not?" Deng Qingfeng, the study committee member, heard his implication and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Halfway through laughing, he noticed the dangerous eyes of the girls around him. Deng Qingfeng was shocked. "Oh no, I can't help it. How can I laugh when a girl like water is insulted? I should support girls loudly." Deng Qingfeng, "Ha ha ha, it's ridiculous. Cuiu, you are too unmanly. You don't even give way to girls. If I were you, I would let Yuan get the water immediately." Yuan was furious. Don't count on someone like him who watched that movie in class. One sentence revealed CUIU's true colors. Several classmates looked at CUIU, and those eyes made CUIU embarrassed. If it were an ordinary person, they would have run away in shame. But what kind of person is CUIU? He asked Yuan instead, what kind of movie did I watch? Tell me. Yuan is a girl, so she would definitely dare to say it in private, but the class monitor Huang Zhengfei was also there, so how could she say it? Otherwise, wouldn't her image as a lady in front of the class monitor be ruined? It's that movie. CUIU asked obscenely, which movie? Yuan stood there, not saying anything. CUIU became more and more arrogant. Which movie? Do you dare to tell me? Yuan was repeatedly questioned, and she couldn't bear it anymore, and roared, CUIU, you watched porn in class. The whole class heard it. CUIU couldn't stand it anymore, and didn't take the water, and walked away with the cup. Halfway through, Pang Jiao, who was applying lipstick, saw him and spit on the ground with contempt. So dirty. CUIU dared to be angry, but didn't dare to say anything. He returned to his seat, and he was angry no matter what. He was not angry at Yuan, but at Pang Jiao. She was so ugly, yet she dared to look down on him. CUIU glanced at Pang Jiao's back maliciously. He took out his mobile phone and logged into his Smurf account. It takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but only 1 day to use it. He had already raised this account, and the day of revenge had come. CUIU only had one friend in his questions account, Pang Jiao. Recently, QQ has launched a feature called Whisper. CUIU took a deep breath and chose to send a whisper. Pang Jiao, please forgive my impulse. I love you. I love you. I'm sorry. I love you so much. I will give you all my love. The recent updates are too bad. Alas, I'm sorry to everyone who follows the updates every day, and I'm also sorry to the leader. Thinking of the 2 updates a day when it was first launched, and the 1 update now, I can't help but feel very emotional. Drawing cakes and so on are always to motivate myself, but I can't do it, and it hurts everyone's feelings. Daily articles are actually more difficult as they progress, and they will become boring if you are not careful. In order to change the situation, I decided to sacrifice a seedling, which is also a rare urban supernatural power now. Title, Returning from Zeuxin, I started to plunder the female emperor. Chapter 272. Lift her up quickly. The first evening self-study class tonight is a real self-study class, without a teacher. When the bell rang, everyone stayed in their seats obediently. Chen Kan in the front row put out his test paper and worked hard. Wu Zhaoqi was sleeping soundly. Pang Jiao held a small mirror and applied powder to her face, hoping to become more beautiful and attract the attention of handsome guys on the street. However, when she applied the powder, her movements were too rough and the powder fell down and floated on Wu Zhaoqi's hair. Unknowingly, Wu Zhaoqi's hair turned white. After CUIU sent a secret message to Pang Jiao to confess his love, he dared not look at the screen again. He felt sick. He sat down to calm down. Damn, my lifespan has been shortened. However, CUIU had a bit of obsessive compulsive disorder. The more sick he felt, the more he wanted to see. CUIU would glance at Pang Jiao's strong and majestic back from time to time. Pang Jiao had gained weight again recently, and must be more than 180 pounds. CUIU looked at it, and his expression was painful. He looked at it again and again. CUIU's scalp was numb, and he almost exploded. Wang Yanan noticed CUIU's evil eyes, and she quickly complained to Pang Jiao, Jiao, CUIU is peeking at you. Pang Jiao heard it, turned around and found CUIU's wretched face, as if it was tarnished. She stood up and shouted angrily, I'm the woman you look down on. The people around were shocked, and everyone looked in the direction of Pang Jiao's eyes. Deng Qingfeng thought, what a warrior. Meng Jiui patted CUIU, brother, I don't know if I should say something or not. If you love, please love openly. CUIU's eyelids jumped. I'm sincere to Jiang Yanan, and I will be faithful to her from beginning to end. Meng Jiui wanted to say something else, but CUIU was not going to chat with him anymore. He picked up his phone and waited for Pang Jiao to take the bait. He had had enough of so many humiliations, and he wanted to prove that he was a real man. At this moment, a man and a woman appeared at the door of Class 8. The boy was tall, and the girl was not short, with long hair tied up. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women looked very well matched. Attracted the attention of the students in class 8. The long-haired girl was not at all nervous and shouted skillfully, "Is the monitor of class 8 here? There is a grade meeting. Please come out." After hearing this, Huang Zhangfei stood up from his seat, walked out of the podium, and then the three of them disappeared together. Wang Lang in the back row recognized that the other man and woman were the monitors of class 9 and class 10 respectively. He said jealously, "They are holding chicken feathers as tokens." Hu Jun asked, "What kind of meeting are they holding?" The meeting that only the monitors can attend added a bit of mystery, which caused the classmates to talk about it. After all, it was a meeting that ordinary students could not attend. It belongs to the privileged class. Ma Shicheng is learning English. Recently, he has been wandering around the internet in the outside world. He feels more and more that his knowledge reserves are far from enough. Even a small step has to be done according to the tutorial, which is too inconvenient. Ma Shicheng, it should be related to the school anniversary. Jiuo Kanan next to him has recovered a lot after a few days. This is not the first time that Jiuo Kanan has been deceived by a woman. At first, when someone asked for his contact information on the basketball court, Jiuo Kanan thought it was love, but the other person warned him not to bump into the other person's boyfriend. The second time, he was looked down upon by Manman and was posted on the forum. And now, a Chan is a man. Enough, it doesn't matter. The more he is deceived, the stronger his state of mind becomes. A person's life is a process of constantly making mistakes, constantly correcting himself, and finally becoming perfect. Jiuo Kanan's state of mind is becoming more and more perfect. If it is a sports meeting, I want to sign up for 2 events. Jiuo Kanan said. He wanted to use glory to wash away the pain in his heart. Cuiu clenched his hands tightly, and suddenly, the breathing light above the screen flashed. Here it comes. Cuiu was excited. Finally, Pang Jiao replied to him. At this moment, he was more excited than Jiang Yanan's reply to his message. Pang Jiao replied, "I accept your love. Tell me, who are you?" Cuiu, Jiao, I like you. Ugh. Cuiu felt nauseous. He endured the discomfort, opened the questions space, and posted a message. "We recently received a batch of Whisper viewers. Come if you need them." In order to frame others, Cuiu specifically asked Ma Shicheng and Wang Lang in the back row for advice. He was a man who had returned after further studies. The trick he was using was called phishing. Whisper Viewer is a scam software. After installation, not only can you not view the sender of the whisper, but it will also make the kind of bed noise. It is very popular on the internet recently. The QQ 5.1 version has a whisper function. Brother Ma got to know this software in advance and sent them a copy in the group. It is perfect for scamming people. Pang Jiao was anxious. "Tell me your name quickly." In the past, Pang Jiao always confessed to others, but every time she encountered it, others would escape. Pang Jiao always thought that her love was too heavy and too burdensome. Without a strong mentality, she could not bear her love at all. Her love is a flame, enough to burn everything. Today, she was confessed to in reverse. Pang Jiao thought her spring had arrived. She excitedly shouted twice, and the strong wind passed by, sweeping away Wu Zioka's white hair. Cuiu said, "I'm sorry, I dare not say it. I'm afraid that, after I say it, we won't even be friends anymore." Pang Jiao, tell me now. Cuiu, I'm scared, I dare not say it. Pang Jiao, okay, you don't say it, but I will find you. Cuiu thought to himself, I'll wait for you to find me. Cuiu ended the whisper and chatted privately with Pang Jiao using his trumpet. Please like my latest post. It's quite popular to like and support each other these days. Cuiu liked many posts for Pang Jiao and accumulated favors. It's time to use them. Pang Jiao is not a heartless and ungrateful person. She has some impression of this avatar that she often likes. So Pang Jiao clicked into Cuiu's space and found the post that Cuiu sent. What? Whisper Viewer. Pang Jiao scratched her head and really wanted to find the person who confessed to her, but it turned out that there was a Whisper Viewer in the world. Whisper Viewer, send me a copy. Cuiu received the message from Pang Jiao. He was ecstatic. He had taken the bait. Just wait. Cuiu was almost going crazy. He finally got the chance for revenge. He wanted Pang Jiao to die. He was shaking with excitement along with the table. Cuiu quickly sent the installation package APK file of the Wisp of Yua to Pang Jiao via questions. After you install it, you can see who sent you a whisper, he said. Pang Jiao was so anxious that she downloaded and installed it immediately. Cuiu counted down here. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, a woman's sharp and melodious cry came from the classroom, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The sound was so blushing that Dong Qingfeng's hair stood up when he heard it. The conscious students around all looked towards Pang Jiao, and everyone quieted down at the same time, so the cry became more obvious. Only Chen Qian turned a deaf ear to the outside world and focused on reading the books of sages. Wang Long Long, damn, what happened? Hu Jun, childish. Chen Xiaoyu blushed, and Bai Yuxia was also embarrassed. What kind of voice is that? How shameless. Jiang Ning blocked the sound for Zhu Yuantang. She was still too young, and it would be good for her soul to hear less. So Zhu Yuantang was very confused. Zheng Lu at the back table stared at Jiang Ning, wanting to see how he would react. However, Jiang Ning was exceptionally calm. Pang Jiao is a tough guy, but if it comes to shamelessness, she is far behind Cuiu. This software couldn't be turned off no matter what. Pang Jiao hurriedly turned off her phone. Half a minute later, the phone was turned off. The sound kept ringing during this period. Cuiu seized the opportunity, stood up, and spoke impassionately. Pang Jiao, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Watching this kind of video in class, are you still a student of the 4th middle school? It's simply a disgrace to the school spirit. The atmosphere of our class 8 is corrupted by people like you. He accused Pang Jiao. Pang Jiao's sturdy body was trembling, and Wang Yanan and Zhang Yifei around her looked at her with complicated eyes. Dong Qingfeng and Song Sheng over there were even more shocked. For the first time, everyone discovered that Pang Jiao was such a person. Pang Jiao trembled violently, and the blood rushed up. She couldn't stand the stimulation and fainted. Her body fell to the south with a bang. Wu Zhaoqi, who was sleeping soundly, was originally living a peaceful life, but was hit by a mountain of meat. The world seemed to collapse. When Pang Jiao fell down, she directly knocked Wu Zhaoqi off the table and onto the ground. Wu Zhaoqi's bench collapsed. Wu Zhaoqi suffered such a heavy blow that he was like a drowning person. He couldn't catch his breath and almost choked to death. He opened his eyes in a hurry and found that he was pressed down by a mountain. His bones were about to fall apart. While his whole body was aching, he felt as terrified as if he was imprisoned by a demon. Save me, save me, save me quickly. Wu Zhaoqi's body was twisted, stuck between the table, chairs, and benches, unable to move, let alone get free. Yuan, ah. Pang Jiao fainted. Jiang Yanan hurriedly shouted, squad leader, where is the squad leader? Squad leader, look. Shen Qinj was relatively calm. She said, don't shout, the squad leader has gone to the meeting. Then what should we do? Help Pang Jiao up quickly. She fainted. Is she okay? Wang Yanan was anxious. Pang Jiao was her good sister. She won't die, will she? Wang Yanan was afraid. Wu Zhaoqi's face was full of pain, and he shouted with difficulty, save me, save me. Hu Jun, what happened? Jiuo Kunan, is it an earthquake? Wang Long in the back row remained calm. Huang Zhang for his child was not there at this time, so it was his turn to come on stage. He ran from the back row to take charge of the situation. Quick, saving lives is important. Quickly send Pang Jiao to the infirmary for treatment. Wang Yan'an, Li Shengnan, Zhang Yifei, you lift Pang Jiao up. Wang Long took command. In the critical moment, several girls rushed into the seats and began to lift Pang Jiao. Wu Zhaoqi's body was tilted, and he was still pressed by Pang Jiao, who was nearly 200 kilograms. Although he often exercises, he can't stand this kind of terror. Looking at the girls rushing over, although there was a grudge between them in the past, at this moment, Wu Zhaoqi also seemed to see a rescue. Quickly lift her up. As soon as he said a word, he felt that the air in his lungs was gone. If this continued, he would faint soon. Why are you so anxious? Zhang Yifei shouted. Sisters, lift up. Wang Yanan grabbed one of Pang Jiao's thick arms and pulled it, but Pang Jiao didn't move at all. Wang Yanan said, Jiao's gravity is too strong. What should we do? Wang Long stood up and said, I see people like to shout slogans when they lift heavy objects. How about I help you shout slogans? Thank you very much. Wang Yanan said. Wang Long waited until several people held Pang Jiao, and he shouted, 1, 2, 3, lift up. Hey. Zhang Yifei, Wang Yanan, and Li Shengnan worked together and finally lifted Pang Jiao up more than 10 centimeters. Wu Zhaoqi's pale face relaxed, and he felt relieved countless times. He was thirsty for air like a drowning man, and he took a deep breath, and he was free. Li Shengnan said in a panic, oh no, Jiao has applied too much cream, it's slippery. She couldn't hold on any longer, and the end she was lifting suddenly loosened. Now, Pang Jiao lost her balance instantly. Zhang Yifei and Wang Yanan were under more force. They couldn't hold on and let go at the same time. Pang Jiao's body fell down suddenly, bang, and fell on Wu Zhaoqi. Wu Zhaoqi's weak body was hit hard, and his breath was stuck in his throat, making a terrifying sound. Half of his life was almost gone. Wu Zhaoqi was stuck between the table, chairs, and benches again. His eyes were dull, and he couldn't speak. Wang Long, quick, do it again. 1, 2, 3. He reorganized. Chen Xiao was dumbfounded. Yuxia, this. She didn't know what to say. Bei Yuxia is now relatively calm. When school started, she was still a responsible girl. At that time, Mao Zhe and Pang Jiao in the class had a fight, and she thought about others to stop it, and counted on Jiang Ning. However, more than half a year has passed, and after these incidents in the class, she has long been indifferent. Fight, as long as you don't kill me. Zhu Yuantang ate dried fish, and watched them shout slogans to lift people. Bei Yuxia asked her for a dried fish, put it in her mouth, and watched with her. Under Wang Long's command, they lifted Pang Jiao for about 3 minutes, but still failed to lift her up. Just as everyone was shouting slogans and preparing to make another effort, Pang Jiao woke up. Great. Wang Long said in surprise. Let go and let her get up by herself. Pang Jiao had an amazing physique. When she realized that she had fallen, she immediately got up from the ground. Jiao, are you okay? Wang Yanan asked with concern. Wang Long interrupted her. Go and see how Wu Zhaoqi is doing. Everyone looked at Wu Zhaoqi on the ground, only to see that Wu Zhaoqi's eyes were wide open, his lips were purple, and he was only breathing weakly. Wang Long went up to pull Wu Zhaoqi up and asked with concern, Zhaoqi, what's wrong with you? Wu Zhaoqi was shaking, and his breath was weak. I can't breathe. Wang Long patted him on the back. Do you need to give you artificial respiration? Artificial respiration? Wu Zhaoqi seemed to think of a great horror. He sat up in shock from his dying illness. Long, I appreciate your kindness. I think I'm fine now. Wang Long, that's good. Tell me anytime if you feel unwell. He patrolled the front row for a while before leaving. Although the chaos had subsided, it was difficult for everyone to calm down for a while. At this time, Huang Zhangfei entered the class with a stack of A4 papers. He showed a handsome and charming smile. I have something to announce to everyone, he said, about the school anniversary. Huang Zhangfei thought it would cause a sensation, but everyone's reaction was very flat. Huang Zhangfei couldn't help but wonder, did something happen in the class while he was away? Why didn't they even care about the school anniversary? Monday. School was over at noon. Yan Xianpeng first found Shi Qianjin from their class. Qianjin, are you going back to the dormitory after school? Shi Qianjin knew that Yan Xianpeng liked to order people around the most, and he was annoyed by Yan Xianpeng. Shi Qianjin said, I'm not going back to the dormitory. I'm going to the cafeteria. That's great. Bring me some food to the classroom. After that, Yan Xianpeng hurried to find Zhang Kai, who was going to install a router at noon. He started his plan to make money. Shan Zhao was about to go out for dinner, and Zhang Kai patted him and said solemnly, Shan Zhao, come with me to witness it. Shan Zhao said, okay. Riding home on the river dam, Zhu Yuantang said to Jiang Ning, I plan to make the distance between our two families closer. Jiang Ning was curious. Huh? Zhu Yuantang said, I'll tell you after dinner. The two returned home and went to the kitchen together. Zhu Yuantang tied a small apron and worked hard. Jiang Ning sat leisurely on a small stool and watched her cook. Generally, when the food is not troublesome, most people use gas stoves. Only when cooking hard dishes, they use earthen pots. Aunt Gu is in charge of the kitchen work in the company. She is busy at noon and usually doesn't come back. Only the two of them eat. Jiang Ning pinched a small cherry and put it in his mouth, enjoying it. Zhu Yuantang cooked very quickly and soon cooked 2 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish. After lunch, they went outside to bask in the sun. Zhu Yuantang rested for a while and said, Jiang Ning, it's time to start our plan. Come with me. Zhu Yuantang took him to the yard. She pointed to the house and said, Jiang Ning, every night when I come back from your room, I always have to take a long detour. Is there a possibility that I can just climb over the wall? There was only a wall between her room and Jiang Ning's room. Jiang Ning said, but you can't climb over the wall. Zhu Yuantang said, I can climb over, but I'm afraid my mother will scold me. So I thought of a way. Just build a ladder in our house and another ladder in your house, so I can come over. Zhu Yuantang thought she was very smart. Jiang Ning thought about it and said it was a good idea. So Zhu Yuantang moved the ladder over and stuck it diagonally on the roof of the bungalow. She looked at the ladder and said, help me hold it, I'll try it first. Jiang Ning held the ladder for her. Zhu Yuantang climbed up very quickly. Her short legs thumped a few times, climbing several steps. When she was about to reach the roof, she stopped. Zhu Yuantang was in midair, looking down, and suddenly felt fear. What if the ladder collapsed? What if my hand slipped? What if many people who climbed the ladder for the first time often showed various panic? Zhu Yuantang was embarrassed in midair. Jiang Ning said, climb. Why don't you climb? Zhu Yuantang, the wind up there is a bit strong. It makes me cold. Jiang Ning felt it, and there was no wind today. He folded his hands and looked down. Zhu Yuantang was scared. Where are you putting your hands? Hold on to the ladder. Finally, Zhu Yuantang timidly asked Jiang Ning to help her, and she moved down little by little. Zhu Yuantang kept silent about the original plan, to climb over the wall. It's so embarrassing. Zhu Yuantang's face was hot, and her actions today seriously damaged her dignity. Chapter 273 Shadows in the Dark. Noon break at number 4 middle school. Some students did not go back, but chose to stay in the classroom. Most of the first year of high school has passed, and the students' novelty of campus has almost disappeared. In September, when they enter the second year of high school, they will welcome a new batch of younger students. At the same time, the important decision of dividing into arts and sciences will soon be in front of them. In the classroom of class 9, the students who are sleeping, reading, playing with their mobile phones, and talking in a low voice are almost the same as those in class 8. Zhang Kai and Yan Xianpeng did not eat, but went back to the dormitory to get the router first. It was packed in a large school bag and was full. Shan Zhao witnessed the whole process and offered to share Zhang Kai's worries in the middle, but Zhang Kai said he didn't need it. He was not carrying a router, but his first pot of gold. Because of the temptation of making money, Zhang Kai hurried and took the lead in entering class 9. It broke the originally quiet atmosphere. Some students looked up at him, and Yan Xianpeng followed behind. The two had deliberately discussed that the routers of their respective classes would be installed by the other party. Zhang Kai walked to the podium, opened the cabinet under the multimedia computer in front of the whole class, and began to install the router. Liang Sheng from class 9, with his forehead on his arm, was facing the bottom of the table, playing with his mobile phone. He was tired of playing, so he looked up and found that there were bursts of noise coming from the multimedia in front of him. Liang Sheng has been living a good life recently. Since Shen Zhenli jumped on the bar and fell half to death in the playground, he has never troubled him again. Liang Sheng still cherishes a present. The noise on the podium disappeared quickly. After all, installing a router is very simple. Just plug in the power supply, connect the network cable and set it up. After Zhang Kai finished, he said, "Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Zhang Kai from class 8. I installed a router for you." When the students in class 9 heard this, they were surprised at first, and then they were in a good mood. They had heard that students in the neighboring class 8 installed a router for the whole class to use. Everyone was thinking, can there be a brave man who can offer a router? Unexpectedly, the surprise came so quickly, and now their class also has one. While they were talking, Shi Qianjin came in with food. "Xianpeng, your food." Shi Qianjin looked unhappy. Anyone who was ordered around would probably not be in a good mood. Zhang Kai saw the newcomers and said, "I installed a router. You can search for Wi-Fi on your phone. Wi-Fi is a powerful tool to attract people. No matter which class they are in, even in class 1, there are many students who go to the small garden to surf the internet." Liang Sheng often plays with his phone. Faced with the temptation of Wi-Fi, he immediately searched and soon found Wi-Fi. He had a few episodes of anime to download, so he quickly asked, "Do you have the Wi-Fi password?" Zhang Kai was in a good mood when he saw someone asking. He smiled and said, "I spent more than 100 yuan to buy the router. It's a new model with a very fast speed. If anyone wants to connect to the internet, give me 3 yuan, and I'll tell you the password right away." Zhang Kai prepared a set of words. 5 yuan can only buy 30 meters of traffic, and the speed of the traffic is still slow. Now you have 3 yuan, you can use it as you like. As soon as he said this, it was not surprising that it caused a stir in class 9. Several girls whispered to each other. Some boys looked disdainful. Shi Qianjin retorted, "Fuck, why are you here to collect money?" Zhang Kai was about to speak, but he heard Shan Zhao behind him say, "Free ones are the most expensive." Zhang Kai almost couldn't help applauding when he heard this. When he became rich in the future, he would definitely let Shan Zhao work for him. It's not easy for everyone to make money these days. I only charge 3 yuan. It's hard-earned money. Who wants to use Wi-Fi? Come and sign up with me. Even if you don't want to today, if you want to use Wi-Fi in the future, you can come to class 8 to find me at any time. Zhang Kai warmly welcomes everyone to give money. After hearing what Zhang Kai said, Shi Qianjin suddenly had an idea. Can't I try it out? I usually buy things in the supermarket and bring trial ones. Hearing this, Zhang Kai took Yan Xianpeng's mobile phone. "I have tried it for everyone, and the speed is very fast. Don't hesitate, it's only 3 yuan. He shouted twice, imitating Shenzhu's appearance. Seeing that Wi-Fi is around, everyone feels a little uncomfortable without using it. 3 yuan is not much, and you can have money if you eat one less midnight snack. Liang Sheng is heavily addicted to mobile phones. He was the first to look out. "Give me 3 yuan. As he said, he took out 3 coins. Zhang Kai took it and suddenly felt very satisfied. 3 yuan is in hand. He bought 6 routers and spent a total of 360 yuan. Now he has recovered nearly 1% of his investment. Shi Qianjin saw Liang Sheng going up to buy Wi-Fi, and he suddenly thought, if Liang Sheng bought the Wi-Fi password, would he not need to buy it later, and could get the password from Liang Sheng? Not only Shi Qianjin, but also some girls, had the same idea. Liang Sheng was honest, and not good at being violent. Shen Xinli and others bullied him because of this. It was not difficult for such a person to get the Wi-Fi password from him. After Zhang Kai received the money, he said, "Before telling you the password, please sign your name first." Zhang Kai took a piece of paper and a pen from his backpack. Liang Sheng took a look and saw that it was written on the paper, "Disclosure of Wi-Fi password will kill the whole family commitment. Sign it, and I will tell you the password after signing," Zhang Kai said confidently. In fact, he had considered taking the other party's mobile phone directly and entering the password for him, so that even the person himself would not know the password. Later, in order to do business, he ran to the back row to inquire about the situation. Ma Shicheng said that some mobile phone brands, such as Xiaomi's Mio system, can be directly shared with others after connecting to Wi-Fi, so that method naturally failed. Zhang Kai was quick-witted and came up with this foolproof method. Liang Sheng had already paid the money, so he had no choice but to write his name on the paper. Zhang Kai tried every possible way to collect the money. He knew that Liang Sheng had been bullied before, so in order to avoid danger in advance, he patted Liang Sheng on the shoulder and said in a reliable tone like an elder brother, "Liang Sheng, you are using my Wi-Fi, so you will be my guest in the future. If you have any trouble, just come to me. I'm in the next class." As he spoke, Zhang Kai stretched out his arm and clenched his fist. He tightened his arm, revealing his well-developed biceps to show his strength. At the same time, he glanced at the two classmates who had bullied Liang Sheng. Zhang Kai shouted a few more words, and a girl came up to apply for 3 yuan Wi-Fi and also signed the agreement. Before leaving, Zhang Kai said, "Help me promote it. If you need it, go to our class directly to find me. I'm always there." When Zhang Kai left, a discussion broke out in class 9. "He put a router in our class and dared to charge money. It's really bad. He's so arrogant, what the hell." Some students looked down on him. "I heard that he is the sports commissioner of class 8. I know him, Zhang Kai. He had a fight with Qishan Heng from class 2 in the dormitory last time." The classmates discussed. Shi Qianjin went to find Liang Sheng. After the classmates noticed it, they also looked over there. Everyone could guess Shi Qianjin's purpose. No matter how much they scolded, if the Wi-Fi could be used, few people would refuse. Liang Sheng looked embarrassed. "No, I signed it and can't tell you. If you don't believe me, go to LV Wenli." LV Wenli was another girl who bought the Wi-Fi password. Zhang Kai filled 6 classes with routers and collected 45 yuan. It was only noon, and he had recovered nearly 1/7 of his investment. Huge profits, huge profits. Zhang Kai was excited. He finally experienced the joy of doing business. After a busy noon, he waited for the collection of debts in the next few days. "Hey, Shanziro, people should still do business honestly. Look, I made a lot of money today." Zhang Kai made money and was confident. He said, "Shanziro, you have seen me come this far, and you are supporting me. I will treat you today." He originally wanted to treat Shanziro to a braised chicken, but a braised chicken meal cost 16 yuan, and he felt bad. So Zhang Kai simply said, "Didn't I take 10 yuan from you when I was doing business before? I won't pay you back this money. I will treat you to a braised chicken meal today. Is that okay?" Shanziro agreed without thinking about it. He said simply, "Zhang Kai, you are really loyal." Shanziro also knew that, if he didn't accept Zhang Kai's kindness now, it would be difficult to come back later. Zhang Kai was in a good mood, and walked out of the school gate with Shanziro arm in arm. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Ning had just entered the campus, when he heard a discussion about Zhang Kai and Yan Xianpeng from the floor where the first year students belonged. It seemed like only one afternoon had passed, and Zhang Kai and Yan Xianpeng had already become the celebrities of the senior class. After Jiang Ning entered the classroom, Chen Xiaoyu took out her mobile phone and said to Jiang Ning, "Together with Bei Yuxia, Yan Xianpeng installed Wi-Fi in our class. If you want to use Wi-Fi, it will cost 3 yuan." After hearing this, Jiang Ning asked, "Have you turned it on?" Chen Xiaoyu, "No, Wang Lang gave us free use before, but now Yan Xianpeng wants to charge. Who will use it?" Bei Yuxia said, "I heard that you Wen and Li Shengnan paid 3 yuan. Chen Xiaoyu said, "The multimedia computer belongs to everyone." On the other side, Yu Wen played a video on her mobile phone. It was a video of EXO dancing. She and Jiang Yanan were fascinated by it and exclaimed from time to time. She didn't care whether others used it or not. Anyway, there were few people using Wi-Fi now, and the speed was very fast, not stuck at all, and it was only 3 yuan, the price of a cup of milk tea. Pang Jiao was drinking milk tea. Because she burped too hard in one breath, she suddenly let out a loud burp, which scared her deskmate Wu Zhaoqi so much that he almost thought she collapsed again. Wu Zhaoqi looked tired, thinking about the dream he had last night. He was playing basketball in a quiet room and practicing street dance. Suddenly Pang Jiao fell from the sky and crushed his basketball, causing it to explode and suffocate. Then Wu Zhaoqi couldn't breathe and woke up. After waking up, he felt so good that it was just a dream. However, he thought of the humiliation of being pressed down by Pang Jiao during evening study yesterday. So he went from one nightmare to another. Wu Zhaoqi felt that he was not clean. Pang Jiao gulped down the milk tea. She said, "Oh, Shengnan, I really want to lose weight." Li Shengnan was looking for a makeup tutorial. She wanted to put on a beautiful makeup and post it on questions to attract attention. "Jiao, you will definitely be able to lose weight successfully. Li Shengnan flattered her sister. Pang Jiao ate another piece of cake and then took out a package that looked like candy. She showed off. I think so too. Shengnan, look, the Australian sugar control tablets I bought use multiple biotechnologies and can help you control your weight after eating them. Jiao, where did you buy them from? Li Shengnan became interested. I bought them from a WeChat merchant in my circle of friends. I saw many sisters lose weight successfully, and I can do it too. Pang Jiao opened her circle of friends to show her. Oh, the person who sold me the sugar control tablets has become the agent of Daya's How District. To celebrate the promotion, it's 50% off now. Shengnan, are you going to buy it? There are discounts for buying more. Pang Jiao was very excited. The two discussed here. Zhang Kai in the back row was so happy that he was about to make a fortune. 30 or 40 names have signed on the dead family autograph book. At the end of the afternoon, the popularity of Wi-Fi spread more and more widely. During the break, Zhang Kai was so busy that he didn't even have a meal. Students appeared from time to time at the door of class 8, looking for him to pay and ask for the Wi-Fi password. Zhang Kai was so busy collecting money. There were more people on the autograph book, reaching a terrifying 70. Yan Xianpeng called Zhang Kai before class and said, Zhang Beiwen, I should call you Zhang Beiwen from now on. Zhang Kai couldn't stop smiling, and he said, Yan Beihu, I will call you Yan Beihu from now on. You are richer than 100 households. Ha ha ha. The two of them were chatting and laughing outside, and their hearty smiles even spread into the class. Wang Lang heard the laughter and said to Ma Shicheng in confusion, Brother Ma, is it my problem or someone else's problem? Why would anyone be willing to spend 3 yuan to buy Wi-Fi? If it were me, I would definitely not open it. Dan Kaikun and Jiuo Kunan also did not open it. Ma Shicheng asked back, is 3 yuan expensive? Wang Lang thought about it carefully and replied, not expensive, a data package is 5 yuan. Ma Shicheng said, so the 3 yuan is definitely worth it, especially for girls. They browsed Teo Bao for a while and the 10 yuan data is gone. Wang Lang, could it really be Zhang Kai who succeeded? Ma Shicheng only said one sentence, if you want to destroy it, let it expand first. Zhang Kai outside said, Xianpeng, let them use the Wi-Fi for a week first. When the week is up, we will change the password and let them renew it. After all, in order to promote it in the early stage, Zhang Kai did not say how long the 3 yuan would be used, and everyone thought it would be permanent. How could such a good thing happen? Zhang Kai smiled with everything under control. Now he is no longer a student, but a sinister and cunning businessman. Yan Xianpeng, it has to be you. Zhang Kai said, just survive a week, and next week, we will go to the computer city to buy goods, and occupy the second year of high school. Zhang Kai has a very clear plan for the business map. During the conversation, another student came to see him. Zhang Kai was busy collecting money. Class 2. Zhao Xiaofeng said to Qi Xianheng, Brother Shan, did you see it? Qi Xianheng nodded. He was just chatting with Li Shi. Li Shi spent 3 yuan to buy the Wi-Fi opened by Yan Xianpeng. At the same time, Zhang Kai's Wi-Fi business was heard by him. Zhao Xiaofeng said coldly, hand the knife handle to us. Do you want to do it? Qi Xianheng, I want to let him know who has the final say in number 4 middle school. He was upset about the failure last time, but he didn't expect Zhang Kai to take the initiative to give him a handle. Zhao Xiaofeng, you will suffer for what you have done. Qi Xianheng shook his hair and said in a very stylish manner, this time I will make Zhang Kai cry while singing Conquer. Zhao Xiaofeng, Brother Shan, have you made up your mind? Qi Xianheng, let's do it. Zhao Xiaofeng, Brother Shan, what do you think? Qi Xianheng said calmly, go to the teacher and complain. Send a text message to the head of the grade to explain the situation in the evening. Zhao Xiaofeng, what a great idea, it's simply a plan to wipe out the whole family. Qi Xianheng smiled triumphantly. The evening self-study session was over. Zhang Kai walked out of the classroom and met 2 students looking for him. Another 6 yuan was deposited. When he went downstairs, he met Shenzhou from class 9. Shenzhou was carrying a bag. Zhang Kai thought of how he used to be jealous of Shenzhou for making money, but now it seemed that he was just so-so. Xiao Shen, how much did you make today? Zankai asked condescendingly. Shenzhou looked at Zankai. He had heard about the Wi-Fi incident today. To be honest, it was beyond his expectations. Shenzhou said, just 20 yuan. Zankai patted his waist bag and clattered. Hey, I only made more than 200 yuan, not much. After saying this, Zankai walked away, no longer caring about Shenzhou's expression. He and ordinary students are no longer the same kind of people. Those who once envied, desired, and dreamed of are all within reach. It was late at night, early in the morning. The campus of number 4 middle school was particularly quiet, and the moonlight was still beautiful. Under the moonlight, a figure that almost merged with the moonlight climbed over the wall of the playground into the campus, and even the wild dogs next to it were not alarmed. He quietly sneaked into the number 3 teaching building. Tuesday. Zankai was late for morning self-study. He had a beautiful dream last night, and slept until the end of morning self-study. Then, no one in the dormitory called him. Zankai said angrily, okay. Today's revenge. I will definitely take revenge tomorrow. He hurriedly dressed and rushed to the morning self-study. Halfway through the walk, Zankai suddenly stopped panicking. On the contrary, his mood gradually improved. Being late for morning self-study class, what's the big deal? He is a student with a great future, and he will surely be the richest man in number 4 middle school in the future. Thinking about these things, Zankai's mouth curled up, and he felt the world was more and more wonderful. When he arrived downstairs of teaching building number 3, the bell for the end of morning self-study just rang. Zankai was planning to turn around and have breakfast, but suddenly he remembered that he was different from the past. He was a busy man. Maybe there were students who were anxious to find him to apply for Wi-Fi. Zankai hurried upstairs. He saw a crowd of students surrounding the door of class 8. Wow, so many people. Business is booming today. Zankai smiled particularly brightly. However, unlike what he expected, those students looked angry. When they saw Zankai coming, they immediately rushed over, grabbed Zankai's collar angrily, and shouted, "Give me back. RNM, give me back." Chapter 274 New Light. Refund. Refund. The voices were connected, like the surging waves of the sea, washing Zankai awake instantly. At the same time, he was very confused. Why refund? Is there a villain behind the scenes, who is instigating and ruining his business? Zankai immediately thought of this. Shikai and Jin mixed in the crowd and shouted, "RNM, refund." Zankai was enraged. Facing the questioning of the crowd, he angrily rebuked, "You also use the Wi-Fi. Why do you want a refund? I only charged you 3 yuan, which is cheap enough. Why do you want a refund?" At the end of the corridor in the distance, there were several men and women standing. They were the crowd watching the show. Zhao Xiaofeng cursed, "Brother Shan, Zankai's grandson is smart enough to move the router in advance. He planned to take the money and run away." Qi Xianheng was also unhappy. They reported to the grade director last night, and the grade director came to the class to search for routers during morning self-study, but found nothing. After checking several classes, there was no router under the multimedia computer. Later, the grade director found Yan Xianpeng, but Yan Xianpeng insisted that he did not place the router and knew nothing. The grade director confronted the students, and when the students saw his ferocious look, they were afraid of being punished, and did not dare to reveal that they had purchased Wi-Fi. But more often, the students who did not purchase Wi-Fi leaked this out. As a result, Yan Xianpeng now went to the office with the grade director. There was only one Wi-Fi seller left, and now that Zankai appeared, he was instantly targeted. Zankai slept too deeply and had no idea what happened during the morning self-study. He thought his router was still there. The chaos in front of him was just a little bit of wind and frost. Shikai and Jin, who was behind the crowd, shouted, "Zankai, you bastard. Zankai, you are not a human being." A classmate stood up and said with conscience, "Zankai, don't blame us for asking you to return the money. I paid for your Wi-Fi. I was the first person to ask you to open Wi-Fi yesterday. How much do I trust you? But you only let us use this Wi-Fi for 1 day. Isn't that too much?" Zankai was puzzled after hearing this. Although he was cunning, he was not cunning enough to only let the students use it for 1 day, right? Who said I would give you 1 day? My router is there. You can use it at will. Zankai waved his hand and said proudly. Shi Qianjin jumped out and shouted, "Your router is gone. Gone. All gone." Zhang Kai was shocked at first, and then he didn't believe it. Impossible? Shi Qianjin showed the Wi-Fi page of his mobile phone, and the screen showed several 1-2-bar Wi-Fi signals. After seeing this, Zhang Kai struggled violently and said, "I don't believe it. Let go. I will go and see for myself." The person who grabbed his collar saw that Zhang Kai did not seem to be faking it, so he let go. Zhang Kai ran straight into the crowd and ran westward. His proud figure seemed to be going to the west to seek Buddhist scriptures. Closer and closer. Zhang Kai went straight into class 9. He skillfully opened the box of the multimedia computer and looked inside. At that moment, his brain was like being hit by a stick, buzzing. My router is gone. Deep in Zhang Kai's heart, a terrifying thought suddenly grew. He suddenly recalled a scene. When he was in the first year of high school, he borrowed someone's basketball to play with and put it in the classroom at night. When he came back the next day, the basketball disappeared. Could it be that my router was stolen? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Zhang Kai felt a piercing pain. Impossible. Zhang Kai shouted, "My router must have been taken back by Yan Xianpeng." Shi Qianjin laughed and said, "Yan Xianpeng said the same thing." Zhang Kai, return the money honestly. All those who bought Wi-Fi before had to sign Zhang Kai's death family agreement, so Shi Qianjin had no way to get the password. He wanted to connect to the Wi-Fi again, so he had to hold his nose and spend 3 yuan to buy one. Now that the Wi-Fi is gone, the first thing he wants is to get his money back. Zhang Kai, I don't believe it. It must be Yan Xianpeng who put away the router. Let me go ask him. Does anyone know where Yan Xianpeng is? Shi Qianjin, in the office of the head of the grade. As soon as he said this, a student ran to the door of the classroom and shouted to the class, "Zhang Kai, the head of the grade wants you to go over." The head of the grade spoke in person, and Zhang Kai had no choice but to hide. He walked away with a gloomy face. The students next to him didn't dare to stop him, as the head of the grade had great prestige. After Zhang Kai left, a student asked Shi Qianjin, "Brother Chin, do we still want the money?" Shi Qianjin said, "It is natural to pay back debts. He can't run away." Class 8. Wang Lang came back from gathering intelligence. The 4 seats in the company were already full. Wang Lang's original bench was squeezed by Cuiyu and Meng Gui. Lang, how is it? Shan Keiquan asked excitedly. The others looked expectant. Wang Lang said, "Zhang Kai said that the router was taken away by Yan Xianpeng, and then he was called away by the head of the grade." Shan Keiquan was puzzled. So who took the router? Jiuo Kanan asked, "Aren't they doing business together? How could they do something wrong?" Ma Shicheng thought for a while and said, "Neither of them took the router." Shan Keiquan asked, "Where did the router go? Could it be taken away by someone else?" Ma Shicheng, think about the things lost in the class before. When this was mentioned, Jiuo Kanan remembered the router he lost, and Shan Keiquan remembered the Bluetooth headset data cable he lost. The two looked strange. It was stolen? Then, Shan Keiquan clapped his hands and said happily, "What a great theft." In his words, Shan Keiquan not only did not sympathize, but gloated over it. Yesterday, Zhang Kai took the money and became particularly arrogant. He didn't think much of his classmates. Shan Keiquan had been looking at him with dislike. Wang Lang said, "Zhang Kai should be finished this time." The head of the grade took care of the matter, and it was still a scene. As he spoke, Wang Lang looked outside. There were still students lingering in the corridor, waiting to settle accounts with Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai was absent from the first class in the morning. Everyone knew that something might have happened. After the class ended, and the bell rang, the loudspeaker of number 4 middle school suddenly emitted a sound of snowflakes. The students of class 8 were startled, and even teacher Jiuo Ran, who was about to leave the podium, stopped. Not only class 8, but the entire number 4 middle school, thousands of students, all heard it. Then a voice came from the loudspeaker. On April 15th, 2014, Zhang Kai from class 8 of grade 1 and Yan Xianpeng from class 9 of grade 1 used multimedia computers on campus to install routers and charged other students for it, making a total profit of 513 yuan. Their behavior seriously violated the school management system and caused a bad influence. After research, it has been decided to give Zhang Kai and Yan Xianpeng a warning. I hope other students will take it as a warning. Linzada, 6. Lishi, 3 yuan was well spent. I watched a show. Zhao Ziaofeng told everyone. Shan Kaikun, awesome. Teacher Jiuo Ran looked at the students in class 8 and couldn't believe it. If I heard it right, students from our class? Chen Xiaoyu said, from our class. Deng Qingfeng said solemnly, congratulations to Zhang Kai, the sports committee member of our class, for winning glory for class 8. Applaud for him. Pa pa pa. Wu Zhaoqi followed suit and Ciyu also applauded. There was sparse applause in the classroom. Jiuo Ran thought that class 8 was probably crazy, so she left with her textbook under her arm. The announcement had a great influence. Even Niu Wen, who usually liked to talk about celebrities, took the opportunity to discuss with Huang Zhangfei, class monitor, do you think Zhang Kai's poverty subsidy will be cancelled? Huang Zhangfei was about to answer when a figure with a gloomy face walked in at the door of the class. Zhang Kai suppressed his anger. He was slapped several times by the head of the grade, and his parents were notified that his poverty subsidy was revoked. More importantly, all the money he earned from making routers was confiscated. Everything was gone. Zhang Kai was unwilling and angry. He stood on the podium, facing everyone. The atmosphere in the classroom was very quiet, with only the rustling sound of Chen Kan's pen rubbing against the paper as he wrote the questions. Who saw my router? Zhang Kai asked. Who saw it? Zhang Kai picked up the blackboard eraser. No one answered. He suddenly exploded and shouted angrily, fuck. Who saw my router? The violent sound spread throughout the classroom. It was an extremely angry roar. Pang Jiao was applying lipstick, and she was so scared that her arm trembled, and the lipstick stuck on her face and the plate. She slammed the lipstick on the table and yelled, why are you yelling so loudly? Pang Jiao shouted louder than Zhang Kai, almost deafening the people next to her. Song Sheng was eating braised beef, and he was scared to the point of choking. Song Sheng was furious, and he couldn't even let people eat meat in peace. He slammed the beef on the desk and shouted, if you want to make a noise, get out and make a noise. Pang Jiao, what the hell is it to you? Zhang Kai slammed the blackboard eraser on the desk. His forehead veins bulged, and his face was hideous. Shut up and listen to me. Pang Jiao's voice was hoarse, and she shouted even louder, I told you to keep your voice down. Song Sheng warned loudly, fuck, get out. Everyone shut up, I'm talking. Zhang Kai almost shouted himself hoarse. As a result, the three of them quarreled in front of the whole class, because of the noise. The voices were intertwined and inseparable, and the three sides quarreled together. The whole class was filled with the thunder of the three of them. The students around them covered their ears, speechless. Huang Zhangfei told them to stop quarreling, but his voice was too soft to cover the momentum of the three people. The three voices mixed together with almost no gaps. In order to talk to Ma Shichen, Wang Lang in the back row shouted, Brother Ma, what's the situation? Ma Shichen raised his voice, don't ask, I don't understand either. Quarreling with a heart-wrenching volume is very physically demanding. After a while, the three of them were exhausted. Song Sheng sat down to eat beef to replenish his energy. Pang Jiao took sugar control tablets to lose weight. Zhang Kai's voice was hoarse, and he forced a breath. Who stole my router? Deng Qingfeng was surprised. Your router is not installed in class 8. What are you talking about in our class? Meng Jiui, the quality of our classmates, apart from anything else, is top notch. Shan Zhao, who was standing by the podium, had a slightly better impression of Meng Jiui. He secretly decided that, if the items left by Meng Jiui were not worth more than 30 yuan, then he would not do it. Zhang Kai originally just wanted to vent his anger, but after what he said, he had nowhere to vent his anger. When Zhang Kai thought about the future, he felt desperate. Now the way to make money with routers is blocked, and he still owes so much foreign debt. How can he turn things around? Zhang Kai was desperate. He felt that his future was bleak, and this classroom was no longer bright. He moved to his seat like a corpse, and the light of hope in his eyes disappeared. He sat there for a whole class. The classmates around him avoided him when they saw him like this. Zhang Kai could hear their vague discussions and the glances that swept over from time to time, and those glances deeply hurt him. Recalling the glory of yesterday and looking at the desolation of today, from the top of the mountain, fell to the bottom of the valley. Zhang Kai hated He hated the thief who stole the router. He wanted to peel off the other party's skin. In the midst of despair and resentment, a figure appeared in front of Zhang Kai. It was a simple and honest smile. He was wearing an ordinary school uniform, giving people a very honest and friendly feeling. Shan Zhao said, "Zhang Kai." There was no sympathy in his words, and there was a firm light in his eyes. When Zhang Kai saw Shan Zhao, he was excited for a moment, and then sank again. Shan Zhao, life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what the next piece will taste like. Zhang Kai had heard this sentence before, and he didn't feel anything when he first heard it. Now after experiencing these things, he heard it again, and felt a strong resonance. Who would have thought that I, Zhang Kai, would fall into such a situation? Zhang Kai smiled miserably. Shan Zhao took out a bar of chocolate, put it on the desk, and said, "Try it." Zhang Kai looked down, and saw that it was an original dough chocolate. He knew that a bar of chocolate cost 6 yuan. "Shan Zhao, are you giving me dough to eat?" Zhang Kai couldn't believe it. This kind of chocolate was a luxury for him. Shan Zhao smiled and said, "No, this is your dove." Shan Zhao took away 12 routers and sold them that night for 20 yuan each, making 240 yuan. He could still afford a piece of chocolate. Zhang Kai just thought he was joking to comfort himself. Zhang Kai tore open the chocolate and took a bite. The chocolate was very sweet, not bitter at all. The sweet taste gradually made up for his injured heart. He ate the chocolate in big mouthfuls, and the bitterness in his heart gradually disappeared. Shan Zhao said, "Zhang Kai, you are the most thoughtful person I have ever met. You will definitely succeed." After Zhang Kai finished eating the chocolate, no matter how cold a person was, he also had a warm side. He did not throw away the chocolate packaging, but carefully folded it and put it in his pocket, intending to keep it. He swore almost with tears in his eyes and said sincerely, "Today's kindness will be repaid in the future. Shan Zhao, I will wait for you forever until the sea dries up and the rocks crumble. I will definitely wait for you." After saying that, Shan Zhao left after finishing his business. Wang Lang saw Shan Zhao leaving. He came back to his senses and said worriedly, "Brother Ma, now the school knows about the router. How are we going to put the router in the future?" After what happened with Zhang Kai, the school will definitely strengthen the management of multimedia computers, and it is easy to get caught if we put a router. Ma Shicheng flipped through the English vocabulary book. "Don't worry. Wang Lang, Brother Ma, do you have any ideas?" Ma Shicheng looked around and saw that no one was paying attention, so he took out a small gadget from his trouser pocket. Wang Lang took it and looked at it, wondering, "U-disk?" Ma Shicheng smiled lightly and said, "Portable Wi-Fi. As long as it is plugged into the computer, it can be used as a router." Wang Lang was surprised. There is such high technology. Ma Shicheng, learn more and see more. However, Wang Lang said worriedly, "Brother Ma, this thing is hidden, but once it is plugged in, the Wi-Fi will definitely be exposed, and everyone can search it." Ma Shicheng explained confidently, "Do you know the function of SSID? As long as you turn off the SSID in the administrator interface, the Wi-Fi will not be visible, and others can't see the Wi-Fi, only I can connect to it. When the time comes, I will use the root function to remove the Wi-Fi icon on the phone status." Wang Lang looked at Ma Shicheng's attitude of talking, dumbfounded. Oh my god, Ma Zhen is a genius. Friends who read on questions can join this questions group. 559,785,017. Chapter 275 Your Night. Tuesday evening self-study. Class monitor Huang Zhangfei, along with the class monitors of class 9 and class 10, attended the grade meeting. For some reason, the class was a little restless tonight. There were more students talking than usual. The strip fluorescent lights on the ceiling tried their best to emit bright light, illuminating the classroom as bright as day. Wang Lang said, "Brother Ma, turn up the brightness of the screen. It's tiring to look at." Ma Shicheng said, "It's running out of power." Wang Lang took out a battery from the hole in the table. "This one is fully charged." Smartphones nowadays don't have fast charging, but it's easy to change batteries. You just need to plug in the batteries. Ma Shicheng's phone has 3 spare batteries. Jiang Ning was holding a high school physics book. The things in the book were not profound, just basic physical rules, but the truth is simple. The simpler it is, the more tricks it can come up with. My deskmate Zhu Yuantang was sleeping. Sister Chen Siking turned around and asked Jiang Ning, have you signed up for the sports meet? The school anniversary projects were gradually made public. The class monitor had registration forms for participating in various activities, and students had signed up one after another recently. Jiang Ning said, not yet. Chen Siking thought for a moment and said, Jiang Ning, you have great explosive power. I think you can sign up for the 100-meter sprint. Bei Yuxia suddenly turned around and asked, how do you know he has good explosive power? Chen Siking was stunned for a moment, then returned to normal. She said as a matter of course, don't you know about Jiang Ning's previous one? She was a little shy, as if she was too embarrassed to mention it in person. Bei Yuxia's beautiful face was as calm as water, and her eyes were straight. Which one? Chen Siking hesitated for a few seconds before saying, hey, it's just a fight. I always feel embarrassed to say that he is good at fighting in front of Jiang Ning. But once a gap is opened, it will immediately be like a dam breaking, and water will rush down. It was Jiang Ning who kicked the guy away. Chen Siking gestured with her fingers, so Jiang Ning's explosive power is terrifying. If he runs a 100-meter sprint, he will definitely win a prize. Bei Yuxia said, don't forget that there are also sports students. Her voice was like a clear spring, but it sounded particularly heavy in Chen Siking's ears. Yes, there are also sports students. Chen Siking repeated. Many sports students from number 4 middle school are admitted to top sports schools every year. Chen Siking actually doesn't understand sports students very well. She always thinks of them as tall and noble. In her mind, sports students are sports stars in advertisements, strong and tough. She talked to herself as if to comfort, well, it doesn't matter. If Jiang Ning participates, he won't be worse than the sports students, right? Bei Yuxia said, Jiang Ning can try long distance running. He has good endurance. Chen Siking looked strange and said faintly, how do you know he has good endurance? Jiang Ning frowned when he heard this. Why did he always feel that something was wrong with the conversation between the two? Bei Yuxia glanced at Jiang Ning and explained calmly, every time he carried 2 buckets of purified water from the water room to the classroom, his breathing was not disordered. His endurance must be good. Chen Siking listened to her and looked down to find that Zhu Yuantang was still sleeping. She nodded and believed Bei Yuxia's words. Jiang Ning, you have good explosive power and endurance. If you sign up for more events, you will definitely get good results. Chen Siking encouraged. Let's wait and see. Jiang Ning didn't have many ideas. Chen Siking said, I heard that this sports meeting will not only have regular events, but also many interesting activities. Yes, there is tug-of-war. Jiang Ning said. Tug-of-war. Chen Siking was surprised. The last time we played tug-of-war was in elementary school. The few of them chatted about the sports meeting for a while, and Shan Kaikwan on the other side of the river had noticed it. He looked at the people around him who were also talking, and simply stuck his head over. Talking about the sports meeting, I signed up for the 100-meter sprint and relay race in the sports meeting. Shan Kaikwan showed. Chen Siking asked, it will take 4 people to run the relay race, right? Yes, me, Brother Nan, Wang Lang Lang and Ma Shichen. When Shan Kaikwan was talking, Jiang Ning's consciousness moved, and he suddenly noticed something unusual. Class 8 was still full of discussion. Suddenly, a scream broke out. Ah, there, look at that. Lukaki screamed and pointed at the ground. A black shadow passed by quickly. Jiuo Kunan, fuck, rat. A big black rat quickly ran across the concrete floor of the classroom. All the students who noticed it were shocked. A rat. Such a big rat. Wherever the rat went, it caused a huge storm. The girls reacted more violently, screaming non-stop, and the whole classroom was in chaos. The rat got to Shan Kaikwan's side, and he was also startled. Not to mention that girls are afraid of this thing. Boys are also afraid. The real rat is black and looks rough. Most people's first reaction is fear, followed by disgust, not cute rats. Shan Kaikwan dodged the direction of the mouse. The mouse followed the foot of his stool and got into the middle of the classroom. A cry of surprise was heard along with the mess of tables, chairs, and benches. Pang Jiao was eating sugar pills. She was a heroine, but deep down, she also had a girl's heart. Seeing the mouse rushing towards her feet, she yelled in fear, "Ha!" I don't know where the strength came from, but the huge body jumped up, like a basketball, and sat on the table in an instant. Wu Zhaoqi was shocked, and his arms flew into the air. At the same time, Wang Yan'an, Zhang Yifei, and Li Shengnan all retreated. Even Song Sheng got on the table. Then, Yuan and others screamed in fear, shouting, "Go away, go away." How could the girls see this? Deng Qingfeng was scared for a few seconds, observing the mouse's movements, ready to drive it out, so that the beautiful girls in the class would no longer tremble. In the chaos, only Chen Kan sat alone in the hall, concentrating on reading. Rat. Chen Kan sneered. Not to mention a rat, even a tiger would not be able to stop him from doing his homework. The rat seemed to be unable to find a way out, and kept wandering around the classroom. Wang Long Long, wow. Brother Ma, how did a rat get in? Ma Shicheng said, the school garbage dump is open air, isn't it normal to have rats? Jiuo Kunan said anxiously, don't worry about where it came from, what should we do now? This thing is creepy. He is a rural person, and he used to catch rats with mouse traps, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't hate this thing. Now the rats are running around in the classroom, and it's really hard to catch them without tools. Ma Shicheng was not panicked at all. He shouted, Hu Jun, don't you like these weird things? Wang Long Long said, yes, Jun has also posted pictures of his raised mice. You must be good at it, right? Come on. Hu Jun was like the ultimate boss. With a smile on his face, he slowly stood up and said lightly, leave it to me, I will post it in the class group. It happened that the class monitor was in a meeting and certainly had no time to take care of the class group. He could show off his trophies to everyone. Hu Jun rubbed his hands and set off. He will show everyone what it means to be a mouse catcher. The mice scurried around and swayed to the southwest corner of the classroom where Jiang Ning was. Chen Siking was frightened, and Bai Yuxia, who was always calm, also turned slightly pale. She wanted to avoid it reflexively. In fear, Bai Yuxia noticed that Zhu Yuantang was still sleeping, and her eyes were full of astonishment. It's already this time, how can she still sleep? Jiang Ning had a blank expression on his face. He had set up a formation around Zhu Yuantang, which not only calmed her mind and soundproofed her, but also served as a protective measure. As long as she wanted to sleep, she could sleep all the time. Hu Jun, who was in the back row, walked slowly with a heartless pace. He came, he conquered. But sometimes, things are illogical. After the initial panic, Shan Keikun quickly calmed down. His heart was pounding very fast. Was he afraid? The rat was so big and black. If he was bitten, he would have to go to the hospital for an injection. Of course he was afraid. But in the crisis, Shan Keikun also saw a ray of hope. Bai Yuxia was very scared. Her slight movements revealed her fear. She frowned slightly and clenched her hands. Her every frown and smile was so moving in Shan Keikun's eyes. How could he bear to see her afraid? Shan Keikun's heart beat faster, like the thumping of a drum. At this moment, he seemed to hear the sound of his heart beating, shaking his ears like thunder. His blood was gushing out, and endless strength was gushing out. Shan Keikun clenched his fists tightly. His cowardice and fear were all gone. Instead, he was brave. Princess, here comes your knight. Shan Keikun locked onto the mouse. He moved and stepped into the aisle. Behind him were the classmates who were hiding from the mouse out of fear, and in front of him was his beloved Bai Yuxia. In danger, he was a retrograde of the times. His name was Shan Keikun. In this world, who else but me? There was a panic scream from behind. It was very noisy, and Shan Keikun could only feel pity. People who cannot overcome fear are also cowardly. But he is different. Shan Keikun took a step forward, silently thinking in his heart, let me put an end to all this. He locked onto the path of the mouse, and with unparalleled strength, he stomped down with his right leg. This kick was fast, accurate, and powerful, and the hard sneakers fell down with a bang. He actually stepped on the mouse. This mouse that was running around in the classroom was stepped on by him. Everyone who saw it was shocked. Wang Long Long shouted, fuck, the mouse was stepped on to death by my brother Quan. Jiuo Kunan, Keikun is so awesome, just one kick. What? Yuan came around from the front. Jiang Ning and the others came over to watch the fun, and most of the classmates gathered around. Shan Kaiquan attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, no classmate's popularity could surpass him. Wang Yanan looked at Shan Kaiquan's foot. You stepped on the mouse. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Huang Yasu said. Dong Qingfeng, is it dead? Shan Kaiquan's face was filled with the look of a winner. It must be dead. Hu Jun almost cried when he said this. His rat. Shan Kaiquan pressed down hard with his foot, and blood was already spilling on the ground. Shan Kaiquan loosened his foot with satisfaction. The rat died miserably on the concrete floor. The tragic scene made people's hearts twitch. The corpse was very scary. Ma Shichen picked up the broom, flicked it into the dustpan, and swept the rat in, interrupting everyone's gaze. Okay, let's go. Ma Shichen picked up the dustpan and poured it into the trash can. Yu Wen returned to her seat and shouted to the whole class, who's going to take out the trash today? Go to the trash can. I feel sick when I think of the rat in it. The classmates in the class looked at each other. Yu Wen shouted again, who's going to take out the trash? Be more conscious. Yang Sheng turned around and said, isn't it your turn to take out the trash? Yu Wen was stunned. She thought about it and realized it was her. Yu Wen was so embarrassed, and the classmates around her looked like fools. Fortunately, the monitor is not here, she thought. Shen Qinj looked at the sky outside. It was already quite dark. She took the initiative to say, Wen, let's go together. Yu Wen's mood eased a lot. Qinj was indeed her best friend, and was willing to accompany her. Otherwise, she would never dare to throw away the garbage by herself. The classroom returned to calm again. Everyone recalled what had just happened and couldn't help but look at Shan Kaiquan with new eyes. Chen Saiking said, Shan Kaiquan, you were very handsome just now. Haha, handsome? Shan Kaiquan was not used to being praised, especially by girls. He felt uncomfortable all over. But it was very cool. Shan Zio also said, Kaiquan, your kick just now was amazing. I never thought you could hit it. Shan Kaiquan scratched his head. I had already planned it out. It was running towards me. If I kick it, it will definitely not be able to react. Shan Zhao said again, your reaction speed is amazing. If you participate in the sports meeting, you will definitely win a prize with your ability. Shan Kaiquan was very happy. Bei Yuxia rarely said, you were very good just now. Shan Kaiquan was stunned. Even if others said 10,000 words, it would not be as good as Bei Yuxia's one word. Just one sentence made Shan Kaiquan's heart blossom, and he was in ecstasy. She praised me! Exclamation mark. Shan Kaiquan was ecstatic. What does it mean? It means that Bei Yuxia recognized him. He was ecstatic and almost couldn't control himself. At this time, Wang Yanan in the north reminded, Shan Kaiquan, go wash your shoes. The soles of your shoes must be stained with dirt. The miserable state of the mouse just now was still vivid in his mind. Yeah, right. Shan Kaiquan replied. He hurried out of the classroom, his steps fluttering, full of joy. Shan Kaiquan spent the entire evening studying joy. People from all walks of life sent congratulatory messages. While chatting in the corridor at the door, the students of class 9 also heard that Shan Kaiquan had stepped on a mouse to death. Solved with one kick. Just thinking about it, it feels amazing. The flattery of Shan Kaiquan has inflated. Recently, Shan Kaiquan has been smooth sailing, his grades have soared, and he is popular with teachers and classmates. Last time, Brother Ma invited him to a barbecue, and he enjoyed the good show of others fighting, and watched Brother Nan's heart break. Zhang Kai, who has been unhappy recently, also had his router stolen. Everything is going well. Seeing that the sports meeting is about to come, he will make a contribution. He also stepped on a mouse to death. Shan Kaiquan felt that he was a great hero who fell from the sky and saved the whole class from fire and water. With this mentality, Shan Kaiquan went out of the school after the evening self-study class to buy a crumb cake, added eggs, grilled sausages, and chicken strips, and bought a large cup of milk tea and a bucket of instant noodles to reward himself. Shan Kaiquan was very satisfied with this luxurious meal. After eating and drinking, Shan Kaiquan lay on his bed in the dormitory, recalling his heroic figure in the evening self-study. He also thought about the scene of Bei Yuxia praising him. It was so beautiful. He had never seen Bayuksha praise others, but only praised him. What does this mean? Hehe. Shan Kei-kun laughed happily. Jiuo-kun on the other bed asked, what's wrong with Kei-kun? Hey, nothing. Shan Kei-kun felt comfortable. When people are very happy, they tend to do something out of the ordinary. Shan Kei-kun thought about Bayuksha's face and his imagination ran wild. In such a dangerous situation, Bayuksha must be very scared. I saved Bayuksha, she must be moved. That's why she praised me. What is this? This is a hero saving a beauty. Will she have a good impression of me? No need to ask if she will, she must have a good impression of me. Shan Kei-kun concluded. Or thought suddenly popped up in his mind, should I confess my feelings first? Once this thought came out, he could no longer control it. Love always makes people impulsive, and waves of longing wash away rationality. Shan Kei-kun stood up, took out his mobile phone, and without hesitation, he quickly sent a message to Bayuksha. Good evening. Can you be my girlfriend? After Shan Kei-kun sent the message, he suddenly regretted it. What if Bayuksha refuses? Is it too hasty? Alas, it's still too impulsive. Shan Kei-kun calmed down. He looked at the conversation message on the chat page. Waiting. Bayuksha didn't respond. Shan Kei-kun waited for 10 minutes, anxious in his heart. He finally couldn't help but send another message. Sorry, I was possessed by a ghost just now. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.